investigation might have come to a standstill at this point. The two young men had agreed on a plausible and self-contained story. Pfeffer was not an especially aggressive or searching interrogator. There was no physical intimidation of the prisoners, and no use of extrajudicial threats. Pfeffer seems to have been reluctant even to pressure each suspect with incriminating or contradictory details of the other's statements, because he saw independent and uncoerced testimony as the only sound means of getting at the truth. In reality, there could be no question of independent testimony, since Čabrinović and Princip were able, in their separate holding cells, to communicate with each other using a system of coded knocks they had read about in a Russian novel. What pushed the investigation further was not the testimony of the bomber and the shooter, but the widening dragnet of routine police arrests, driven by the suspicion that there must be other accomplices. Among those who fell into the hands of the police by this means was none other than Danilo Ilić. The police had no hard evidence against Ilić. They knew only that he was an associate of Princip and that he was affiliated with Serb nationalist circles. Ilić, on the other hand, had no idea how much the police knew, and must have suspected that either Princip or Čabrinović, or both of them, had already incriminated him. When the police brought him before Judge Pfeffer on Wednesday, 1st July, Ilić panicked and proposed a plea bargain. He would reveal everything he knew if the investigating judge would undertake to protect him from the death penalty. Pfeffer could make no binding promises, but he did advise Ilić that Austrian law viewed the provision of state evidence as a mitigating circumstance. That was enough for Ilić. His statement blew open Princip's and Čabrinović's story and pushed the investigation into new territory. The bomber and the shooter had not been acting alone, Ilić stated. They were members of a 7-man team, 3 of whom had come from Belgrade. Ilić himself had recruited the other 3. He named every member of the group and offered intelligent guesses as to their current whereabouts. Electrified by these revelations, Pfeffer rushed from the interrogation room to the telephone. Orders went out to arrest all the persons named. The first to be found was Trifko Grabeš, the 3rd member of the Belgrade cell. After Princip had fired his shots, Grabeš had taken elaborate precautions to avoid arousing suspicion. He walked slowly from the scene to the house of an uncle in Sarajevo, where he hid his gun and his bomb. He then strolled across town to the house of another uncle, a deputy in the Bosnian Diet, where he ate lunch and spent the night. On the next morning he took the train to Pale, his hometown, from where he hoped to escape into Serbia. He was captured in a small town near the Serbian border. Within 9 days of the assassinations, Čubrilović and Popović had also been arrested. Only Mehmed Basic remained at large. He had already crossed the border into Montenegro and was thus, for the moment, beyond the reach of the Austrian police. But even without Mehmed Basic in custody, the Sarajevo police had plenty to go on. Ilić's confessions incriminated a crowd of further accomplices, including the schoolteacher, the smuggler, and the various hapless peasants who had helped the boys along their way, either by putting them up for the night or by transporting or concealing their weapons. Reconstructing the links with Serbia was more difficult. The weapons themselves were of Serbian make, the revolvers were manufactured under Serbian license, and the recovered bombs hailed from the Serbian State Armory at Kragujevac. On 29th June, Čabrinović named Ciganović as the man who had supplied the team with their guns and bombs in Belgrade. But Ciganović was a lowly figure in the network, and in any case a Bosnian exile. Implicating him did not in itself point in the direction of official Serbian complicity. If Ciganović was, as the Italian historian Albertini concluded, working as Nicola Pasic's agent and informant within the Black Hand, this role was informal and would have eluded even the most thorough investigation. The situation was different for Major Voja Tankusić, a Serbian national who was prominent in the partisan movement and a personal aide to Apis, the chief of Serbian military intelligence. His name was volunteered by Ilić, who stated that Tankusić had not only provided the assassins with weapons, but had also trained them in marksmanship in Belgrade and issued the instruction that they should kill themselves rather than be taken alive. The Belgrade boys initially denied any knowledge of Tankusić. Only after they were confronted one by one with Ilić, one of the very few occasions in which prisoner confrontations were used to elicit confessions, did Princip, Čabrinović and Grabeš concede that Tankosic had been involved in the preparation of the plot. By this time, however, over 2 weeks had elapsed, and the Austrians were getting no nearer to Apis, the real author of the conspiracy. Looking over the witness statements, it is hard not to agree with the historian Joachim Riemann that Princip, Grabisch, and Čebrinović pursued a strategy of deliberate obfuscation that led, by way of splendid confusion, from initial denial to reluctant and incomplete admission. All three took pains to limit the damage done by Illich's revelations and to prevent as far as possible the inculpation of official circles in Belgrade. None made any mention of the Black Hand. Instead, they hinted at links between Ciganovic and the Narodna Odbrana, a red herring that would lead the Austrian investigators far from the true trail. And Judge Pfeffer's rather languorous mode of proceeding gave the imprisoned assassins plenty of time to harmonize their stories, thereby ensuring that a fuller picture was slow to emerge. The ponderous progress of the police investigation did not, of course, prevent the Austrian leadership from intuiting a link to Belgrade or from forming a view of the broader background to the plot. Telegrams fired off by Governor Paciorek of Bosnia within hours of the assassinations already hinted at Serbian complicity. The bomb-thrower, Čebrinović, he reported, belonged to a Serbian socialist group that usually takes its orders from Belgrade. The Serbian Orthodox school student Princip had been studying for some time in the Serbian capital, and police searches had revealed an entire library of nationalist revolutionary publications of Belgrade origin in the house of Princip's older brother in Hadžić. From the Austrian embassy in Belgrade came a coded telegram reporting that Čebrinović had been employed at a publishing house in Belgrade until a few weeks before the assassination. In a longer report, dispatched on 29th June, the Austrian minister observed that the boys had received their political education in Belgrade and linked the murders to the culture of Serbian national memory. Of particular significance was the celebrated medieval suicide assassin Miloš Obilić, who passes for a hero wherever Serbs live. I would not yet be so bold as to accuse the Belgrade government directly of the murder, but they are surely indirectly guilty, and the ringleaders are to be found not just among the uneducated masses, but in the propaganda department of the Serbian Foreign Ministry, among those Serbian university professors and newspaper editors who for years have sown hatred and now have reaped murder. Governor Paciorek was even less restrained. In a coded telegram to the Minister of War, he noted that the killers had admitted receiving their arms in Belgrade, but even without a confession, the governor was fully convinced that the true causes of the outrage were to be sought in Serbia. It was not his business to judge which measures should be taken, but his personal view was that only firm action in the domain of foreign policy would restore peace and normality to Bosnia-Herzegovina. The shock of the event still resonates in these early reports. We have still not recovered from the crushing impact of yesterday's catastrophe, wrote the Austrian minister in Belgrade, so that I find it difficult to assess the bloody drama in Sarajevo with the necessary composure, objectivity, and calm. Vengeful rage, hostile underlying assumptions about Serbian objectives, and a growing body of circumstantial evidence shaped official Austrian perceptions of the crime from the first hour, in a process that was only obliquely linked to the discoveries generated by the legal investigation itself. Serbian responses. Especially close attention was paid in Austria to Serbian reactions to the crime. The Belgrade government made an effort to observe the expected courtesies, but from the outset Austrian observers discerned a gaping discrepancy between the show of official condolence and the jubilation felt and expressed by most Serbs. The Austrian minister in Belgrade reported on the day after the event that a celebration scheduled for the evening of 28th June in memory of the assassin Miloš Obilić had been cancelled. But he also passed on reports from informers that there had been private expressions of satisfaction throughout the city. From the fields of Kosovo, where massive celebrations of St. Vitus's Day had been planned, the Austrian consul reported that the news from Sarajevo was greeted by the fanaticized mass with expressions of elation that I can only describe as bestial. A preliminary announcement that the Serbian court would observe 6 weeks of state mourning was subsequently corrected. There would be only 8 days of official mourning. But even this modest acknowledgment belied the reality that the streets and coffee houses were full of Serb patriots rejoicing at the blow to the Habsburgs. Austrian doubts were further reinforced by the continuing vituperations of the Serbian nationalist press. On 29th June, the mass distribution in Belgrade of pamphlets decrying the alleged extermination of the Serbs in Bosnia-Herzegovina by hired masses, while the Habsburg authorities sat back with folded hands, annoyed the staff of the Austrian embassy, as did a leader article in the nationalist organ Politica on the following day, blaming the Austrians themselves for the murders and denouncing the Vienna government for manipulating the situation to propagate the lie of Serbian complicity. Other pieces praised the assassins as good, honourable youths. Articles of this stripe, and there were many of them, were regularly translated and excerpted in the Austro-Hungarian press, where they helped to stir popular resentment. Particularly dangerous, because they contained an element of truth, were articles claiming that the Belgrade government had formally warned Vienna in advance of the plot against the Archduke. A piece published under the title An Unheeded Warning in the Belgrade newspaper Stampa stated that Jovan Jovanovic, the Serbian minister in Vienna, had passed details of the plot to Count Berthold, who had been very grateful for the minister's confidence and had alerted both the emperor and the heir to the throne. There was a morsel of truth in this claim, which cut in two directions, because it implied Austrian negligence on the one hand and Serbian government foreknowledge on the other. There was, of course, little that Serbian leaders could have done to avoid these recriminations. The Belgrade government could not forbid merrymakers to celebrate the murders in the coffee houses, nor could they control the behaviour of the crowds at Kosovo Field. The press was a grey area. From Vienna, Jovanovic recognized the threat posed by the more intemperate Belgrade papers, and repeatedly urged Pasic to take action against the worst offenders, in order to avoid the exploitation of extremist statements by the Viennese press. The Austrians, too, communicated their displeasure, and warnings to rein in the press were heard from the Serbian foreign legations. But the Pasic government was formally correct in insisting that it lacked the constitutional instruments to control the organs of the Free Serbian Press, and Pasic did in fact instruct the head of the Serbian Press Bureau to urge caution upon Belgrade's journalists. It is also notable that stories about an official warning to Vienna by the Belgrade government quickly evaporated after Pasic's official denial on 7th July. Whether Pasic could have used emergency powers to moderate the tone of the newspapers is another question. At any rate, he chose not to, possibly because he judged tough measures against the nationalist press to be politically inopportune so soon after the bitter conflict of May 1914 between the radical cabinet and the Praetorian elements in the Serbian army. New elections were scheduled, moreover, for 14th August. In the heated atmosphere of an election campaign, Pasic could hardly afford to offend nationalist opinion. There were other, more avoidable lapses. On 29th June, Miroslav Spalajkovic, the Serbian minister in St. Petersburg, issued statements to the Russian press justifying Bosnian agitation against Vienna and denouncing the Austrian measures against Serbian subjects suspected of involvement with irredentist groups. For years, Spalajkovic told the Večernaya Vremya, the political leadership in Vienna had been manufacturing anti-Austrian organizations, including the so-called Black Hand, which is an invention. There were no revolutionary organizations whatsoever in Serbia, he insisted. In an interview granted on the following day to Novaya Vremya, the Serbian diplomat denied that the murderers had received their weapons from Belgrade, blamed the Jesuits for stirring up a feud between Croats and Serbs in Bosnia, and warned that the arrest of prominent Serbs in Bosnia might even provoke a military assault by Serbia against the monarchy. Spalajkovic had a long history of rancorous relations with his Austrian diplomatic counterparts and a reputation for excitability. Even the Russian foreign minister Sazonov, a friend of the Serbian envoy, described him as unbalanced. But these public utterances, which were conveyed immediately to the decision-makers in Vienna, helped to poison the atmosphere in the early days after the assassinations. Pasic, too, muddied the waters with ill-judged displays of bravado. In a speech held in New Serbia on 29th June, attended by several cabinet ministers, 22 members of the Skupština, numerous local functionaries and a delegation of Serbs from various regions of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, Pašić warned that if the Austrians should attempt to exploit the regrettable event politically against Serbia, the Serbs would not hesitate to defend themselves and to fulfill their duty. This was an extraordinary gesture at a time when the feeling generated by the event was still so fresh. In a circular sent to all the Serbian legations on 1 July, Pašić took a similar line, juxtaposing the honest and strenuous efforts of the Belgrade government with the nefarious manipulations of the Viennese press. Serbia and its representatives must resist any attempt by Vienna to seduce European opinion. In a later communication on the same theme, Pašić accused the Viennese editors of deliberately misrepresenting the tone of Serbian press coverage, and rejected the notion that the Belgrade government should act to curb what were, in effect, justified reactions to Austrian provocations. In short, there were moments when Pašić seemed closer to leading the Serbian papers into the fray than tempering the tone of their coverage. Pašić's contacts with Austrian ministers and diplomats had never been easy. They were especially awkward during the first days after the assassinations. On 3 July, for example, during an official requiem in Belgrade in memory of the Archduke, Pašić assured the Austrian minister that Belgrade would treat this matter as if it concerned one of their own rulers. The words were doubtless well meant, but in a country with such a vibrant and recent history of regicide, they were bound to strike his Austrian interlocutor as tasteless, if not macabre. More important than Pašić's tone was the question of whether he or his government could be depended upon to collaborate with the Austrians in investigating the roots of the conspiracy to kill the heir apparent and his wife. Here, too, there was ample reason for doubt. On 30th June, the Austrian minister in Belgrade, Ritter von Storch, met with the Secretary-General of the Serbian Foreign Ministry, Slavko Grujic, and inquired as to what the Serbian police had been doing to follow up the threads of the conspiracy, which, it was well known, led into Serbian territory. Grujic retorted with striking, and possibly disingenuous, naivety that the police had done nothing whatsoever. Did the Austrian government wish to request such an investigation? At this point Storch lost his temper and declared that he regarded it as an elementary duty on the part of the Belgrade police to investigate the matter to the best of their ability, whether Vienna requested it or not. Yet, despite official assurances, the Serbian authorities never conducted an investigation proportionate to the gravity of the crime and the crisis to which it had given rise. At Grujic's prompting, Interior Minister Protic did, to be sure, order Vasil Lazarevic, chief of police in the Serbian capital, to look into the assassins' links with the city. A week later, Lazarevic closed his investigation with a cheerful announcement to the effect that the assassination in Sarajevo had no connection whatsoever with the Serbian capital. No one by the name of Ciganovic, the chief of police added, existed or had ever existed in Belgrade. When Storch solicited the assistance of the Serbian police and foreign ministry in locating a group of students suspected of planning a further assassination, he was provided with such a muddle of obfuscation and contradictory information that he concluded that the Serbian foreign ministry was incapable of operating as a trustworthy partner, despite the assurances of Nikola Pašić. There was no preemptive crackdown against the Black Hand. Apis remained in office, and Pašić's tentative investigation of the border regiments involved in smuggling operations fell far short of what was needed. Instead of meeting the Austrians halfway, Pašić, and the Serbian authorities more generally, fell back on customary postures and attitudes. The Serbs themselves were the victims in this affair, both in Bosnia-Herzegovina and now after Sarajevo. The Austrians had it coming to them anyway. The Serbs had the right to defend themselves, both with words and, if necessary, with armed force, and so forth. As Pašić saw it, this was all in keeping with his view that the assassination had nothing whatsoever to do with official Serbia. Seen from this perspective, any independent measure against persons or groups implicated in the assassination would have implied an acceptance of Belgrade's responsibility for the crime. A posture of cool aloofness, by contrast, would send out the message that Belgrade regarded this issue as a purely domestic Habsburg crisis that unscrupulous Vienna politicians were endeavouring to exploit against Serbia. In keeping with this view, Serbian official communications depicted Austrian recriminations as an utterly unprovoked assault on Serbia's reputation, the appropriate response to which was haughty official silence. All of this made sense when viewed through the lens of Belgrade politics, but it was bound to infuriate the Austrians, who saw in it nothing but insolence, deceitfulness, and evasion, not to mention further confirmation of the Serbian state's co-responsibility for the disaster. Above all, the glib denials from Belgrade suggested that the Serbian government was not and would not perform the role of a partner or neighbour in resolving the urgent issues raised by the assassinations. There was nothing surprising in this for Vienna, which had come to expect evasion and duplicity in its dealings with Belgrade, but it was important nonetheless, because it made it very difficult to imagine how relations could be normalized after the outrage without some measure of external coercion. What is to be done? The impact of the murders on the Austro-Hungarian decision-making elite was immediate and profound. Within a few days of the assassinations of 28th June, a consensus formed among the key Austrian decision-makers that only military action would solve the problem of the monarchy's relations with Serbia. Something must be done to answer the provocation. More numerous and united than ever before, the Hawks pressed in on Foreign Minister Leopold von Berchtold with demands for swift action. Last year I took the liberty of writing to you to say that we would have to learn how to tolerate Serbian impertinences without resorting to war, Ritter von Storck told Berchtold on 30th June. Now, he wrote, the matter has acquired an entirely different aspect. In answering the question of peace or war, we must no longer be led by the thought that we cannot gain anything through a war with Serbia, but rather we must seize the first opportunity for a pulverizing blow against the kingdom without giving any consideration to such scruples. Prince Gottfried von Hohenlohe-Schillingsfürst, a senior diplomat who had already been appointed to succeed the long-serving Sobien as Austrian minister in Berlin, confronted Berchtold on the morning after the murders. If serious measures were not taken now, Hohenlohe threatened, with an insolence verging on insubordination, he would refuse to take up his Berlin posting. That evening, after an afternoon in which Berchtold must have endured many similar conversations, Conrad arrived. Freed by the assassinations at Sarajevo of the most formidable restraint on his political influence, the chief of the General Staff launched into his familiar refrain. Now was the time to take action. Mobilization should be ordered without any further negotiations with Belgrade. If you have a poisonous adder at your heel, you stamp on its head, you don't wait for the deadly bite. The staff chief's advice could be summarized, Berchtold later recalled, in 3 words: war, war, war. Much the same was heard from Minister of War Krobotin, freshly returned from a tour of inspection in South Tyrol, who met with Berchtold and Conrad on the morning of Tuesday, 30th June. The army was ready for action, Krobotin declared. War was the only way out of the monarchy's current predicament. Leon Bielinski, the joint finance minister, joined the chorus. As one of the 3 joint ministers who constituted what passed for an imperial government in Austria-Hungary, he would play an important role in formulating policy during the crisis. Bielinski was no Serbophobe. As the minister responsible for the administration of Bosnia, he had been known for the supple and approachable manner of his dealings with the national minorities in the province. He taught himself how to read and understand Serbo-Croat, and spoke Russian rather than German with his South Slav colleagues. It was easier for them to follow and drew attention to their shared Slav heritage. Meetings were conducted in a markedly informal and friendly fashion, and debates were lubricated with large helpings of strong black coffee and a plentiful supply of good cigarettes. Until the events at Sarajevo, Bielinski had continued to work on building a constructive, long-term relationship with the national minorities in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Even after the assassinations, he opposed the efforts of the Martinet Landeschef Podgorek to impose repressive measures in Bosnia. On the question of external relations with Serbia, Bielinski had veered between conciliatory and bellicose views during the recent Balkan turbulence. He was warlike during the standoff over northern Albania in May 1913, and again during the Albanian crisis of October, though he warned on this occasion that since neither the Emperor nor the heir apparent would agree to an all-out war, Vienna should probably stop short of ordering a mobilization. On the other hand, he cultivated excellent relations with Jovanovic, the Serbian minister in Vienna, and used these effectively to help bring the dispute over Serbian-Albanian border rectifications to a harmonious resolution. During the Second Balkan War, he opposed the policy of backing Bulgaria against Belgrade, pressing instead for a rapprochement with victorious, expanding Serbia. He consistently and vehemently opposed Conrad's idea of deliberately engineering a war against the neighbouring state, on the grounds that this would stigmatize Austria-Hungary as the aggressor and isolate it among the great powers. The assassinations put an abrupt end to this equivocation. From the afternoon of 28th June, Bielinski was an unstinting advocate of direct action against Serbia. He had never been especially close to Franz Ferdinand, but found it hard to shake off a sense that he had failed in his duty of care to the victims of the assassination. In retrospect, it is clear that he was entirely blameless. He had not been informed by Potiorek of the plan to bring the Archduke and his wife into the city, hence the attack of nausea he suffered when he read the details of the projected visit in the newspaper. Nor had he been consulted on the security arrangements. Yet the minister spent his first post-Sarajevo meetings with the Emperor and with Berthold pedantically defending himself with documentary evidence against the imagined accusation that he had been negligent in discharging his duties. One of the fiercest hawks was Bielinski's subordinate Potiorek. Unlike Bielinski, the governor had ample reason to accuse himself of negligence. It was Potiorek who had pressed to have the manoeuvres conducted in Bosnia in the first place. He had been responsible for the risible security arrangements on the day of the visit, and it was he who had mishandled the Archduke's departure from the city after the reception at the town hall. But if he experienced pangs of self-reproach, Potiorek masked them with a posture of impetuous bellicosity. In reports dispatched from Sarajevo to the General Staff and the Ministry of War, Potiorek pressed for a rapid military strike against Belgrade. Time was running out for the monarchy. Bosnia would soon be rendered ungovernable by the operations of the Serb irredentist networks, to the extent that it would become impossible to deploy large troop units there. Only by cracking down on Serbian national organizations in the province and eliminating the root of the problem in Belgrade would the monarchy resolve its Balkan security problem. Potiorek was not a decision-maker of the inner circle, but his reports were important nonetheless. Franz Ferdinand had always argued that the fragility of the Austro-Hungarian Empire categorically ruled out any consideration of war with an external foe. Potiorek turned this argument on its head, asserting that war would resolve, not exacerbate, the empire's domestic problems. This rather contrived appeal to what historians would later term the primacy of domestic politics helped Conrad and Kropotin to overturn the objections of some of their civilian colleagues. The upper tiers of the Foreign Ministry were quick to embrace a militant policy. As early as 30th June, the German minister in Vienna, Baron Tschirski, reported that his contacts, most of them Foreign Ministry people, were expressing the wish for a thorough settling of accounts with Serbia. The motivations for embracing a militant policy varied to some extent from one individual to the next. Baron Alexander von Musulin, the self-proclaimed Foreign Office Serbia expert, who would later draft the ultimatum to Belgrade and took part in several important early meetings at the Foreign Office, was a Croat deeply hostile to Greater Serbian nationalism, who saw in the post-Sarajevo crisis the last opportunity to halt the advance of pan-Serbianism with the support of the empire's Croats. Friges Fritz Zaporu, the Austrian minister in St. Petersburg, who happened to be in Vienna during the first fortnight after the assassination because of his wife's illness, was mainly concerned with the deepening grip of the Russians on the Balkan Peninsula. Count Forgash, head of the Foreign Ministry's political section from October 1913, had not forgotten his miserable years in Belgrade or his rancorous dealings with Spalajkovic. A militant groupthink seized hold of the ministry. Underlying the preference for a policy of confrontation was the familiar topos of the active foreign policy, seen as the polar opposite of the passivity and muddling through that had supposedly dogged Austrian policy. Ehrenthal had argued his case in these terms during the Bosnian annexation crisis of 1908–9, contrasting his own proactive approach with the fatalism of his predecessors. Forgash, Count Alexander Alek Oyos, Berchthold's chef de cabinet, Zaparu, the department chief, Count Albert Nemes, and Baron Musulin, were all enthusiastic disciples of Ehrenthal. During the Balkan crises of 1912 and 1913, these men had repeatedly pressed Berchthold not to give way either to Russian intimidation or to Serbia's growing impertinence, and privately lamented what they saw as his excessively conciliatory approach. Sarajevo did not just stir the hawks to war, it also destroyed the best hope for peace. Had Franz Ferdinand survived his visit to Bosnia in 1914, he would have continued to warn against the risks of a military adventure, as he had done so often before. On his return from the summer manoeuvres, he would have removed Conrad from his post. This time there would have been no coming back for the bellicose staff chief. The world has no idea that the Archduke was always against war, a senior Austrian diplomat told the politician Josef Redlich in the last week of July. Through his death he has helped us find the energy that he would never have found as long as he lived. No one was under more pressure during the first few days after the assassinations than the Austro-Hungarian Joint Foreign Minister Leopold von Berchthold. He was personally deeply affected by the news from Sarajevo. He and Franz Ferdinand were close in age and had known each other since childhood. For all the differences between the hot-tempered, confident, opinionated Archduke and the refined, sensitive, and effeminate Count, the two men had respected each other deeply. Berchthold had ample opportunity to acquaint himself with the vivacious, impulsive individual behind the cantankerous public persona of the heir apparent. And there was a broader familial dimension to the relationship. Berchthold's wife, Nandine, had been the intimate childhood friend of Sophie Chotek, and the two had remained close ever since. Berchthold was speechless when he received the news during a charitable event near his castle at Buchlau, and rushed by train to Vienna, where he was immediately swept up in a frenzy of meetings. The shadow of a dead man, of a great dead man, lay upon these discussions, Berchthold later recalled. I found them unbearably painful. Always I seemed to see before me the image of him who had been blamelessly slain, the large shining eyes blue as water beneath the dark, resolute brow. Did Berchthold have to be pushed into accepting the case for war against Serbia? Certainly the hawks who besieged him with advice on the morrow of the assassination presumed that the foreign minister would need to be bullied into adopting a policy of confrontation. Although Berchthold had on occasion taken up firm positions, over Albania for example, he was still widely viewed as a man of prudence and conciliation, and thus a soft touch on foreign affairs. Berchthold, one senior Habsburg ambassador claimed in May 1914, was a dilettante, whose inconsequentiality and lack of will had deprived the monarchy's foreign policy of any clear sense of direction. In order to goad the minister into action after Sarajevo, the most hawkish colleagues coupled their advice on the current crisis with biting critiques of Austro-Hungarian policies since the death of Ehrenthal in 1912. Conrad, as ever, was the most forthright. It was thanks to Berchthold's hesitancy and caution during the Balkan Wars, Conrad told the minister on 30th June, that Austria-Hungary now found itself in this mess. In fact, however, it seems that Berchthold himself made an early and probably independent commitment to a policy of direct action. The man of manoeuvre and restraint became overnight an unshakably strong leader. He had an opportunity to set out his view of the crisis at his first post-Sarajevo audience with the Emperor in Schönbrunn Palace at 1 o'clock on the afternoon of 30th June. This encounter was of crucial importance. In his unpublished memoirs, Berchthold later recalled it in detail. It is worth noting that he found the Emperor deeply grieved by the murders at Sarajevo, notwithstanding his difficult relationship with the Archduke and his morganitic wife. Breaking with protocol, the 83-year-old monarch took the minister's hand in his own and asked him to sit down. His eyes became wet as they discussed the recent events. Berchthold declared, and the Emperor agreed, that the monarchy's policy of patience had exhausted its plausibility. If Austro-Hungary were to show weakness in such an extreme case as this, Berthold warned, the neighbours to the south and the east would become even more confident of our impotence and pursue their work of destruction with ever more determination. The empire now found itself in a position of constraint. The emperor, Berthold recalled, seemed extremely well informed on the current situation and fully accepted the need for action. But he also insisted that Berthold agree any further steps with Count István Tisza, the Prime Minister of Hungary, who was at that time staying in Vienna. Here was the germ of a potentially serious problem. Tisza fiercely objected to any policy designed to engineer an immediate conflict. Tisza, Prime Minister during the years 1903–5 and again from 1913, was the dominant figure in Hungarian politics. This exceptionally energetic and ambitious man, a fervent admirer of Bismarck, had built up his power through a combination of electoral corruption, the ruthless police intimidation of political opponents, and modernizing economic and infrastructural reforms designed to appeal to the Magyar-speaking middle classes and assimilationist elements in the other national elites. Tisza embodied the compromise system created in 1867. He was a nationalist, but he believed deeply in the union with Austria, which he saw as indispensable to the future security of Hungary. He was utterly determined to uphold the hegemony of the Magyar elite, and thus firmly opposed to any broadening of the restrictive franchise that kept the non-Magyars out of politics. For Tisza, the assassination of the heir apparent was a cause not of grief, but of raw relief. The reforms envisaged by Franz Ferdinand would have placed at risk the entire power structure in which Tisza had made his career. The Archduke's close links with parts of the Romanian intelligentsia were especially distasteful. His assassination therefore represented an unhoped-for deliverance, and the Hungarian Prime Minister shared neither the rage nor the sense of urgency that animated so many of his Austrian colleagues. At a meeting with Berthold on the afternoon of 30th June, and again in a letter to the Emperor on the following day, Tisza warned against allowing the assassination to become the pretext for a war with Serbia. The chief reason for restraint lay in the currently disadvantageous constellation among the Balkan states. The key problem was Romania, which was well on the way by the summer of 1914 to aligning itself with St. Petersburg and the powers of the Entente. In view of the immense size of the Romanian minority in Transylvania and the indefensibility of the long Romanian frontier, Bucharest's realignment posed a serious security threat. It was folly, Tisza argued, to risk a war with Serbia while the question of Romania's allegiance and comportment in a possible conflict remained unresolved. Tisza envisaged two options. Either the Romanians must be persuaded, with Berlin's help, to re-enter the orbit of the Triple Alliance, or they must be restrained through the establishment of closer Austro-Hungarian and German ties with Bulgaria, Romania's enemy in the Second Balkan War. For all the grandiose delusions of the Romanians, the driving force in the psyche of this people is the fear of Bulgaria. Once they see that they cannot prevent us from contracting an alliance with Bulgaria, they will perhaps seek to be admitted to the Triple Alliance in order by this means to be protected from Bulgarian aggression. This was the familiar Balkan calculus, refracted through the prism of a specifically Hungarian view of the empire's security predicament. Romania loomed large on the policy horizons of the Magyar elite, and this preoccupation was amplified in Tisza's case by the fact that he was the descendant of a Transylvanian gentry family. Tisza and his closest advisers regarded good relations with St. Petersburg as the key to Hungarian security, and the idea of rebuilding the old Entente with Russia was fashionable at this time within the Magyar leadership. The Hungarian Prime Minister's objection to war was not, it should be noted, absolute. Tisza had supported a military intervention against Serbia during the Second Albanian crisis in October 1913, and he was happy to consider the possibility of a war with Serbia at some later date, should an appropriate provocation arise under more auspicious circumstances. But he was firmly opposed to the policy of direct action favoured by most of the Austrian decision-makers. However powerful the emotions circulating within the Austrian political elite during the days after the assassinations, it quickly became clear that an immediate military response was out of the question. First, there was the problem of persuading Tiso to support the view emerging in Vienna. It was politically and constitutionally impossible simply to overrule this powerful player in the dualist system. Then there was the question of actually proving Serbia's involvement. In a meeting with Berchtold on the afternoon of 30th June, Tiso argued that the Serbian government should be given time to demonstrate its goodwill. Berchtold was sceptical on this point, but he did accept that any military action should be delayed until further confirmation of Serbian culpability. It would take some days before a fuller picture emerged of the links with Belgrade. A further sensitive issue was the lead time required for a military action. Conrad repeatedly urged his civilian colleagues to strike immediately, that is, without waiting for the outcome of the investigation. Yet he informed Berchtold on the morning of 30th June that the General Staff would need 16 days to mobilize the armed forces for a strike against Serbia. This subsequently proved to be a gross underestimate. A substantial delay was thus inevitable, even if the leadership should agree on a precise plan of action. Finally, and most importantly, there was the question of Germany. Would Berlin support a policy of confrontation with Belgrade? German backing for Austro-Hungarian Balkan policy had been patchy of late. It was only 8 weeks since Ambassador Fritz Zaporu, writing from St. Petersburg, had complained of Germany's systematic sacrifice of Austria-Hungary's Balkan interests. During the first days of the crisis, mixed messages emanated from Berlin. On 1st July, the well-known German journalist Viktor Naumann called on Berchtold's chef de cabinet, Count Alek Oyos, to say that he believed the German leadership would look kindly on an Austro-Hungarian strike against Serbia, and were ready to accept the risk of a war with Russia should St. Petersburg decide to force the issue. Naumann had no official standing, but since he was known to be in close touch with Wilhelm von Stumm, head of the political department at the Berlin Foreign Office, his words carried a certain weight. At the same time, however, the German ambassador, Baron Tschirski, was urging the Austrians to observe caution. Whenever the Austrians spoke to him of the need for harsh measures, Tschirski wrote on 30th June, "I availed myself of such openings to issue a warning, calmly but very emphatically and seriously, against hasty measures." And in a conversation with the Austrian ambassador in Berlin, the Under-Secretary of State of the Berlin Foreign Office, Arthur Zimmermann, expressed his sympathy for Vienna's plight, but warned against confronting Belgrade with humiliating demands. The views of the German Emperor were further reason for concern. In the autumn and winter of 1913, Wilhelm II had repeatedly advised the Austrians to win over Belgrade with cash gifts and exchange programs. As recently as June 1914, during his last meeting with Franz Ferdinand, the Kaiser had refused to commit himself. Asked whether Austria-Hungary could continue to count unconditionally on Germany in the future, Wilhelm had dodged the question and failed to provide us with an answer. In a report submitted to Emperor Franz Joseph on 1st July, Tiso warned that the German emperor harboured a pro-Serbian bias and would need some persuading before he would be willing to support Vienna's Balkan policy. The Austro-Hungarian leaders at first hoped that the two emperors might be able to exchange views face-to-face when Wilhelm II came to Vienna to attend the Archduke's funeral, but that visit was cancelled following rumours of a further Serbian assassination plot against the German Kaiser. Some other means would have to be found of synchronizing policy with Berlin. Here, at least, was a step on which Berchtold, Tiso, and the other Austrian decision-makers could agree. Germany must be properly consulted before any further action was taken. Berchtold oversaw the preparation of a diplomatic mission to Berlin. 2 documents were to be forwarded to the German ally. The first was a personal letter from Franz Joseph to Kaiser Wilhelm II, signed in the Emperor's own hand, but in fact drafted by Berchtold's staff chief Alek Oyos. The second was a hastily revised version of the pre-Sarajevo Mačeko memorandum, to which was appended a brief post-assassination postscript. These 2 documents make extremely strange reading today. The revised Mačeko memorandum offered the same sprawling overview of the deteriorating Balkan alignment as the original, but with a stronger emphasis on the ruinous consequences of Romanian infidelity, a point directed both at Berlin's friendly relations with Bucharest and at Tiso's preoccupation with Transylvania. The aggressiveness of the Franco-Russian alliance was brought more clearly to the fore, and this was framed as a threat not only to Austria-Hungary, but also to Germany. At the end of the document was a postscript introduced by the words, "The aforegoing memorandum had just been completed when the terrible events of Sarajevo took place. It spoke of the danger and intensity of a greater Serbian agitation that will stop short of nothing, and noted that the efforts of the monarchy to secure good relations with Serbia through a policy of goodwill and compromise now appeared completely pointless. No direct reference was made to war, but the postscript referred to the irreconcilability of the Austro-Serbian antagonism in the light of recent events. The document closed with an ungainly metaphor. The Austro-Hungarian eagle must now tear with resolute hand the threads that its enemies are weaving into a net over its head. The personal note from Franz Josef to Kaiser Wilhelm II was more straightforward. It, too, dwelt at some length on Romania and the machinations of the Russians, but it closed with a clear intimation of impending action against Serbia. The assassination, it pointed out, was not the act of an individual, but a well-organized conspiracy whose threads extend to Belgrade. Only when Serbia was neutralized as a power factor in the Balkans would Austria-Hungary be safe. You too will be convinced after the recent terrible events in Bosnia that there can be no further question of bridging by conciliation the difference that separates Serbia from us, and that the policy pursued by all European monarchs of preserving the peace will be at risk for as long as this hotbed of criminal agitation in Belgrade remains unpunished. What strikes the present-day reader about these communications is their panicky lack of focus, the preference for swollen metaphors over clear formulations, the employment of histrionic devices to achieve an emotional effect, the juxtaposition of different perspectives in the absence of a unifying meta-narrative. There is no explicit request for German assistance. There are no policy proposals, no lists of options, just a grim, unfocused panorama of threat and foreboding. Nor was it clear how the passages diagnosing the Balkan situation in general terms, which hint at the need for a diplomatic solution, related to the passages on Serbia, which leave the reader in no doubt that the authors have war in mind. Berchtold had initially intended to send the imperial letter and the revised Macheco memorandum to Berlin by regular government courier. Late on Saturday, 4th July, however, he telegraphed Ambassador Sobien in Berlin to inform him that his chef de cabinet, Count Oyos, would be bringing the document to Berlin by hand. Sobien was to arrange interviews with the Kaiser and Chancellor Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg. Though young, he was only 36, Oyos was one of the most energetic and ambitious of the hawkish younger cohort of foreign ministry officials. He was also well connected in Berlin. In 1908, on his recall from a posting in the German capital, Ambassador Sobien had commented approvingly on the relations of unusual intimacy and trust Oyos had built with the leading German political circles. During a posting in China, Oyos had also met and got to know Arthur Zimmermann, currently standing in for his boss, Secretary of State Gottlieb von Jagow, who was on his honeymoon when the crisis broke. Oyos regarded the relationship with Germany as the cornerstone of Austro-Hungarian security and the prerequisite for an active policy in the Balkans. This, in his view, was the lesson of the 1908-09 annexation crisis, in which he had himself played a peripheral role. Most importantly, Oyos was a hardliner who favoured a military solution from the outset. During the struggle to secure Teaser's agreement, the young staff chief provided his beleaguered boss with much-needed moral support. By selecting Oyos for the mission to Berlin, Berchtold ensured that an unequivocally bellicose construction would be placed upon the two policy documents from Vienna. There would be no doubt in the minds of the Germans that the Austrians meant business. While ostensibly complying with the advice of Teaser, who had refused to agree any further steps until the Germans were consulted, Berchtold used the mission in effect to shut the Hungarian leader out of the decision-making process, and to ensure that Habsburg policy evolved in conformity with his own preference for a swift and decisive response to the outrage at Sarajevo. This was a matter of some importance because, as the German ambassador pointedly reminded Berchtold on 3rd July, grandiose talk, for which the Austrians had an undeniable talent, did not in itself constitute a plan of action. Mobilization schedules, political dissension, the progress of the Sarajevo police inquiry, the need to secure German support, these were excellent reasons for delaying a military action against Serbia. Not even Conrad was able to offer a credible alternative to his civilian colleagues. And yet, throughout the July crisis, the Austrians would be haunted by the suspicion that it might actually have been better simply to strike at Belgrade without full mobilization and without a declaration of war, in what would universally have been seen as a reflex response to a grave provocation. Why didn't Austria-Hungary simply attack Serbia straight away and be done with it? Asked Prime Minister Ion Bratinu of Romania on 24th July, as the crisis entered its critical phase. Then you would have had the sympathies of Europe on your side. How differently the crisis might then have evolved is a matter on which we can only speculate, but one thing is clear. By the time Alec Oyos boarded the night train for Berlin, the window of opportunity for that virtual scenario had already closed. 8. The widening circle. Reactions abroad. On the afternoon of Sunday 28th June, the Kaiser was off the North Sea coast of Germany, preparing to race his yacht Meteor in the Kiel regatta. The motor launch Hulda came alongside, blowing its horn, and Admiral Müller, chief of the Emperor's naval cabinet, shouted the news of the assassinations across the water. After a brief meeting on board the yacht, it was decided that Wilhelm must return to Berlin immediately to take things in hand and preserve the peace of Europe. At around the same time, a telegram was passed to President Raymond Poincaré at the Longchamp racecourse in Paris, where he was attending the Grand Prix together with other members of the diplomatic corps. Count Sechin, the Austro-Hungarian ambassador, withdrew immediately. The President and most of the other foreign representatives remained to enjoy the afternoon's racing. These vignettes, insignificant in themselves, hint at a divergence of responses and perspectives that would bedevil the July crisis of 1914. In Germany, according to the British ambassador to Berlin, the news of the assassinations caused general consternation. The Emperor had only just returned from a visit to the Archduke at Konopiste, today Konopiste, his residence in Bohemia, and the intimacy between the two men was a matter of common knowledge as well as of great satisfaction to Germans. Then there was the sympathy felt in Germany for the elderly Emperor. For Germans, as for Austrians, the impact of the event manifested itself in countless personal impressions, like that of the historian Friedrich Meinecke, who felt everything turning black before his eyes as he read the headlines posted on the offices of a newspaper. In Romania, too, the regret at the news was deep and widely felt, despite the recent political alienation between Bucharest and Vienna. The Romanian press was unanimous in praising the dead man as a protector of minorities and supporter of national aims within his empire. The Russian envoy in Bucharest reported that Romanians on both sides of the Carpathian Mountains had seen in Franz Ferdinand the driving force behind the recent efforts to broker a compromise between the Magyar administration and the Romanians of Transylvania. There were many statesmen and politicians, he noted, who had hoped that the accession of the Archduke would open the doors to a restoration of good relations with Vienna. The Serbian envoy in Bucharest also noted ruefully that Romanian reactions to the murders were much less friendly to Serbia than we might have expected. Elsewhere, the picture was different. The crassest contrast was with Serbia itself, where the British ambassador reported a sensation of stupefaction rather than one of regret among the populace. In neighbouring Montenegro, the Austrian legation secretary, Lothar Egger Ritter von Möllwald, reported that while there were expressions of sympathy for the deaths at Sarajevo, the Austrians were blamed for bringing the disaster upon themselves. In the little town of Metelka, just across the Austrian border with Montenegro, festive flags were still flying on 2nd July. Inquiries by the Austrians revealed that the flags had gone up only on 30th June. They were not there to mark Kosovo Day, but to taunt the Austrian border troops stationed nearby. From St. Petersburg, the headstrong Serbian minister, Spalajković, reported on 9th July that the news of Franz Ferdinand's assassination had been greeted with pleasure. In Italy, Austria's ally and rival, the death of the Archduke and his consort prompted mixed feelings. The Archduke had been almost as hostile to the Italians in Austria-Hungary as he was to the Magyars. Amid all the official expressions of regret, it was obvious, wrote the British ambassador in Rome, Rennell Rodd, that people in general have regarded the elimination of the late Archduke as almost providential. The Austrian ambassador's reports and those of the Serbian minister confirmed this impression. According to a report from the Russian ambassador, the Sunday afternoon crowds in an overfilled Rome cinema had greeted the news with cheers and calls for the orchestra to play the national anthem, Marcia Reale, Marcia Reale. When the orchestra complied, there was wild applause. "The crime is horrific," Foreign Minister San Giuliano remarked to the ambassador Sverbeev, "but world peace will be no worse off." In a conversation with the Serbian minister in Rome, one Italian journalist summarized his feelings in the words, "Grazie, Serbia." In Paris, the news from Sarajevo was pushed off the front pages by a scandal of momentous proportions. On 16th March 1914, Madame Caillaux, wife of the former Prime Minister Joseph Caillaux, had walked into the office of Gaston Calmette, editor of Figaro, and fired 6 bullets into him. The reason for the murder was the campaign the newspaper had waged against her husband, in the course of which Calmette had published love letters she had written to Joseph Caillaux while he was still married to his first wife. The trial was due to open on 20th July, and the public interest in this story, which combined sexual scandal and a crime passionnel by a woman highly visible in French public life, was naturally intense. As late as 29th July, the reputable Le Temps devoted twice as many column inches to Madame Caillaux's acquittal, on the grounds that the provocation to her honour justified the crime, as it did to the crisis brewing in Central Europe. Inasmuch as the Parisian press did respond to the news from Sarajevo, the predominant attitude was that Vienna had no right to accuse the Serbian government of complicity in the murders. On the contrary, French papers blamed the Viennese press for stirring up anti-Serbian emotion. From London, by contrast, the Serbian minister reported with dismay that the British press appeared to be following the propaganda of the Austrians and blaming Serbia for the assassination. "They are saying these were the actions of a Serbian revolutionary and that he had ties with Belgrade. This is not good for Serbia." A leader in the Times of 16th July declared that the Austrians had every right to insist on vigorous investigation of all the ramifications of the plot and to demand that Serbia henceforth suppress irredentist agitation against the monarchy. As these variations suggest, attitudes to the murders were refracted through the geopolitics of the relations between states. Romania is an interesting case. Public opinion had in general been well disposed towards the dead Archduke, who was known for his pro-Romanian outlook. But King Carol, the man at the centre of Romania's recent realignment towards the Entente powers, adopted a pro-Belgrade view. He was confident that the Serbian government would carry out a full and rigorous investigation of the crime, and that Austria therefore had no right to impose demands on Belgrade. A much more ominous development was the accumulation of a fabric of assumptions that minimized the significance of the event and thereby delegitimized it as a potential casus belli. First, there was the claim, widely echoed in the diplomatic traffic of the Entente powers and their Italian sleeping partner, that the dead Archduke had been at the head of an Austro-Hungarian war party, a view that was at variance with the truth. The emphasis on the victim's unpopularity served to cast doubt on the authenticity of Austria's sense of outrage at the crimes, while supporting the claim that the plot reflected the local unpopularity of the Habsburg purely internal Austrian affair. If we follow this theme through the Russian dispatches, we can see how these viewpoints fused into an argument that denied Vienna the right to countermeasures, and turned the murders into a manufactured pretext for an action whose real motivations must be sought elsewhere. Franz Ferdinand had in recent years been little more than a stooge of the Kaiser, Ambassador Shebeko reported from Vienna. Inasmuch as there was any genuine anti-Serbian feeling in Vienna after the assassinations, This was the work of German elements. Šebeko made no mention of the important role played by Croats in the anti-Serbian demonstrations that followed the assassinations, though in a later dispatch he added mysteriously that Bulgarian elements were also involved. The German ambassador Heinrich von Tschirschky, in particular, Šebeko reported on 1 July, was doing his best to exploit the sad event by stirring up public opinion against Serbia and Russia. In fact, Tschirschky was at this time doing exactly the opposite. He was urging caution on all and sundry, much to the chagrin of the Emperor in Berlin. Only later did he change tack. From Belgrade, Hartwig reported to St. Petersburg that all the claims of the Austro-Hungarian authorities were false. There was no Schadenfreude in Serbia. On the contrary, the entire Serbian nation was moved to sympathy by the appalling murders at Sarajevo. The Belgrade-based networks that had supposedly helped the terrorists in their plot against the Archduke did not exist. Čabrinović had not obtained his bombs or his weapons from the Kragujevac armory, and so on. The allegation that the Austrians were manufacturing evidence was important, not just because it recalled the scandal of the Fridjung trials, still unforgotten in Serbia, listen to Chapter 2, or because it was false, though it certainly was, but because it implied that Vienna was deliberately manipulating the shootings at Sarajevo into the pretext for an assault on Belgrade motivated by predatory expansionism. And behind all these machinations, supposedly, were the Germans, who, as the Russian envoy in Sofia remarked, might well see in the current events the chance to launch a preemptive attack on their eastern neighbour and thereby halt the growing military preponderance of the Franco-Russian alliance. A chain of arguments was born, weeks before the war had even broken out, that would enjoy a long afterlife in the historical literature. From all this, it naturally followed, in the eyes of the Russian policymakers, that Austria had no right to take measures of any kind against Serbia. Axiomatic to the Russian position was the contention that a sovereign state could not be made responsible for the actions of private persons on foreign soil, especially as those in question were immature anarchists. The Russian sources scarcely ever refer to the Serbian or South Slav nationalist orientation of the assassins. It would be wrong and mistaken to hold an entire race responsible for the misdeeds of individuals committed on foreign soil. It was unfair, Ambassador Šebeko told a British colleague in Vienna on 5 July, for the Austrians even to accuse Serbia of having indirectly favoured by her antipathy the plot to which the Archduke fell victim. A conversation of 8 July between Sazonov and the Austrian chargé d'affaires in St. Petersburg, Ottokar von Czernin, reveals how short was the tether Russian policy was prepared to allow Vienna after Sarajevo. Czernin had mentioned the possibility that the Austro-Hungarian government might demand the support of the Serbian government in an investigation within Serbia of the latest assassination. Sazonov's response was to warn the Austrian diplomat that this step would make a very bad impression in Russia. The Austrians should drop this idea, lest they set their foot upon a dangerous path. In a conversation of 18th June with Austrian ambassador Fritz Zapari, who had meanwhile returned to St. Petersburg after a period of leave spent nursing his dying wife in Vienna, Sazonov asserted the same view in even more trenchant terms, announcing that no proof that the Serbian government had tolerated such machinations would ever be produced. This framing of events was important because it was part of the process by which Russia decided how to respond in the event of Austrian measures against Serbia. The blood deed at Sarajevo, whose morally abhorrent character could be accepted as a given, was to be surgically separated from its Serbian context in order to expose Austria's putative intention to exploit the crime for the purpose of delivering a mortal blow against Belgrade. This was, of course, a very Russian view of events, pervaded with historic sympathy for the heroic struggle of the Serbian little brothers. But since it was the Russians who would determine whether and when the Austro-Serbian quarrel justified their own intervention, it was their view of the question that counted most, and there was little reason to expect that the other Entente powers would insist on a more rigorous form of arbitration. The French government had already granted St. Petersburg carte blanche in the matter of an Austro-Serbian conflict. Without having looked into the matter himself, Poincaré adamantly denied any link between Belgrade and the assassinations. In an interesting conversation on 4th July 1914 with the Austrian ambassador in Paris, the French president compared the murders at Sarajevo with the assassination of the French president Sadi Carnot by an Italian anarchist in 1894. It was a gesture that seemed to express fellow feeling, but was in fact intended to frame the Sarajevo outrage as the act of an aberrant individual for which no political agency, and certainly no sovereign state, could be held liable. The Austrians replied by reminding the president, in vain, that the assassination of Carnot had borne no relation to any anti-French agitation in Italy, whereas one must now admit that in Serbia they have been agitating against the monarchy for years, using every permitted and illicit means. Edward Grey had at least expressed a theoretical interest in establishing whether Austria or Serbia was the provocateur, on the grounds that British public opinion would not support a war by the Triple Entente on behalf of a Serbian aggressor. But he had been very vague about how one might go about adjudicating such a quarrel, and his comments in the early days after the assassinations did not suggest that he intended to hold the Russians to very stringent criteria. On 8th July, Count Benkendorf, the Russian ambassador in London, remarked to Edward Grey that he did not see on what a démarche against Serbia could be founded. The Foreign Secretary's reply was characteristically tentative. I said that I did not know what was contemplated. I could only suppose that some discovery made during the trial of those implicated in the murder of the Archduke, for instance, that the bombs had been obtained in Belgrade, might, in the eyes of the Austrian government, be foundation for a charge of negligence against the Serbian government. But this was only imagination and guess on my part. Count Benkendorf said that he hoped that Germany would restrain Austria. He could not think that Germany would wish a quarrel to be precipitated. Grey made, or recorded, no reply to this last point, which was of considerable importance, because it placed the onus upon Germany to restrain its ally, and glibly accepted the inevitability of a quarrel, meaning in this context a war among the great powers, in the event that it should fail to do so. The same argument was conveyed more explicitly in a telegram from Vienna that reached Grey on the following day. It described a conversation between the British ambassador to Vienna and his Russian colleague, in which the Russian announced that he could not believe that Austria would be foolish enough to allow itself to be rushed into war, for an isolated combat with Serbia would be impossible, and Russia would be compelled to take up arms in defence of Serbia. Of this there could be no question. A Serbian war meant a general European war. Within 10 days, the Russians had established a seamless counter-narrative of the event at Sarajevo. There were contradictions in the picture, to be sure. As one Austrian diplomat pointed out, it made no sense for the Russians to say, on the one hand, that the South Slavs of Bosnia-Herzegovina were united in their loathing of Habsburg tyranny, and on the other to complain at the attacks on Serbian property there by crowds of angry Croats. And the Russian assertion that Serbia wished nothing more than to live in peace and harmony with her neighbour sat uncomfortably with Sazonov's earlier assurances to Pasich, via Hartwig, that Serbia would soon inherit the South Slav lands of the crumbling Habsburg Empire. Spalikovich's widely reported claim to the press in St. Petersburg that the Belgrade government had warned Vienna of the assassination plot in advance raised awkward questions, disregarded by the Russians, about Serbian foreknowledge. Above all, the entire history of Russia's sponsorship of Serbian expansionism and of Balkan instability in general was elided from view. Conspicuously missing from the picture was, finally, any acknowledgement of Russia's own links with the Serbian underground networks. After the war, Colonel Artamonov, the Russian military attaché in Belgrade, candidly admitted his close pre-war relationship with Apis. He even admitted that he had supplied the head of the Black Hand with funds in support of their espionage operations in Bosnia, though he denied any foreknowledge of the plot to kill the Archduke. In any case, it was already clear that neither London nor Paris intended to challenge the Russian version of events. An unpopular, warmongering martinet had been cut down by citizens of his own country, driven to frenzy by years of humiliation and ill treatment, and now the corrupt, collapsing, and yet supposedly rapacious regime he had represented intended to blame his unregretted death on a blameless and peaceful Slav neighbour. Framing the event at Sarajevo in this way was not in itself tantamount to formulating a decision for action, but it removed some of the obstacles to a Russian military intervention in the event of an Austro-Serbian conflict. The Balkan inception scenario had become an imminent possibility. Count Hoyos goes to Berlin. Even before Alec Hoyos arrived by night train in Berlin on the morning of Sunday, 5th July, the view had gained ground there that Austria-Hungary would be justified in mounting a day-march of some kind against Belgrade. A key figure in the change of mood was the Kaiser. When Wilhelm read Tschirschky's dispatch of 30th June, reporting that he had been urging calm on the Austrians, Wilhelm appended angry marginal comments. Who authorized him to do so? This is utterly stupid. It is none of his business, since it is entirely Austria's affair to determine what she intends to do. Later on, if things went wrong, it would be said Germany was not willing. Will Tschirschky be so kind as to stop this nonsense? It was high time a clean sweep was made of the Serbs. Someone must have passed this to Tschirschky, because by 3rd July he was assuring Berthold of Berlin's support for an Austrian action, provided the objectives were clearly defined and the diplomatic situation favourable. Hoyos was thus assured of a sympathetic hearing when he arrived in the German capital. His first task was to brief Sobien, the Austrian ambassador in Berlin, on the two documents he had brought with him, the revised Macheco memorandum and the personal letter from the Austrian to the German emperor. Sobien then left with copies of both documents for Potsdam, where he lunched with the Kaiser, while Hoyos met with Arthur Zimmermann, Under-Secretary of the Berlin Foreign Office. Wilhelm II received the ambassador at the Neues Palais, a vast Baroque structure at the western end of the palace park at Potsdam. According to Sobien's report, Wilhelm read quickly through both documents and then remarked that he had expected a serious action on our part against Serbia, but that he must also consider that such a course might well bring about a serious European complication. He would therefore be unable to give a definitive answer before conferring with the Reich Chancellor. The Emperor then retired for lunch. Sobien wrote, "After the meal, when I once again stressed the seriousness of the situation in the most emphatic way, His Majesty empowered me to convey to our Supreme Sovereign, Franz Joseph, that we can count in this case, too, upon the full support of Germany. As he had said, he must hear the opinion of the Reich Chancellor, but he did not doubt in the slightest that Herr von Bethmann-Hollweg would completely agree with his view. This was particularly true as regards the action on our part against Serbia. According to his, Kaiser Wilhelm's, view, however, this action should not be delayed. Russia's attitude would be hostile in any event, but he had been prepared for this for years, and if it should come to a war between Austria-Hungary and Russia, we should be confident that Germany would stand by our side with the customary loyalty of allies. Russia, incidentally, as things stood today, was not by any means prepared for war, and would certainly think long and hard over whether to issue the call to arms. But if we had truly recognized the necessity of a military action against Serbia, then he, the Kaiser, would regret it if we failed to exploit the present moment, which is so advantageous to us. While the ambassador and the emperor talked at Potsdam, Hoyos met with Under-Secretary Zimmermann at the Foreign Office in Berlin for an informal talk. The Secretary of State, Gottlieb von Jagow, was still away on his honeymoon and thus unavailable for an interview. Hoyos and Zimmermann agreed in principle that Germany would support an Austrian action against Serbia. Zimmermann read the two documents through, noted that he was not in a position to offer an official view, and then remarked, according to Hoyos's later recollection, that if the Austrians took action against Serbia, there was a 90% likelihood of a European war, before assuring the ambassador, nonetheless, of German support for Austria's plan. The Under-Secretary's earlier mood of apprehension, expressed in his call of 4th July for circumspection in Vienna, had clearly dissipated. At 5 o'clock that evening, a small group met at the Neues Palais to discuss the morning's events and to coordinate views. Present were the Kaiser, his adjutant, General Plessen, the chief of his military cabinet, General Linker, and War Minister General Falkenhayn. Under-Secretary Zimmermann and the Imperial Chancellor, who had in the meanwhile returned from his estate, also attended. Plessen recorded the details in his diary. The Kaiser read out the letter from Franz Josef, from which everyone concluded that the Austrians were getting ready for a war on Serbia and wanted, first, to be sure of Germany. The opinion prevailed among us that the sooner the Austrians make their move against Serbia the better, and that the Russians, though friends of Serbia, will not join in after all. On the following day, 6th July, Beetman Holweg received Count Hoyos and Ambassador Sobien with Zimmermann in attendance to offer the Austrians a formal reply to their representations. Kaiser Wilhelm had in the meanwhile left Berlin for his annual yacht tour of Scandinavia. Beetman dwelt first at some length on the general security situation in the Balkans. Bulgaria should be integrated more closely into the Triple Alliance. Bucharest should be asked to scale down its support for Romanian irredentism in Transylvania, and so on. Only then did he turn to the proposed military action. In the matter of our relationship with Serbia, Sobien reported, he said that it was the view of the German government that we must judge what ought to be done to sort out this relationship. Whatever our decision turned out to be, we could be confident that Germany, as our ally and a friend of the monarchy, would stand behind us. In the further course of the conversation, I gathered that both the Chancellor and his imperial master view an immediate intervention by us against Serbia as the best and most radical solution of our problems in the Balkans. From an international standpoint, he views the present moment as more favourable than a later one. Notwithstanding the oddities of this short address, among other things, only 9 of the 54 lines of the printed text of Sobien's summary were actually about the proposed measures against Serbia, and there was no mention of a possible Russian response. We have here a clear decision, and one of momentous importance. For once, the German government was speaking with one voice. The Kaiser and the Chancellor, who was also the Foreign Minister, were in agreement, as was the Under-Secretary of the Foreign Office, standing in for Jago, the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. The Minister of War had been informed and had advised the Emperor that the German army was ready for all eventualities. The result was the assurance of German support that has become known as the blank check. Inasmuch as this otherwise slightly misleading metaphor connotes a promise of support for the alliance partner, it is a fair description of German intentions. The Kaiser and the Chancellor believed that the Austrians were justified in taking action against Serbia, and deserved to be able to do so without the fear of Russian intimidation. Much more problematic is the claim that the Germans overinterpreted the Austrian messages, made commitments that surpassed Austrian intentions, and thereby pressured them into war. While it is true that Franz Josef's note did not refer directly to war against Serbia, it left the reader in absolutely no doubt that Vienna was contemplating the most radical possible action. How else should one understand his insistence that a conciliation of the conflict between the two states was no longer possible, and that the problem would be resolved only when Serbia had been eliminated as a power factor in the Balkans? In any case, Count Hoyos had left no margin of doubt about Vienna's thinking. He asserted personal control over the Austrian representation during his mission in Berlin. He later revealed to the historian Luigi Albertini that it was he, not the veteran ambassador, who had composed Sobien's dispatch summarizing Beetman's assurances. How did the German leadership assess the risk that an Austrian attack on Serbia would bring about a Russian intervention, force Germany to assist its ally, trigger the Franco-Russian alliance, and thereby bring about a continental war? Some historians have argued that Wilhelm, Beetman, and their military advisers saw the crisis brewing over Sarajevo as an opportunity to seek conflict with the other great powers on terms favourable to Germany. Over preceding years, elements of the German military had repeatedly made a case for preventive war, on the grounds that since the balance of military striking power was tilting fast away from the Triple Alliance, time was running out for Germany. A war fought now might still be winnable, In 5 years' time, the armaments gap would have widened to the point where the odds in favour of the Entente powers were unbeatable. Exactly how much weight did such arguments carry in the deliberations of the German leadership? In answering this question, we should note first that the key decision-makers did not believe a Russian intervention to be likely, and did not wish to provoke one. On 2 July, Salzer-Lichtenau, the Saxon envoy in Berlin, reported that although certain senior military figures were arguing that it would be desirable to let war come about now, while Russia remained unprepared, he felt it unlikely that the Kaiser would accept this view. A report filed on the following day by the Saxon military plenipotentiary noted that, by contrast with those who looked with favour on the prospect of a war sooner rather than later, the Kaiser is said to have pronounced in favour of maintaining peace. Those present at the meeting with Wilhelm II in Potsdam on the afternoon of 5th July all took the view that the Russians, though friends of Serbia, would not join in after all. Thus, when at that meeting War Minister Falkenhayn asked the Kaiser whether he wished that any kind of preparations should be made for the eventuality of a great power conflict, Wilhelm replied in the negative. The reluctance of the Germans to make military preparations, which remained a feature of the German handling of the crisis into late July, may in part have reflected the army's confidence in the existing state of readiness, but it also reflected the German leadership's wish to confine the conflict to the Balkans, even if this policy risked jeopardizing their readiness should confinement fail. The Kaiser in particular remained confident that the conflict could be localized. On the morning of 6th July, before his departure from Berlin, he told the acting Secretary of State for the Navy, Admiral von Capelle, that he did not believe there would be any further military complications, since the Tsar would not in this case place himself on the side of the regicides. Besides, Russia and France were not prepared for war. He briefed other senior military figures along the same lines. This was not just whistling in the dark. The Kaiser had long been of the opinion that although Russian military preparedness was on the increase, it would be some time before the Russians would be willing to risk a strike. Late in October 1913, in the aftermath of the Albanian crisis, he had told Ambassador Sobien that, for the moment, Russia gave him no cause for anxiety. For the next 6 years, one need fear nothing from that quarter. This line of reasoning was not an alternative to the preventive war argument. On the contrary, it was partly interwoven with it. The argument in favour of launching a preventive war consisted of two distinct and separable elements. The first was the observation that Germany's chances of military success in a European war were diminishing fast. The second was the inference that Germany should address this problem by itself seeking a war before it was too late. It was the first part that entered into the thinking of the key civilian decision-makers, not the second. After all, the evidence that suggested diminishing chances of success also implied that the risk of a Russian intervention was minimal. If the Russians' chances of success in a war with Germany really were going to be much better in 3 years' time than they were to be in 1914, why would St. Petersburg risk launching a continental conflict now when it was only half prepared? Thinking along these lines opened up two possible scenarios. The first, which appeared much the more probable to Beechman and his colleagues, was that the Russians would abstain from intervening and leave the Austrians to sort out their dispute with Serbia, perhaps responding diplomatically in concert with one or more other powers at a later point. The second scenario, deemed less probable, was that the Russians would deny the legitimacy of Austria's case, overlook the incompleteness of their own rearmament program, and intervene nonetheless. It was on this secondary level of conditionality that the logic of preventive war fell into place, for if there was going to be a war anyway, it would be better to have one now. Underlying these calculations was the strong and, as we can see in retrospect, erroneous assumption that the Russians were unlikely to intervene. The reasons for this gross misreading of the level of risk are not hard to find. Russia's acceptance of the Austrian ultimatum in October 1913 spoke for that outcome. Then there was the deeply held belief, already alluded to, that time was on Russia's side. The assassinations were seen in Berlin as an assault on the monarchical principle launched from within a political culture with a strong propensity to regicide, a view that can also be found in some British press coverage. Strong as Russia's pan-Slav sympathies might be, it was difficult to imagine the Tsar siding with the regicides, as the Kaiser repeatedly observed. To all this, we must add the perennial problem of reading the intentions of the Russian executive. The Germans were unaware of the extent to which an Austro-Serbian quarrel had already been built into Franco-Russian strategic thinking. They failed to understand how indifferent the two Western powers would be to the question of who had provoked the quarrel. Moreover, the Germans had not yet grasped the significance of Kakovtsev's removal from office as chairman of the Council of Ministers, and found it difficult to read the balance of power within the new council. In this they were not alone. British diplomats too struggled to read the new constellation, and came to the entirely misleading conclusion that the influence of anti-war conservatives, such as Kakovtsev and Durnova, was once again in the ascendant, and in Paris there was concern that a pro-German faction led by Sergei Witte might be about to secure control over policy. The opacity of the system made it difficult, now, as on so many previous occasions, to assess risk. At the same time, the recent German experience of hand-in-hand collaboration with London on Balkan matters suggested that England might well, despite the latest naval talks, understand Berlin's standpoint and press St. Petersburg to observe restraint. This was one of the dangers of détente, that it encouraged decision-makers to underrate the dangers attendant upon their actions. One could thus speak, as some historians have, of a policy of calculated risk. But this characterization excludes from view a further important link in the chain of German thinking. This was the supposition that a Russian intervention, being a policy indefensible in ethico-legal or in security terms, would in reality be evidence of something else more ominous, namely St. Petersburg's desire to seek a war with the Central Powers, to exploit the opportunity offered by the Austrian démarche in order to commence a campaign that would break the power of the Triple Alliance. Seen from this perspective, the Austro-Serbian crisis looked less like an opportunity to seek war and more like a means of establishing the true nature of Russia's intentions. And if Russia were found to want war, which was plausible in German eyes, given the immense scope of its rearmament, the intense collaboration with France, the outrage over the Liman mission, and the recent naval talks with Britain, then, here again, the diminishing chances preventive war argument fell into place as part of a second-tier conditionality. It would be better to accept the war offered by the Russians now than dodge it by backing down. If one did the latter, then Germany faced the prospect of losing its one remaining ally and of coming under steadily intensifying pressure from the Entente states, whose ability to enforce their preferences would increase as the balance of military power tilted irreversibly away from Germany and whatever remained of Austria-Hungary. This was not, then, strictly speaking, a strategy centered on risk, but one that aimed to establish the true level of threat posed by Russia. To put it a different way, if the Russians chose to mobilize against Germany and thereby trigger a continental war, this would not express the risk generated by Germany's actions, but the strength of Russia's determination to rebalance the European system through war. Viewed from this admittedly rather circumscribed perspective, the Germans were not taking risks, but testing for threats. This was the logic underlying Beetman's frequent references to the threat posed by Russia during the last months before the outbreak of war. In order to understand this preoccupation, we need briefly to recall how prominent this issue was in the public world, shared by policymakers and newspaper editors in the spring and summer of 1914. On 2nd January 1914, the Paris newspaper, Le Matin, began to publish a sensational series of 5 long articles under the title La plus grande Russie. Composed by the paper's editor-in-chief, Stéphane Lausanne, who had just come back from a journey to Moscow and St. Petersburg, the series impressed readers in Berlin not only by the sneering belligerence of its tone, but also by the apparent accuracy and texture of the information contained in it. Most alarming of all was a map bearing the caption Russia's Dispositions for War, and depicting the entire terrain between the Baltic and the Black Sea as a densely packed archipelago of troop concentrations linked with each other by a lattice of railways. The commentary attached to the map reported that these were the exact dispositions of the Russian Army Corps as of 31st December 1913, and urged readers to note the extraordinary concentration of forces on the Russo-Prussian frontier. These articles expressed a somewhat fantastical and exaggerated view of Russian military strength, and may in fact have been aimed at undermining the opposition to the new Russian loan. But for German readers who were aware of the massive loans recently agreed between France and Russia, they made alarming reading. Their effect was amplified by the suspicion that the information in them derived from a government source. Le Matin was notoriously close to Poincaré, and it was known that Lausanne had met with Sazonov and senior Russian military commanders during his trip to Russia. There were many other similarly hair-raising ventures into inspired journalism. In a New Year's editorial published at around the same time, the military journal Razviechik, widely viewed as an organ of the Imperial General Staff, offered a blood-curdling view of the coming war with Germany. Not just the troops, but the entire Russian people must get used to the fact that we are arming ourselves for the war of extermination against the Germans, and that the German empires must be destroyed, even if it costs us hundreds of thousands of lives. Semi-official panic-mongering of this kind continued into the summer. Particularly unsettling was a piece of 13th June in the daily Birjevie Vedomosti, stock exchange news, whose headline read, "We are ready. France must be ready too." It was widely reprinted in the French and German press. What especially alarmed policymakers in Berlin was the accurate advice from Ambassador Portales in St. Petersburg that it was inspired by none other than the Minister of War, Vladimir Sukhomlinov. The article sketched an impressive portrait of the immense military machine that would fall upon Germany in the event of war. The Russian army, it boasted, would soon count 2.32 million men. Germany and Austria, by contrast, would have only 1.8 million between them. Thanks to a swiftly expanding strategic railway network, moreover, mobilization times were plummeting. Sukhomlinov's primary purpose was, in all probability, not to terrify the Germans, but to persuade the French government of the size of Russia's military commitment to the alliance, and to remind his French counterparts that they too must carry their weight. All the same, its effect on German readers was predictably disconcerting. One of these was the Kaiser, who splattered his translation with the usual spontaneous jottings, including the following, "Ha! At last the Russians have placed their cards on the table. Anyone in Germany who still doesn't believe that Russo-Gaul is working towards an imminent war with us belongs in the Daldorf Asylum." Another reader was Chancellor Beetman Holweg. In a letter of 16th June to Ambassador Lichnowsky in London, the Chancellor observed that the war-lust of the Russia militarist party had never been so ruthlessly revealed. Until now, he went on, it was only the extremists, pan-Germans and militarists who had suspected Russia of preparing a war of aggression against Germany. But now even calmer politicians, among whom Beetman presumably counted himself, were beginning to incline towards this view. Among these was Foreign Secretary Gottlieb von Jagow, who took the view that although Russia was not yet ready for war, it would soon overwhelm Germany with its vast armies, Baltic fleet and strategic railway network. General Staff reports of 27th November 1913 and 7th July 1914 provided updated analyses of the Russian strategic railway program, accompanied by a map on which the new arterial lines, most with numerous parallel rails reaching deep into the Russian interior and converging on the German and Austrian frontiers, were marked in stripes of brightly coloured ink. These apprehensions were reinforced by the Anglo-Russian naval talks of June 1914, which suggested that the strategizing of the Entente powers had entered a new and dangerous phase. In May 1914, in response to pressure from the French Foreign Ministry, the British Cabinet sanctioned joint naval staff talks with the Russians. Despite the strict secrecy in which they were held, the Germans were in fact well informed of the details of the Anglo-Russian discussions through an agent in the Russian embassy in London, the Second Secretary Benno von Siebert, a Baltic German in Russian service. Through this source, Berlin learned, among other things, that London and St. Petersburg had discussed the possibility that in the event of war, the British fleet would support the landing of a Russian expeditionary corps in Pomerania. The news caused alarm in Berlin. In 1913-14, Russian naval spending exceeded Germany's for the first time. There was concern about a more aggressive Russian foreign policy and a steady tightening of the Entente that would soon deprive German policy of any freedom of movement. The discrepancies between Edward Grey's evasive replies to inquiries by Count Lichnowsky and the details filed by Siebert conveyed the alarming impression that the British had something to hide, producing a crisis in trust between Berlin and London, a matter of some import to Bethmann-Hollweg, whose policy had always been founded on the presumption that Britain, though partially integrated into the Entente, would never support a war of aggression against Germany by the Entente states. The diaries of the diplomat and philosopher Kurt Riesler, Bethmann's closest adviser and confidant, conveyed the tenor of the Chancellor's thinking at the time the decision was made to back Vienna. After the meeting with Sobien and Hoyos on 6th July, the two men had travelled back out to the Chancellor's estate at Hohenfinow. Riesler recalled his conversation of that evening with Bethmann. On the veranda under the night sky, long talk on the situation. The secret information from the German informant at the Russian embassy in London, he divulges to me, conveys a shattering picture. He sees the Russian-English negotiations on a naval convention, a landing in Pomerania, as very serious, the last link in the chain. Russia's military power growing swiftly. Strategic reinforcement of the Polish salient will make the situation untenable. Austria steadily weaker and less mobile. Intertwined with these concerns about Russia were doubts about the reliability and longevity of the alliance with Austria. The Chancellor speaks of weighty decisions, the murder of Franz Ferdinand, official Serbia involved. Austria wants to pull itself together. Letter from Franz Josef with inquiry regarding the readiness of the alliance to act. It's our old dilemma with every Austrian action in the Balkans. If we encourage them, they will say we pushed them into it. If we counsel against it, they will say we left them in the lurch. Then they will approach the Western powers, whose arms are open, and we lose our last reasonable ally. During a conversation with Riesler on the following day, Bethmann remarked that Austria was incapable of entering a war as our ally on behalf of a German cause. By contrast, a war from the east, born of a Balkan conflict and driven in the first instance by Austro-Hungarian interests, would ensure that Vienna's interests were fully engaged. If war comes from the east, so that we enter the field for Austria-Hungary and not Austria-Hungary for us, we have some prospect of success. This argument mirrored exactly one of the core arguments of the French policymakers, namely that a war of Balkan origin was most likely to engage Russia fully in support of the common enterprise against Germany. Neither the French nor the German policymakers trusted their respective allies to commit fully to a struggle in which their own country's interests were principally at stake. The road to the Austrian ultimatum. A decision of sorts had been made. The Austrians, or at least the group around Berchtold, intended to seek a military resolution of their conflict with Serbia. But on all other issues, the composite policy mind in Vienna had as yet failed to deliver coherent positions. There was still no agreement at the time Hoyos left for Berlin, for example, on what policy should be pursued vis-à-vis Serbia after an Austrian victory. When Zimmermann inquired after Austria's post-war objectives, Hoyos responded with a bizarre improvisation. Serbia, he declared, would be partitioned between Austria, Bulgaria, and Romania. Hoyos had no authority to propose such a course to Zimmermann, nor had a policy of partition been agreed by his Austrian colleagues. Hoyos later recalled that he had invented the partition policy because he feared that the Germans would lose faith in the Austrians if they felt that we could not formulate our Serbian policy precisely and had unclear objectives. It was irrelevant what aims were identified. What mattered was that an appearance of determination and firmness be conveyed to the ally. Tisza was furious when he learned of Hoyos's indiscretion. The Hungarians, even more than the political elite in Vienna, regarded the prospect of yet more angry South Slav Habsburg subjects with unalloyed horror. Vienna subsequently made it clear that no annexation of Serbian territory was intended. But Oyos's extraordinary gaffe conveys something of the disjointed way in which Austrian policy evolved during the crisis. Timing was another problem. The Germans had insisted that if there was to be an action against Serbia, it must happen fast, while popular outrage at the murders was still fresh. But promptness was not a prominent feature of the Austrian political culture. It soon became clear that it would be some time before any military action could begin. There were two main reasons for this sluggishness. The first was political. At a meeting of the Joint Ministerial Council, held in Vienna on 7th July, the day after Oyos's return from Berlin, it became clear that there was still disagreement among the principal decision-makers about how to proceed. Berchtold opened the proceedings by reminding his colleagues that Bosnia and Herzegovina would be stabilized only if the external threat posed by Belgrade were dealt with. If no action were taken, the monarchy's ability to deal with the Russian-sponsored irredentist movements in its South Slav and Romanian areas would steadily deteriorate. This was an argument calculated to appeal to the Hungarian Premier, Count Tisza, for whom the stability of Transylvania was a central concern. Tisza was not convinced. In his reply to Berchtold, he conceded that the attitude of the Serbian press and the results of the police investigation in Sarajevo strengthened the case for a military strike. But first, the diplomatic options must be exhausted. Belgrade must be presented with an ultimatum whose stipulations must be firm but not unfulfillable. Sufficient forces must be made available to secure Transylvania against an opportunist attack by Romania. Then Vienna must look to consolidate its position among the Balkan powers. Vienna should seek closer relations with Bulgaria and the Ottoman Empire in the hope of creating a Balkan counterweight to Serbia and forcing Romania to return to the Triple Alliance. There was nothing here to surprise anyone around the table. This was the familiar Budapest view, in which Transylvania occupied centre stage. But Tisza faced a solid block of colleagues determined to confront Serbia with demands they expected Belgrade to reject. A purely diplomatic success, War Minister Kropotin warned, would have no value at all, since it would be read in Belgrade, Bucharest, St. Petersburg, and the South Slav areas of the monarchy as a sign of Vienna's weakness and irresolution. Time was running out for Austria-Hungary. With each passing year, the monarchy's security position on the Balkan Peninsula became increasingly fragile. The conclusions stated in the minutes, which were kept by none other than Count Oyos, reflected a curious and not entirely coherent blend of the salient positions. Everyone concurred, firstly, on the need for a swift resolution of the quarrel with Serbia, either by military or by peaceful means. Secondly, the ministers agreed to accept Count Tisza's suggestion that mobilization against Serbia should occur only after Belgrade had been confronted with an ultimatum. Lastly, it was noted that everyone in the room, with the exception of the Hungarian Premier, was of the opinion that a partly diplomatic success, even if it entailed a sensational humiliation of Serbia, would be worthless, and that the ultimatum must therefore be framed in terms harsh enough to ensure a rejection, so that the way is open to a radical solution by means of military intervention. After lunch, Conrad and Karl Keiler, representing the Naval Chief of Staff, joined the meeting and the ministers reviewed the military plans. Questioned by Minister of War Kropotin, Conrad explained that while the war plan against Serbia, named Plan B for Balkan, would involve deploying large numbers of troops to the southern periphery, an intervention in the conflict by Russia would oblige the Austrians to shift the focus of operations from the south to the northeast. It might take some time to ascertain whether and when this shift would be necessary, but Conrad hoped that he would know by the 5th day after mobilization whether he needed to take Russia into account. This delay might even mean ceding a part of northern Galicia in the first instance to the Russians. It remained unclear how exactly the logistically complex business of changing gear from one war plan to another would be accomplished, and the ministers did not ask. This discussion marked a watershed. The chance of a peaceful outcome was slim once the meeting was over. Yet there was still no sign of precipitate action. The option of an immediate surprise attack without a declaration of war was rejected. Tisza, whose agreement was constitutionally necessary for a resolution of such importance, continued to insist that Serbia should first be humiliated diplomatically. Only after a further week did he yield to the majority view, mainly because he became convinced that failure to address the Serbian question would have an unsettling effect on Hungarian Transylvania. But there was a more intractable obstacle to swift action. In rural areas of the Habsburg lands, military service in summertime created serious disruption by keeping young men away from their homes and fields at the time when most crops were harvested. In order to alleviate the problem, the Austrian General Staff had devised a system of harvest leaves that allowed men on active service to return to their family farms to help with the crops and then rejoin their units in time for the summer manoeuvres. On 6th July, the day before the meeting, Conrad had ascertained that troops serving in units at Agrum, Zagreb, Graz, Pressburg, Bratislava, Krakow, Temeshvar, Timisoara, Innsbruck and Budapest were currently on harvest leave and would not be returning to service until 25th July. So Conrad had little choice. He could issue an order to cancel new leaves, and he did, but he could not recall the many thousands of men already on summer leave without seriously disrupting the harvest, disaffecting peasant subjects in many national minority areas, overcrowding the railway system, and awakening suspicion across Europe that Austria was planning an imminent military strike. It is odd, to say the least, that Conrad, who was the architect of these leave arrangements, did not foresee this problem when he proposed to Berchtold, on the evening of the day after the murders, that Austria mount an immediate attack on Serbia in the manner of the Japanese assault on the Russian fleet at Port Arthur in 1904, which had been launched without a prior declaration of war. In the meanwhile, a measure of unanimity was achieved in Vienna over the course of action to be followed. At a further summit meeting in the city on 14th July, it was agreed that a draft of the ultimatum would be checked and approved by the Council of Ministers on Sunday 19th July. But the ultimatum itself would be presented to the Belgrade government only on Thursday 23rd July. This was in order to avoid its coinciding with a state visit by President Raymond Poincaré and his new Prime Minister, René Viviani, to St. Petersburg, scheduled for 20th to 23rd July. Berchtold and Tisza were in agreement that the sending of an ultimatum during this meeting in St. Petersburg would be viewed as an affront, and that personal discussion between the ambitious President of the Republic and His Majesty the Emperor of Russia would heighten the likelihood of a military intervention by Russia and France. From this moment onwards, secrecy was of the greatest possible importance, both for strategic and diplomatic reasons. It was essential, Conrad informed Berchtold on 10th July, to avoid any action that might give the Serbs prior notice of Austrian intentions, and thereby give them time to steal a march on the Austrian army. Recent Austrian appraisals of Serbian military strength suggested that the Serbian army would not be a trivial opponent. How right they were became clear in the winter of 1914, when the Serbian army succeeded in throwing the Austrians back out of the kingdom. Secrecy was also essential because it presented Vienna's only hope of conveying its demands to Belgrade before the Entente powers had the opportunity for joint deliberations on how to respond. Hence the importance of avoiding the days when Poincaré and Viviani would be in St. Petersburg. Berchtold therefore ordered that the press be firmly instructed to avoid the subject of Serbia. This step was apparently effective. There was a remarkable evacuation of Serbian subject matter from the daily papers during the middle weeks of the crisis, a state of affairs that helped to produce a deceptive public sense of calm, just as the crisis was, in fact, about to enter its most dangerous phase. In its official relations with Russia, Vienna went out of its way to avoid even the slightest friction. Zápary, the Austrian ambassador in St. Petersburg, was particularly assiduous in his efforts to tranquilize the Russian foreign ministry with assurances that all would be well. Unfortunately, this policy of stealth was compromised by a leak originating, oddly enough, in Berlin. On 11th July, the German Secretary of State, Gottlieb von Jagow, informed the German ambassador in Rome of Austria's intentions. Flotteau passed this information to the Italian Foreign Minister San Giuliano, and the Italian Foreign Office promptly conveyed the information by coded telegram to the Italian legations in St. Petersburg, Bucharest, and Vienna. The Austrians, who had broken the Italian code and were closely watching diplomatic traffic between Vienna and Rome, learned almost immediately that the Italians had acquired knowledge of Austrian plans from a German source and had passed it to two unfriendly capitals, with the intention that the Russians and the Romanians should be encouraged to prevent the Austrian démarche by adopting a threatening demeanour in Vienna and Berlin. The Austrians also had good reason to suppose that the Russians, whose code-breaking was unequalled anywhere in Europe, had themselves intercepted the Italian telegrams and found out about the forthcoming ultimatum. In fact, the Russians had no need of these Italian intercepts, since they also learned of the planned ultimatum via other German and Austrian leaks. On 16th July, in conversation with the retired Austrian diplomat Count Lützow, the Russian ambassador in Vienna learned that the Austrians were drawing up a note worded in very harsh terms and containing, as the ambassador put it, demands unacceptable to any independent state. Lützow's source, astonishingly enough, was a long and candid conversation in Vienna with Berthold and Forgash. Shebeko's report on this sensational discovery went straight via the Russian Foreign Ministry to Tsar Nicholas II. The Tsar appended a remarkable comment. In my view, no country can present demands to another unless it has decided to wage war. Nothing could express more clearly the Russian denial of Austria's right to insist on any kind of satisfaction from Belgrade. These breaches of Austrian secrecy had two important effects. The first was simply that by around 20th July, the Russians and their great power partners were pretty fully apprised of what the Austrians had in store. The Serbian authorities, too, were informed, as we know from a report of 17th July by Krakenthorpe, the British minister in Belgrade. In both St. Petersburg and in Belgrade, this prior knowledge facilitated the formulation and coordination, in advance of the presentation of the ultimatum to Belgrade, of a firmly rejectionist position, eloquently expressed in Pasic's circular of 19th July to the Serbian legations abroad. We cannot accept those demands which no other country that respects its own independence and dignity would accept. What this meant, among other things, was that there had been ample opportunity for views on a possible ultimatum to mature by the time the French head of state and his prime minister arrived in St. Petersburg on 20th July. The notion, promulgated by Sazonov and later put about in the literature, that the news of the ultimatum came as a terrible shock to the Russians and the French on 23rd July, when the note was presented to the Serbian Foreign Ministry, is nonsense. The second effect related to Vienna's handling of the German partner. Berthold blamed the Germans for compromising his strategy of stealth and responded to the leaks by shutting down communications with Berlin, with the result that the Germans were no better informed of the precise contents of the forthcoming Austrian ultimatum than their Entente opponents. It is one of the strangest features of Austria's handling of the crisis that a copy of the ultimatum was forwarded to the leadership in Berlin only on the evening of 22nd July. Yet German protestations of ignorance naturally rang false with the diplomats of the Entente, who viewed them as evidence that the Germans and the Austrians were together in secret planning a long-prepared joint enterprise that must be met with a coordinated and firm response, an assumption that did not augur well for peace as the crisis entered its final phase. It is worth touching once again on the oddities of the Austro-Hungarian decision-making process. Berthold, disparaged by many of the hawks in the administration as a soft touch incapable of forming clear resolutions, took control of the policy debate after 28th June in a rather impressive way. But he could do this only through an arduous and time-consuming process of consensus-building. The puzzling dissonances in the documents that track the emergence of the Austrian decision for war reflect the need to incorporate, without necessarily reconciling, opposed viewpoints. Perhaps the most striking defect of Austrian decision-making was the narrowness of the individual and collective fields of vision. The Austrians resembled hedgehogs scurrying across a highway with their eyes averted from the rushing traffic. The momentous possibility of a Russian general mobilization and the general European war that would inevitably follow was certainly glimpsed by the Austrian decision-makers, who discussed it on several occasions. But it was never integrated into the process by which options were weighed up and assessed. No sustained attention was given to the question of whether Austria-Hungary was in any position to wage a war with one or more other European great powers. There are several possible reasons for this. One was the extraordinary confidence of the Austro-Hungarian administration in the strength of German arms, which, it was believed, sufficed in the first instance to deter and, failing that, to defeat Russia. The second was that the hive-like structure of the Austro-Hungarian political elite was simply not conducive to the formulation of decisions through the careful sifting and balancing of contradictory information. The contributors to the debate tended to indulge in strong statements of opinion, often sharpened by mutual recriminations, rather than attempting to view the problems facing Vienna in the round. The solipsism of Austrian decision-making also reflected a profound sense of geopolitical isolation. The notion that Austro-Hungarian statesmen had a responsibility to Europe was nonsense, one political insider noted, because there is no Europe. Public opinion in Russia and France will always maintain that we are the guilty ones, even if the Serbs, in the midst of peace, invade us by the thousands one night armed with bombs. But the most important reason for the perplexing narrowness of the Austrian policy debate is surely that the Austrians were so convinced of the rectitude of their case and of their proposed remedy against Serbia that they could conceive of no alternative to it. Even Tisza, after all, had accepted by 7th July that Belgrade was implicated in the crimes at Sarajevo and was willing in principle to countenance a military response, provided the timing and diplomatic context were right. Inaction would merely confirm the widely held conviction that this was an empire on its last legs. On the other hand, the moral effect of a bold action would be transformative. Austria-Hungary would again believe in itself. It would mean, I have the will, therefore I am. In short, the Austrians were in the process of making what decision theorists have called an opting decision, one in which the stakes are unimaginably high, the impact transformative and irrevocable, levels of emotion elevated, and the consequences of not acting potentially lasting. Decisions of this kind may acquire an existential dimension, in that they promise to reinvent the decision-making entity, to fashion it into something it was not before. At the core of such decisions is something rooted in identity that is not easily susceptible to rationalization. This is not to suggest that Austrian decision-making was irrational. The present crisis was assessed in the light of past developments, and various factors and risks were brought to bear on the discussion. Nor is it easy to see how the Austrians could have made a less drastic solution work, given the reluctance of the Serbian authorities to meet Austrian expectations, the absence of any international legal bodies capable of arbitrating in such cases, and the impossibility in the current international climate of enforcing the future compliance of Belgrade. Yet at the core of the Austrian response, to an extent that does not apply to any of the other actors in 1914, was a temperamental, intuitive leap, a naked act of decision, founded in a shared understanding of what the Austro-Hungarian Empire was and must be, if it were to remain a great power. The strange death of Nikolai Hartwig. It was during the tranquilization phase of Austrian policy that the Russian minister in Belgrade suddenly died. Hartwig had been suffering from angina pectoris for some time. He was obese and prone to increasingly fierce headaches, the result not just of stress, but probably also of hypertension. It was his practice each summer to take the cure at Bad Nauheim, whence he would return with his spirits restored and his weight reduced. When his subordinate, Basil Strandman, on hearing the news of the assassinations, broke off his own vacation in Venice and returned to Belgrade, he found Hartwig in poor physical condition and longing to take his cure. The minister informed Strandman that, as no important events could be expected before autumn, he had put in an application to take his vacation on 13th July. On 10th July, 3 days before he was due to leave, Hartwig learned that the Austrian minister, Baron Giesel, had just returned to Belgrade. He telephoned the Austrian legation and arranged a visit in order to clarify various misunderstandings. It was widely reported in Belgrade that on 3rd July, the day of the Archduke's Requiem service, the Russian legation had been the only one in the Serbian capital not to fly its flag at half-mast. Both the Italian and the British mission chiefs in Belgrade had noticed the omission. On the evening following the assassinations, moreover, it was said that Hartwig had hosted a reception in his legation, from which cheering and laughter could be heard in the nearby streets. The Russian minister was probably also anxious, lest reports of other indiscretions had reached the ears of his Austrian colleague. In fact, the interview went quite amicably. Giesel cordially accepted Hartwig's explanations and excuses, and the two men settled down for a long talk in Giesel's office. Having spoken at some length of his poor health and his vacation plans, Hartwig came to the chief concern of his visit, a defence of Serbia's innocence of the murders and of its intentions for the future. But he had scarcely got through the first sentence when, at about 9:20 p.m., he lost consciousness and slowly slid, his cigarette still burning between his fingers, from the divan onto the carpet. Hartwig's carriage was sent at haste to collect his daughter Ludmilla, and a local Serbian doctor appeared, followed by Hartwig's physician. But despite the application of water, eau de cologne, ether, and ice, it proved impossible to bring him back to consciousness. Baroness Giesel's expressions of sympathy for Hartwig's daughter were brushed off with the comment that Austrian words were of no interest to her. Ludmilla von Hartwig, who had been spending the evening with Crown Prince Alexander of Serbia, made a point of inspecting the room in which her father had died, digging around in some large Japanese vases, sniffing at the bottle of eau de cologne that had been used to try to rouse him, and curtly inquiring whether her father had been given anything to eat or drink. Giesel replied that the minister had merely smoked a few Russian cigarettes that he had brought with him. The daughter asked for the butts and took them away in her purse. Neither the evidence of Hartwig's illness, of which he had made no secret, nor the assurances of the Austrian minister prevented assassination theories from circulating across the capital. One newspaper referred to Giesel and his wife as modern Borgias, who poisoned unwelcome guests, and a few days later Giesel himself overheard a conversation between two clients in his barber's shop. "Austria sends us strange ambassadors. First we had an imbecile, Forgash, and now we have an assassin. Giesel has brought an electric chair from Vienna that causes the immediate death of anyone who sits down on it, and leaves not the slightest trace." Fortunately, neither of the two interlocutors recognized Giesel in the next chair. At the request of Hartwig's family and the Belgrade government, Sazonov gave permission for Hartwig to be buried in Serbia, a highly unusual procedure for a Russian diplomat who had died in foreign service. The expressions of public grief and the unprecedented pomp that accompanied his state funeral in Belgrade bore witness to the extraordinary place he occupied in Serbian public awareness. However one assesses Hartwig's contribution to Balkan politics, it would be churlish to deny that the Russian minister had already achieved his primary objectives when he collapsed on Giesel's divan. In the words of the French envoy Decaux, Hartwig died at the very moment when his indomitable will had triumphed by imposing on Serbism his absolute authority, and on Europe the Serbian question in the violent form dear to his heart. 9. The French in St. Petersburg. Count de Robien changes trains. On 6th July 1914, the 26-year-old French diplomat Louis de Robien left Paris for St. Petersburg, where he had been appointed attaché at the French embassy. The date of his departure had been pulled forward so that he would arrive in good time to help with the preparations for the state visit by President Poincaré, which was scheduled for 20th July. To gain time, de Robien did not take the Nord Express, which did not leave every day, but boarded an ordinary sleeping car in the fast train to Cologne. There was time to look briefly at the Rhine and the great Gothic cathedral before the connecting train crossed the industrial region of the Ruhr, always so impressive and not without a certain beauty. From there the train made its way eastwards, traversing Germany at its widest point, until it reached Wirbalen, today the Lithuanian town of Kibarte, on the eastern border of East Prussia. Here, much to his annoyance, de Robien had to leave his comfortable German sleeping car and change trains because of the difference between the Russian and European gauges. His first encounter with the locals on the far side of the border made a lasting impression. As soon as the train had stopped, the carriages were invaded by a horde of bearded persons wearing boots and white aprons, who took charge of his baggage with such haste that he was unable to follow them. De Robien and his fellow passengers were channeled towards a barricade, before which stood soldiers with great sabres. Here their passports were verified, a procedure that astonished de Robien, because in that era of liberty one travelled everywhere in Europe except for Russia without carrying a passport. After presenting his travel documents, de Robien waited in a vast room in whose corners were icons, lit by stands of burning candles, a strange accoutrement, he felt, for what was effectively a waiting room. At last the formalities were complete, and the train passed through a countryside of terrible sadness, studded with villages over which loomed the onion domes of churches. He tried to speak with some officers who appeared to be engineers, but they spoke only a few words of German. We felt, he recalled, as if we were in China. His arrival in St. Petersburg, where he would spend the war years and live through the cataclysm of 2 revolutions, did nothing to dispel the sense of strangeness. On the contrary, it merely completed our disappointment. The Russian capital was full of horrible little carriages, long, poorly maintained roads, and bearded, exotic-looking coachmen. He initially booked in at the Hotel France, where the rooms were large but the furniture so ugly and the ambiance so comfortless and different from what we were used to in Europe, that he decided to cancel his reservation and move instead to the Hotel d'Europe on the famous Nevsky Prospect. But even the Hotel d'Europe was not especially European, and the shops along the great riverside avenue were disappointing. The best of them, the Parisian nobleman wrote, were reminiscent of a French provincial town. Getting about was difficult, because scarcely any passers-by could understand him, which was a shock, since his colleagues in Paris had assured him that the French language would be familiar to everybody. The food and drink of the city brought little comfort to the fastidious Count. Russian cuisine, he reported, was awful, especially the fish soups, which were detestable. Only borscht struck him as a recipe worth keeping on the menu. As for their vodka, drunk at one draught, it was unworthy of a civilized palate educated to the slow enjoyment of our cognacs, our armagnacs, our marks, and our kirsch. Having found his bearings in the city, de Robien made his way to his new place of work. There was some consolation in the fact that the French embassy, housed in a fine palace that had belonged to the Dolgoruki family, was situated at one of the most beautiful points along the banks of the Neva. De Robien was especially impressed by the footmen in their blue livery and short breeches. On the ground floor, looking out over the river, could be found the ambassador's office, decorated with tapestries and paintings by Van der Meulen. Next door was a smaller room where the telephone was kept. It was here that the embassy staff gathered each afternoon for the ritual taking of tea. Next to this room was the office of the councillor, Monsieur Dulce, whose walls were decorated with portraits of all the ambassadors of France to the court of Russia. At the back, behind an office crowded with secretaries and archival files, was a door opening onto the embassy strong-room, where secret documents and the transmissions code were stored. The pride of the embassy was the reception room on the first floor, a fine boudoir with walls of green and gold damask, hung with paintings by Guardi belonging to the ambassador, and gilt armchairs that were supposed to have furnished the rooms of Marie Antoinette. De Robien already knew Ambassador Maurice Paléologue, a larger-than-life figure who had been in post since January and would dominate the life of the embassy until his departure 3 years later. Photographs from 1914 show a dapper man of medium height with a shaven head and very brilliant eyes deeply lodged within their sockets. Paléologue was a romancer rather than a diplomat, de Robien recalled. He viewed all events from their dramatic and literary angle. Whenever he recounted an event or sought to retrace a conversation, he recreated them almost entirely in his imagination, endowing them with more vividness than truth. Palaeologue was extremely proud of his name, which he claimed, speciously, to have inherited from the emperors of ancient Byzantium. He compensated for his exotic ancestry. His father was a Greek political refugee and his mother a Belgian musician, with a passionate and demonstrative patriotism and a desire to project himself as the embodiment of French refinement and cultural superiority. Once installed in St. Petersburg, Palaeologue, who had never held such a senior post before, soon filled out the dimensions of his new office. De Robien observed the ways in which the ambassador would make his importance felt to the representatives of lesser countries. When the secretary announced the arrival of the Belgian envoy Buisseret or his Dutch colleague Sweerts, it was Palaeologue's habit to go out by the back door for a walk, in order to greet them in the anteroom an hour later, with arms opened, saying, "My dear fellow, I've had so much on today." He displayed a taste for extravagance and ostentation that was exceptional, even in the world of the senior ambassadors. Much was made in St. Petersburg society of the fact that embassy dinners were prepared by the chef Palaeologue had brought with him from Paris. De Robien put all this down to Palaeologue's Oriental ancestry, adding archly that, as with many parvenus, Palaeologue's love of magnificence had something affected and unnatural about it. Palaeologue had a horror of the kind of detailed dispatches that were the bread and butter of workaday diplomacy, preferring to shape his impressions into lively scenes, invigorated by dialogues in which catchy phrases replaced the long and often ambiguous verbal circumlocutions that were the day-to-day traffic of diplomats working in Russia. De Robien recalled one particular day on which the ambassador was scheduled to be received in audience by the Tsar for a conversation on an important military matter. Palaeologue wished the dispatch to be sent as soon as he returned to the embassy, so that it would reach Paris at the time when it would have the greatest effect. In order to achieve this, he composed the account of his meeting before he had even left the embassy to see the Russian sovereign. De Robien and his colleagues got busy encoding the detailed narrative of a conversation that had never taken place. Amid all the faux reportage, the Count remembered one highly characteristic Palaeologian phrase. At this point, the interview reached a crucial turning point, and the Emperor offered me a cigarette. De Robien's comments on the ambassador, though hostile, were probably fair. Palaeologue was one of the most iridescent personalities to hold ambassadorial office in the French service. For many years he had languished in the Parisian Centrale, condemned to tedious copying tasks. Later he was placed in charge of keeping the secret files, especially those relating to the Franco-Russian alliance and liaison between foreign ministry and army intelligence services, work that he relished. His long years as the custodian of the ministry's accumulated understanding of the alliance and of the military threats facing it — he had access, for example, to French intelligence on Germany's two-pronged mobilization plan — imbued him with a view of French foreign relations that was tightly focused on the German threat and the paramount importance of Allied cohesion. His historical writings convey a romantic conception of the great man as one who gives himself to moments of world historical decision. In certain cases, Palaeologue wrote in his biography of Count Cavour, the wise man leaves much to chance. Reason prompts him to follow blindly after impulses or instincts beyond reason that seem to be heaven-sent. No man can say when these should be dared or when deserted. Nor book, nor rules, nor experience can teach him. A certain sense and a certain daring alone can inform him. Palaeologue's pronounced and unwavering Germanophobia was coupled with a taste for catastrophic scenarios that many colleagues recognized as dangerous. During his stint in Sofia, 1907-12, one of the few foreign posts he held before accepting the mission to St. Petersburg, a colleague there reported that Palaeologue's dispatches and conversation alike were full of wild talk of horizons, of clouds and menacing storms. Indeed, it is hard to find any contemporary comment on the future ambassador that unequivocally praises him. There were simply too many bad reports, one senior Foreign Office functionary observed in May 1914, for there to be any question of confidence in the new ambassador. Izvolsky characterized him as a phrase-maker, a fantasist, and very smooth. Even his British colleagues in Sofia described Paleolog in 1912 as excitable, inclined to spread sensational and alarmist rumours, and a trafficker in tall tales. Paleolog's appointment to the St. Petersburg embassy, the most strategically sensitive and important posting in French diplomacy, might thus seem rather remarkable. He owed his rise through the service more to the prevalent political alignment than to the usual array of professional qualifications. Delcasse discovered Paleolog and energetically promoted him, mainly because they shared the same views on the German threat to France. In Paleolog, Delcasse found a subordinate who could echo and reinforce his own ideas. Paleolog's star waned after Delcasse's fall in 1905, and he wound up making do with various minor posts. It was Poincaré who rescued him. The two men had been intimate since the days when they were both pupils at the Lycée Louis-le-Grand in Paris. Paleolog's great gift, de Robien unkindly remarked, consisted in having been one of Poincaré's and Millerand's classmates at high school. It was to their friendship that he owed his astonishing career. As Prime Minister, Poincaré recalled Paleolog from Sofia in 1912 and appointed him political director at the Quai. This dramatic promotion, an amazing leap in seniority for such a quirky and controversial man, shocked many of the veteran ambassadors. The French ambassador to Madrid commented to Bertie that Paleolog was not of the right stuff for the directorship, while the French ambassador to Japan described him as a lamentable choice. These were strong words, even by the standards of the diplomatic service, where the upwardly mobile often attract envious sniping. "We must hope," Eyre Crowe noted in London, "that the atmosphere of Paris will have a sedative effect on Monsieur Paleolog, but this is not usually the effect of Paris." Poincaré was aware of Paleolog's reputation and did what he could to curb his excesses, but the two friends entered into a close working relationship based on a profound agreement on all key questions. Poincaré came to depend on Paleolog's judgment. Indeed, it was Paleolog who encouraged Poincaré to commit France more firmly in the Balkans. Paleolog did not believe that a reconciliation between Austrian and Russian interests in the region would be possible, and his obsession with the nefarious designs of Berlin and Vienna made him blind to the machinations of Russian policy. He saw in the two Balkan wars an opportunity for Russia to consolidate its position on the peninsula. The close link with Poincaré was one reason why Sazonov, although he knew of Paleolog's idiosyncrasies, welcomed the new ambassador's appointment to St. Petersburg. Here was a man who could be trusted to take up in January 1914 where Delcasse had left off. In a conversation with a Russian diplomat who happened to be passing through Paris, Paleolog declared on the eve of his departure that he was taking the St. Petersburg post so that he could put an end to the policy of concessions that had hitherto prevailed, and that he would fight for a future hard-line policy without compromise or vacillation. Enough of all this. We should show Germany our strength. These were the convictions, attitudes, and relationships that would guide the new ambassador during the summer crisis of 1914. Monsieur Poincaré sails to Russia. At 11:30 p.m. on Wednesday, 15th July, the presidential train left the Gare du Nord in Paris for Dunkirk. On board were Raymond Poincaré, the new Prime Minister René Viviani, and Paleolog's successor as political director at the Quai d'Orsay, Pierre de Margerie. Early the following morning, the three men joined the battleship France for the journey through the Baltic to Kronstadt and St. Petersburg. Viviani was new in post. The former socialist had been Prime Minister for only 4 weeks and had no experience or knowledge whatsoever of external affairs. His principal utility to Poincaré consisted in the fact that he had recently converted to the cause of the 3-year law, commanded a sizable following in the chamber, and was prepared to support Poincaré's views on defence. As the state visit to Russia unfolded, it would quickly become apparent that he was politically out of his depth. Pierre de Margerie, by contrast, was an experienced career diplomat who had been brought to Paris by Poincaré in the spring of 1912, at the age of 51, to occupy the post of associate director at the Quai d'Orsay. Poincaré had created this watchdog post in the hope that de Margerie would keep an eye on Paléologue and check any major indiscretions. As it happened, this proved unnecessary. Paléologue performed to Poincaré's satisfaction, and when his reward came in the form of the posting to St. Petersburg, de Margerie succeeded to the political directorship. In this role he proved himself efficient and, most importantly of all in the president's eyes, politically loyal. Neither Viviani nor de Margerie was capable of mounting an effective challenge to the president's control over policy. Poincaré had much to think about as he boarded the France at Dunkirk at 5 a.m. on 16th July. First, there was Charles Humbert's sensational indictment of the French military administration. In a speech before the Senate of 13th July, to mark the submission of his report on the special budgetary vote for army matériel, Humbert, senator for the Meuse, a department on the border with Belgium, had delivered a swingeing attack on the French military administration. French forts, he claimed, were of poor quality. Fortress guns lacked ammunition, and the wireless installations for fort-to-fort communications were faulty. Whenever the German wireless installation at Metz was transmitting, Humbert claimed, the station at Verdun went on the blink. French artillery was quantitatively inferior to the German, especially in heavy guns. One detail above all caught the attention of the French public, and particularly of the nation's mothers. The army was woefully short of boots. If war broke out, Humbert declared, French soldiers would have to take to the field with only one pair of boots, plus a single 30-year-old reserve boot in their knapsacks. The speech triggered a political sensation. In his reply, Minister of War Adolphe Messimy did not deny the substance of the charges, but insisted that rapid progress was being made on all fronts. The deficiencies in artillery provision would be made good by 1917. This was all the more annoying for the fact that the man at the forefront of the resulting parliamentary agitation was Poincaré's old enemy Georges Clemenceau, who was claiming that the incompetence revealed in the report justified withholding parliamentary support for the new military budget. It had only just been possible to resolve the issue and pass the new military budget in time to avoid a postponement of the president's departure. On the day they left for Dunkirk, Viviani seemed nervous and preoccupied by the thought of intrigues and conspiracies, despite Poincaré's efforts to calm him. As if this were not enough, Madame Caillot's trial was due to open on 20th July, and there was reason to fear that exposures and revelations in court might trigger a chain of scandals that would shake the government. The scope of the threat became apparent when rumours circulated that the murdered newspaper editor Calmette had also had in his possession deciphered German telegrams revealing the extent of Caillot's negotiations with Germany during the Agadir crisis in 1911. In these communications, according to the telegrams at least, Caillot had spoken of the desirability of a rapprochement with Berlin. Caillot also claimed to possess affidavits proving that Poincaré had orchestrated the campaign against him. On 11th July, 3 days before the president's departure for Russia, Caillot threatened to make these known to the public if Poincaré did not press for the acquittal of his wife. The occult machines of Parisian political intrigue were still turning at full throttle. Despite these concerns, Poincaré embarked on his journey across the Baltic Sea in a surprisingly calm and resolved mood. It must have been a huge relief to escape Paris at a time when the Caillot trial had thrown the newspapers into a frenzy. He spent much of the first 3 days of the crossing on the deck of the France briefing Viviani, whose ignorance of foreign policy he found shocking for the mission in St. Petersburg. His summary of these tutorials, which gives us a clear sense of Poincaré's own thinking as he left Paris, included details on the alliance, an overview of the various subjects raised in St. Petersburg in 1912, the military conventions of France and Russia, Russia's approach to England regarding a naval convention, and relations with Germany. "I have never had difficulties with Germany," Poincaré declared, "because I have always treated her with great firmness. The subjects raised in St. Petersburg in 1912 included the reinforcement of strategic railways, the importance of massive offensive strikes from the Polish salient, and the need to focus on Germany as the principal adversary. And the reference to England is an indication that Poincaré was thinking in terms not just of the alliance with Russia, but of the embryonic Triple Entente. Here, in a nutshell, was Poincaré's security credo. The alliance is our bedrock. It is the indispensable key to our military defence. It can only be maintained by intransigence in the face of demands from the opposing bloc. These were the axioms that would frame his interpretation of the crisis unfolding in the Balkans. To judge from the diary entries, Poincaré found the days at sea profoundly relaxing. While Viviani fretted over the news of Parisian scandal and intrigue arriving in fragments via the radio telegraph from Paris, Poincaré enjoyed the warm air on deck and the play of the sunshine on a blue sea brushed by imperceptible waves. There was just one small hitch. While approaching the harbour at Kronstadt, the France, steaming along at 15 knots in the early morning darkness of 20th July, managed to ram a Russian tugboat towing a frigate towards its berth. The incident woke Poincaré in his cabin. How vexing that a French warship sailing in neutral waters under the command of an admiral of the fleet should have struck and damaged a tugboat of the allied nation. It was, he noted irritably in the diary, a gesture lacking in dexterity and elegance. The President's good cheer was restored by the brilliant scene that greeted the France as it sailed into Kronstadt harbour. From all directions, naval vessels and festively decorated packet and pleasure boats motored out to welcome the visitors, and the imperial launch pulled alongside to transfer Poincaré to the Tsar's yacht, Alexandria. "I leave the France," Poincaré noted, "with the emotion that always overcomes me when, to the noise of cannon fire, I leave one of our warships." Across the water, standing beside the Tsar on the bridge of the Alexandria, where he had an excellent view of the entire scene, Maurice Paléologue was already mentally composing a paragraph for his memoirs. It was a magnificent spectacle. In a quivering silvery light, the France slowly surged forward over the turquoise and emerald waves, leaving a long white furrow behind her. Then she stopped majestically. The mighty warship which has brought the head of the French state is well worthy of her name. She was indeed France coming to Russia. I felt my heart beating. The Poker Game. The minutes of the summit meetings that took place over the next 3 days have not survived. In the 1930s, the editors of the Documents diplomatiques français searched for them in vain, and the Russian records of the meetings, less surprisingly perhaps, given the disruptions to archival continuity during the years of war and civil war, have also been lost. Nevertheless, it is possible by reading the accounts in Poincaré's diaries, alongside the memoirs of Paléologue and the notes kept by other diplomats present during those fateful days, to get a fairly clear sense of what transpired. The meetings were centrally concerned with the crisis unfolding in Central Europe. It is important to emphasize this because it has often been suggested that as this was a long-planned state visit rather than an exercise in crisis summitry, the matters discussed must have followed a pre-planned agenda in which the Serbian question occupied a subordinate place. In fact, quite the opposite is the case. Even before Poincaré had left the France, the Tsar was already telling the ambassador how much he was looking forward to his meeting with the President of the Republic. "We shall have weighty matters to discuss. I am sure we shall agree on all points, but there is one question which is very much in my mind, our understanding with England. We must get her to come into our alliance." As soon as the formalities were done with, the Tsar and his guest made their way to the stern of the Alexandria and entered into conversation. Or perhaps I should say a discussion, wrote Paléologue, for it was obvious that they were talking business, firing questions at each other and arguing. It seemed to the ambassador that Poincaré was dominating the conversation. Soon he was doing all the talking, while the Tsar simply nodded acquiescence, but the Tsar's whole appearance showed his sincere approval. According to Poincaré's diary, the conversation in the yacht touched first on the alliance, of which the Tsar spoke with great firmness. The Tsar asked him about the Humbert scandal, which he said had made a very bad impression in Russia, and he urged Poincaré to do whatever was necessary to prevent the 3-year law from falling. Poincaré in turn assured him that the new French chamber had shown its true will by voting to retain the law, and that Viviani too was a firm supporter. Then the Tsar raised the matter of the relations between Sergei Witte and Joseph Caillaux, who were said to be the exponents of a new foreign policy based on the rapprochement between Russia, France, Germany, and Britain. But the two men agreed that this was an unfeasible project that posed no threat to the current geopolitical alignment. In short, even as they made their way to shore, Poincaré and the Tsar established that they were both thinking along the same lines. The key point was alliance solidarity, and that meant not just diplomatic support, but the readiness for military action. On the second day, 21st July, the Tsar came to see Poincaré in his apartments at the Peterhof, and the two men spent an hour tête-à-tête. This time, the conversation focused first on the tension between Russia and Britain in Persia. Poincaré adopted a conciliating tone, insisting that these were minor vexations that ought not to compromise good Anglo-Russian relations. Both men agreed that the source of the problem did not lie in London or St. Petersburg, but with unspecified local interests of no broader relevance. And the Tsar noted with some relief that Edward Grey had not allowed Berlin's discovery of the naval talks to scupper the search for a convention. Some other issues were touched on: Albania, Greco-Turkish tension over the Aegean Islands, and Italian policy. But the Tsar's most vivid preoccupation, Poincaré noted, related to Austria and to her plans in the aftermath of the events at Sarajevo. At this point in the discussion, Poincaré reported, the Tsar made a highly revealing comment. He repeats to me that under the present circumstances, the complete alliance between our two governments appears to him more necessary than ever. Nicholas left soon afterwards. Here again, the central theme was the unshakable solidarity of the Franco-Russian alliance in the face of possible provocations from Austria. But what did this mean in practice? Did it mean that the alliance would respond to an Austrian démarche against Serbia with a war that must, by necessity, be continental in scope? Poincaré offered a coded answer to this question on that afternoon, 21st July, when, together with Viviani and Paleolog, he received the various ambassadors. The second in line was the Austro-Hungarian ambassador, Fritz Zápary, newly returned from Vienna, where he had been at the bedside of his dying wife. After a few words of sympathy on the assassination, Poincaré asked whether there had been any news of Serbia. "The judicial inquiry is proceeding," Zápary answered. Paleolog's account of Poincaré's reply accords closely with that given in Zápary's dispatch. "Of course I am anxious about the results of this inquiry, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. I can remember 2 previous inquiries which did not improve your relations with Serbia. Don't you remember? The Friedjung affair and the Prochaska affair. This was an extraordinary response for a head of state visiting a foreign capital to make to the representative of a third state. Quite apart from the taunting tone, it was in effect denying in advance the credibility of any findings the Austrians might produce in their inquiry into the background of the assassinations. It amounted to declaring that France did not and would not accept that the Serbian government bore any responsibility whatsoever for the murders in Sarajevo, and that any demands made upon Belgrade would be illegitimate. The Friedjung and Prochaska affairs were pretexts for an a priori rejection of the Austrian grievance. In case this was not clear enough, Poincaré went on, I remark to the ambassador with great firmness that Serbia has friends in Europe who would be astonished by an action of this kind. Paleolog remembered an even sharper formulation. Serbia has some very warm friends in the Russian people, and Russia has an ally, France. There are plenty of complications to be feared. Zápary, too, reported the President as saying that an Austrian action would produce a situation dangerous for peace. Whatever Sazonov's exact words, the effect was shocking, and not just for Zápary, but even for the Russians standing nearby, some of whom, de Robien reported, were known for their antipathy towards Austria. At the close of his dispatch, Zápary noted, and it is hard to fault his judgment, that the tactless, almost threatening demeanour of the French President, a foreign statesman who was a guest in this country, stood in conspicuous contrast with the reserved and cautious attitude of Mr. Sazonov. The whole scene suggested that the arrival of Poincaré in St. Petersburg would have anything but a calming effect. In commenting on the contrast between Sazonov and Poincaré, Zápary identified a raw nerve in the Franco-Russian relationship. During an embassy dinner that evening, a splendid affair in honour of the President. Poincaré sat next to Sazonov. In stifling heat, the room was poorly ventilated. They discussed the Austro-Serbian situation. To his dismay, Poincaré found Sazonov preoccupied and little disposed to firmness. "The timing is bad for us," Sazonov said. "Our peasants are still very busy with their work in the fields." In the meanwhile, in the petit salon next door, where the less important guests were being entertained, a different mood prevailed. Here a colonel from Poincaré's entourage was heard proposing a toast to the next war and to certain victory. Poincaré was unsettled by Sazonov's irresolution. "We must," he told Paleolog, "warn Sazonov of the evil designs of Austria, encourage him to remain firm, and promise him our support." Later that night, after a reception by the Municipal Assembly, Poincaré found himself sitting at the back of the imperial yacht with Vivani and Izvolsky, who had travelled back from Paris to take part in the meetings. Izvolsky seemed preoccupied. Perhaps he had been talking with Sazonov. Viviani appeared sad and surly. As the yacht sailed along towards the Peterhof in virtual silence, Poincaré looked up into the night sky and asked himself, "What does Austria have in store for us?" The next day, 22nd July, was particularly difficult. Viviani appeared to be having a breakdown. It came to a head in the afternoon, when the French Prime Minister, who happened to be seated at lunch to the left of the Tsar, seemed to find it impossible to answer any of the questions addressed to him. By mid-afternoon, his behaviour had become more outlandish. While Nicholas and Poincaré sat listening to a military band, Viviani was seen standing alone near the imperial tent, muttering, grumbling, swearing loudly, and generally drawing attention to himself. Paleolog's efforts to calm him were of no avail. Poincaré's diary registered the situation with a lapidary comment: "Viviani is getting sadder and sadder, and everyone is starting to notice it. The dinner is excellent." Eventually it was announced that Viviani was suffering from a liver crisis and would have to retire early. Why the Prime Minister was feeling so poorly is impossible to establish with certainty. His collapse may well, as some historians have suggested, have been precipitated by his anxieties about developments in Paris. A telegram had arrived on Wednesday reporting that Caillaux had threatened to expose various sensitive transcripts in court. But it is more likely that Viviani, a deeply pacific man, was alarmed by the steadily intensifying mood of belligerence at the various Franco-Russian gatherings. This is certainly what de Robien thought. It was clear to the French attaché that Viviani was overwrought by all these expressions of the military spirit. On 22nd July, de Robien noted, the talk was of nothing but war. One felt that the atmosphere had changed since the night before. He laughed when the Marines who crewed the France told him that they were worried about the prospect of coming under attack on the home crossing, but their nervousness was an ominous sign. The high point was Thursday, 23rd July, Poincaré's last day in Russia, when the heads of state witnessed a military review involving 70,000 men, against a backdrop of military music consisting mainly of the Sambre et Meuse and the Marche la Reine, which the Russians appeared to consider the personal hymn of Poincaré. Particularly striking was the fact that the troops were not wearing their elaborate ceremonial uniforms, but the khaki battle dress they had worn for training. De Robien interpreted this as yet another symptom of a general eagerness for war. Poincaré and Paleolog witnessed one of the most curious expressions of alliance solidarity on the evening of 22nd July, when Grand Duke Nikolai Nikolaevich, commander of the Imperial Guard, gave a dinner for the guests at Krasnaya Sela, a recreational suburb of St. Petersburg with many handsome villas, including the summer residences of the Tsars. The scene was picturesque. 3 long tables were set in half-open tents around a freshly watered garden bursting with fragrant blooms. When the French ambassador arrived, he was greeted by Grand Duke Nikolai's wife, Anastasia, and her sister, Militsa, who was married to Nikolai's brother, Pyotr Nikolaevich. The 2 sisters were daughters of the remarkably energetic and ambitious King Nikola of Montenegro. "Do you realize," they said, both talking at once, "that we are passing through historic days? At the review tomorrow the bands will play nothing but the Marche la Reine and Sambre et Meuse. I've had a telegram, in prearranged code, from my father today. He tells me we shall have war before the end of the month. What a hero my father is! He's worthy of the Iliad. Just look at this little box I always take about with me. It's got some Lorraine soil in it, real Lorraine soil I picked up over the frontier when I was in France with my husband 2 years ago. Look there, at the table of honour. It's covered with thistles. I didn't want to have any other flowers there. They're Lorraine thistles, don't you see? I gathered several plants on the annexed territory, brought them here and had the seeds sown in my garden. Milica, go on talking to the ambassador. Tell him all today means to us, while I go and receive the Tsar. Milica was not speaking figuratively. A letter of November 1912 from the French military attaché in St. Petersburg, General Laguiche, confirms that in the summer of that year, while her husband was attending the French manoeuvres near Nancy, the Grand Duchess had sent someone over the border into German-controlled Lorraine with instructions to collect a thistle and some soil. She brought the thistle back to Russia, cared for it until it germinated, then planted the seeds in the Lorraine earth, watered it carefully until new thistles grew, then mixed the Lorraine soil with Russian soil to symbolize the Franco-Russian alliance, and passed it to her gardener for propagation with the warning that if the thistles died, he would lose his job. It was from this garden that she harvested the samples she showed to Poincaré in July 1914. These extravagant gestures had real political import. Anastasia's husband, Grand Duke Nikolai, a pan-Slavist and the first cousin once removed of the Tsar, was among those most active in pressing Nicholas II to intervene militarily on Serbia's behalf, should Austria press Belgrade with unacceptable demands. The Montenegrin rhapsody continued during dinner, as Anastasia regaled her neighbours with prophecies. There's going to be a war. There'll be nothing left of Austria. You're going to get back Alsace and Lorraine. Our armies will meet in Berlin. Germany will be destroyed, and so on. Poincaré, too, saw the princesses in action. He was sitting next to Sazonov during an entr'acte in the ballet when Anastasia and Milica approached and began upbraiding the foreign minister for insufficient ardour in Serbia's support. Once again, the limpness of the foreign minister's manner gave pause for thought, but Poincaré noted with satisfaction that the Tsar, for his part, without being quite as ecstatic as the two Grand Duchesses, seems to me more determined than Sazonov to defend Serbia diplomatically. These dissonances did not prevent the alliance partners from agreeing on a common course of action. At 6 p.m. on 23rd July, the evening of the departure of the French, Viviani, who seemed somewhat recovered from his attack of liver, agreed with Sazonov the instructions to be sent to the Russian and French ambassadors in Vienna. The ambassadors were to mount a friendly joint démarche recommending moderation to Austria and expressing the hope that she would do nothing that could compromise the honour or the independence of Serbia. These words were, of course, carefully chosen to interdict in advance the note that both parties already knew the Austrians were about to present. George Buchanan agreed to suggest that his own government send an analogous message. That evening, during the pre-departure dinner held on the deck of the France, there was a highly emblematic dispute between Viviani and Paleologue over the wording of a communiqué to be drawn up for the press. Paleologue's draft ended by alluding to Serbia with the words, "The two governments have discovered that their views and intentions for the maintenance of the European balance of power, especially in the Balkan Peninsula, are absolutely identical." Viviani was unhappy with this formulation. "I think it involves us a little too much in Russia's Balkan policy," he said. Another, more anodyne draft was drawn up. "The visit which the President of the Republic has just paid to H.M. the Emperor of Russia has given the two friendly and allied governments an opportunity of discovering that they are in entire agreement in their views on the various problems which concern for peace and the balance of power in Europe has laid before the powers, especially in the Balkans." This was a fine exercise in the art of euphemism. Yet, despite its prudent tone, the revised communiqué was easily decoded and exploited by the liberal and pan-Slav Russian papers, which began pushing openly for military intervention in support of Belgrade. Poincaré was not especially happy with how the dinner had gone. The heavy afternoon rain had virtually torn down the marquee on the aft deck, where the guests were supposed to be sitting, and the ship's cook did not cover himself in glory. The soup course was late, and no one praised the dishes, Poincaré later noted. But the president could afford to be satisfied with the overall impact of the visit. He had come to preach the gospel of firmness, and his words had fallen on ready ears. Firmness, in this context, meant an intransigent opposition to any Austrian measure against Serbia. At no point do the sources suggest that Poincaré or his Russian interlocutors gave any thought whatsoever to what measures Austria-Hungary might legitimately be entitled to take in the aftermath of the assassinations. There was no need for improvisations or new policy statements. Poincaré was simply holding fast to the course he had plotted since the summer of 1912. This may help explain why, in contrast to many of those around him, he remained so conspicuously calm throughout the visit. This was the Balkan inception scenario envisaged in so many Franco-Russian conversations. Provided the Russians, too, stayed firm, everything would unfold as the policy had foreseen. Poincaré called this a policy for peace, because he imagined that Germany and Austria might well back down in the face of such unflinching solidarity. But if all else failed, there were worse things than a war at the side of mighty Russia and, one hoped, the military, naval, commercial, and industrial power of Great Britain. De Robien, who observed all this from close quarters, was not impressed. Poincaré, he felt, had deliberately overridden the authority of Viviani, who, as Premier and Minister of Foreign Affairs, was the responsible office-holder, pressing assurances and promises upon Nicholas II. Just before they separated, Poincaré reminded the Tsar, "This time we must hold firm." At almost exactly the same moment, de Robien recalled, the Austrian ultimatum was presented to Belgrade. Our opponents, too, had decided to hold firm. On both sides they imagined that bluffing would suffice to achieve success. None of the players thought that it would be necessary to go all the way. The tragic poker game had begun. It was in the nature of great men, Paleologue would later write, to play such fateful games. The man of action, he observed in his study of Cavour, becomes a gambler, for each grave action implies not only an anticipation of the future, but a claim to be able to decide events, to lead and control them. 10. The Ultimatum. Austria demands. While Poincaré and Viviani were steaming towards the harbour at Kronstadt, the Austrians put the final touches to the ultimatum to be presented in Belgrade. Travelling in unmarked vehicles to avoid notice, the members of the Joint Ministerial Council made their way to Berchtolds' private apartments on Sunday 19th July for a meeting to resolve the forthcoming diplomatic action against Serbia. There was an informal discussion about the note to be sent to Belgrade, and the text was definitively settled. It was agreed that the ultimatum would be presented at 5 p.m. on 23rd July, subsequently postponed to 6 p.m. to ensure that it would arrive after Poincaré's departure. Berchtold declared quixotically that he believed it unlikely that word of our step would be publicly known before Poincaré left St. Petersburg, but since he was aware that news of Vienna's plans had already reached Rome, speed was of the essence. The Serbian government would be given 48 hours to respond. If it was not accepted in full by the Serbs, the ultimatum would expire early in the evening of Saturday 25th July. What would happen next? The rest of the discussion touched on various aspects of the post-ultimatum scenario. Conrad assured Tisza that sufficient forces would be made available to secure Transylvania against possible Romanian attack. Tisza insisted that Austria-Hungary must declare at the outset that it had no plans of aggrandizement against Serbia, and did not intend to annex any of the kingdom's territory. The Hungarian premier was strongly opposed, as at the previous meeting, to any measure that would bring more angry South Slavs into the monarchy. He also feared that the prospect of Austrian annexations would make it impossible for the Russians to back down. This demand triggered some hefty discussion. Berchtold in particular maintained that the territorial reduction of Serbia might, in the aftermath of a conflict, prove to be an indispensable means of neutralizing the threat it posed to Austro-Hungarian security. Tisza stood his ground, and the meeting agreed on a compromise. Vienna would formally announce in due course that the dual monarchy was not waging a war of conquest and had no designs on Serbian territory. However, it would leave open the possibility that other states, notably Bulgaria, might secure areas of territory currently controlled by the Serbs. Neither this nor the other Austrian summit meetings produced anything even remotely resembling what we would today call an exit strategy. Serbia was not a rogue state in an otherwise quiet neighbourhood. Adjacent Albania remained extremely unstable. There was always the possibility that Bulgaria, once engorged with lands from Serbian-controlled Macedonia, would return to its earlier Russophile policy. And how would one balance Bulgarian annexations in Macedonia against the need to mollify Romania with territorial compensations? Would the Austrophobe Karageorgievich dynasty remain in place? And, if not, who or what would replace it? And there were practical questions of a lesser order. Who would take care of the Austrian legations in Belgrade and Cetinje if Austria-Hungary were obliged to break off relations? The Germans, perhaps? All of this remained unclear, and once again, as at the meeting of 7th July, the possibility of Russian intervention received only the most perfunctory attention. Conrad's comments on the military situation focused exclusively on Austria's Plan B, a purely Balkan military scenario, rather than on Plan R, which provided for the possibility of a Russian attack on Austrian Galicia. Yet none of the ministers present thought to press Conrad on the question of how he would respond if the Russians did in fact intervene, or to ask him how easy it would be to transition from one deployment scenario to the other. The eyes of the Austrian political elite were still riveted on the quarrel with Belgrade, to the exclusion of broader concerns. Even when news reached Vienna of Poincaré's extraordinary warning to Zapari that Serbia had friends, a message revealing that France and Russia had harmonized their views on how they would respond to an Austrian démarche, Berchtold did not consider a change of course. The note and the ultimatum were drafted by Baron Musulin von Gomiria, a relatively junior figure, councillor from 1910 in the sections for church policy and East Asia. Musulin was tasked with drafting the ultimatum because he had a reputation as an excellent stylist. He was, as Louis Namier later put it, one of those average, personally honest, well-meaning men whom a dark fate had chosen for pawns in the game that was to result in the greatest disaster of European history. Musulin filed away at his text like a jeweller with a precious stone. The covering note to the ultimatum opened by recalling that Serbia had promised, in the aftermath of the Bosnian annexation crisis, to get along on a footing of good neighbourliness with Austria-Hungary. Despite this undertaking, the letter went on, the Serbian government had continued to tolerate the existence on its territory of a subversive movement which had sponsored acts of terrorism by a series of outrages and by murders, a somewhat histrionic reference to the dozen or so abortive South Slav terrorist plots that had preceded the assassinations at Sarajevo. Far from attempting to suppress such activity, the letter claimed, the Serbian government had tolerated the criminal machinations of various societies and associations, and tolerated all the manifestations of a nature to inculcate in the Serbian population hatred for the monarchy and its institutions. The preliminary investigation into the plot to slay the Archduke had revealed that it was planned and supplied in Belgrade, and that the passage of the killers into Bosnia had been expedited by officials of the Serbian Frontier Service. The time was therefore over for the attitude of forbearance that the monarchy had hitherto shown in its relations with Serbia. The last part of the letter stipulated that the Belgrade government must post a public notice across the kingdom, the text was provided, repudiating pan-Serbian irredentism. Perhaps the most interesting feature of this text, which provided the raw material for the letter that would be circulated to the other powers when Austria declared war on Belgrade 5 days later, is that it does not assert direct complicity on the part of the Serbian state in the murders at Sarajevo. Instead, it makes the more modest claim that the Serbian authorities had tolerated the organizations and activities that gave rise to the assassinations. This careful wording was in part simply a reflection of what the Austrians knew and did not know. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Vienna had sent Section Councillor Dr. Friedrich von Wiesner to Sarajevo to collate and analyze all the available evidence on the background to the plot. On 13th July, after a scrupulous investigation, Wiesner dispatched a report concluding that there was as yet no evidence to prove the responsibility or complicity of the Belgrade government. This report would later be cited by those who claimed that Austria, being determined to wage war, had merely used Sarajevo as a pretext. But the situation at the time was more complex, as Wiesner later explained to the American historian Bernadette Everly Schmidt. His telegram had been widely misunderstood. Personally, Wiesner recalled, he was at the time quite convinced by the evidence secured at the investigation of the moral culpability of the Serbian government for the Sarajevo crime. But as the evidence was not of the kind which a court of law would accept, he had been unwilling to have it used in the formal case against Serbia. He had, he said, made this clear on his return to Vienna. Since the Austrians were determined to make their case as legally tight as possible, there could be no question of alleging direct culpability on the part of the Serbian state in the murders at Sarajevo. There was enough in the evidence relating to the preparation and training of the boys and of their passage across the Serbian border only to confirm the involvement of various subordinate state agencies. In chasing the nebulous structures of the Narodna Odbrana, moreover, the Austrians had missed the much more important Black Hand, whose networks reached deep into the Serbian state. They had not been able to trace the trail to Apis, nor had they been able to nail down the question of Serbian government foreknowledge of the conspiracy, perhaps because Bilinski, embarrassed by his own failure to report to Berchtold his brief conversation with the Serbian ambassador, subsequently kept a lid on the entire episode. Had they possessed fuller knowledge, the Austrians would doubtless have felt even more justified in the measures they planned to undertake. For the moment, the opprobrium of the Friedjung trial, which was already being brandished by the Russians and the French as an argument against accepting Vienna's claims, obliged the drafters of the ultimatum to trim their language to what could be proven beyond doubt on the basis of the information that had already emerged from the investigation in Sarajevo. There followed the 10 demands of the ultimatum proper. The first 3 points focused on the suppression of irredentist organs and of the anti-Austrian propaganda they generated. Points 4, 6, and 8 addressed the need to take action against persons implicated in the Sarajevo outrage, including compromised military personnel and frontier officials and accessories to the plot of 28th June who are on Serbian territory. Point 7 was more specific. It demanded the arrest, without delay, of Major Voja Tankosic and Milan Ciganovic. Tankosic was, unbeknown to the Austrians, a Black Hand operative close to Apis. It was he who had recruited the 3 youths who formed the core of the assassination team. Ciganovic was known to the Austrians only as a Serbian state employee implicated by the findings of the preliminary investigation at Sarajevo. But he was also, according to the later testimony of Ljubo Jovanovic, a member of the Black Hand who doubled as an agent working secretly for Pasic. Point 9 requested that Belgrade furnish Vienna with explanations regarding the unjustifiable utterances of high Serbian officials, both in Serbia and abroad, who, notwithstanding their official position, have not hesitated since the outrage of 28th June to express themselves in interviews in terms of hostility towards the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. This point referred, among other things, to the interviews given by Spalajkovic in St. Petersburg. It also reminds us of how deeply Austrian attitudes were affected by Serbian responses to the outrage. Point 10 simply requested official notification, without delay, of the measures undertaken to meet the preceding points. The most controversial points were 5 and 6. Point 5 demanded that the Belgrade government accept the collaboration in Serbia of organs of the imperial and royal government of Austria-Hungary in the suppression of the subversive movement directed against the territorial integrity of the monarchy, and Point 6 stated that organs delegated by Austria-Hungary would take part in the investigations relating to accessories in the crime. As usual in Vienna, this text was composed by many hands, but it was Berchtold who had insisted on incorporating a reference to Austrian involvement. The reason is obvious enough. Vienna did not trust the Serbian authorities to press home the investigation without some form of Austrian supervision and verification. And it must be said that nothing the Serbian government did between 28th June and the presentation of the ultimatum gave them any reason to think otherwise. This was the demand irreconcilable with Serbian sovereignty that had already been identified in Paris, St. Petersburg, and Belgrade as the prospective trigger for a broader confrontation. One can legitimately ask, of course, whether a state can be made responsible for the actions of private citizens planned on its territory. But framing the issue in terms of Serbia's inviolable sovereignty skewed the picture somewhat. First, there was the question of reciprocity. The Serbian state, or at least the statesman who directed it, accepted responsibility for the eventual reunion of all Serbs, including those living within the Austro-Hungarian dual monarchy. This implied at best a limited acknowledgement of the empire's sovereign rights within the unredeemed lands of Serbdom. Then there was the fact that the Serbian state under Pasic could exercise only very limited control over the irredentist networks. The interpenetration of the conspiratorial networks with the Serbian state and the transnational affiliations of ethnic irredentism made a nonsense of any attempt to understand the friction between Serbia and Austria-Hungary in terms of an interaction between sovereign territorial states. And, of course, the transnational organs and legal framework that today arbitrate in such conflicts and monitor their resolution were not in existence. When Edward Grey saw the full text of the Austrian ultimatum, he described it famously as the most formidable document he had ever seen addressed by one state to another that was independent. In a letter to his wife, Winston Churchill described the note as the most insolent document of its kind ever devised. We do not know what comparators Grey and Churchill had in mind, and the specificity of the historical situation created by the Sarajevo crimes makes comparative judgments difficult. But it would certainly be misleading to think of the Austrian note as an anomalous regression into a barbaric and bygone era before the rise of sovereign states. The Austrian note was a great deal milder, for example, than the ultimatum presented by NATO to Serbia-Yugoslavia in the form of the Rambouillet Agreement, drawn up in February and March 1999, to force the Serbs into complying with NATO policy in Kosovo. Its provisions included the following: NATO personnel shall enjoy, together with their vehicles, vessels, aircraft and equipment, free and unrestricted passage and unimpeded access through the former Republic of Yugoslavia, including associated airspace and territorial waters. This shall include, but not be limited to, the right of bivouac, manoeuvre, billets, and utilization of any areas or facilities as required for support, training, and operations. Henry Kissinger was doubtless right when he described Rambouillet as a provocation, an excuse to start bombing, whose terms were unacceptable even to the most moderate Serbian. The demands of the Austrian note pale by comparison. Vienna's ultimatum was, to be sure, drawn up on the assumption that the Serbs would probably not accept it. This was not a last-ditch attempt to save the peace between the two neighbours, but an uncompromising statement of the Austrian position. On the other hand, it was not, unlike Rambouillet, a demand for the complete prostration of the Serbian state. Its terms were tightly focused on the threat posed by Serbian irredentism to Austrian security, and even points 5 and 6 reflected concerns about the reliability of Serbian compliance that the drafters had reason to believe were valid. Let us remember that as late as 16th July, when the British minister Darrell Krakenthorpe put it to Slavko Grujic, Secretary-General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Belgrade, that it might be a good idea to launch an independent Serbian investigation of the crimes, Grujic had insisted on the impossibility of adopting any definite measures before learning the findings of the Sarajevo investigation. Once the report was published, Grujic continued, the Serbian government would comply with whatever request for further investigation the circumstances might call for, and which would be compatible with international usage. Should the worst come to the worst, Grujic added ominously, Serbia would not stand alone. Russia would not remain quiet were Serbia wantonly attacked. These obfuscating formulations suggested that the chances of compliance without coercion to the demands of a hostile neighbour were slim indeed. It was precisely the issues of enforcement and compliance that the Serbian government had addressed in its circular to the powers justifying the attack of the Balkan states on the Ottoman Empire in 1912. The repeated failure of the Ottomans to address the need for reforms in Macedonia, they argued, meant that their refusal to accept any form of foreign participation in such reforms, and their promises to apply serious reforms by themselves, were greeted throughout the world with a deeply rooted distrust. Whether anyone in Belgrade noticed the parallel in July 1914 is doubtful. Serbia responds. On the morning of 23rd July, the Austrian minister Baron Giesel telephoned the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Belgrade to inform them that Vienna would be delivering an important communication for the Serbian Prime Minister that evening. Pašić was away from Belgrade, campaigning for the elections. The finance minister, Lazar Pacu, had been appointed to replace him in his absence. On receiving the advance warning of the note, Pacu managed to reach Pašić by telephone in Niš. Despite the pleas of the minister, Pašić refused to return to the capital. "Receive Giesel in my place," was his instruction. When Giesel appeared in person at the ministry at 6 p.m., the deadline having been postponed by an hour, he was received by Pacu and Grujić, who had been asked to attend the meeting because the finance minister did not speak French. Giesel handed to Pacu the ultimatum, a 2-page annex and a covering note addressed to Pacu as acting prime minister, and informed him that the time limit for a reply was exactly 48 hours. When that deadline expired, if there were an unsatisfactory reply or none at all, Giesel would break off diplomatic relations and return to Vienna with the entire legation staff. Without opening the dossier, Pacu answered that as the elections were in full swing and many ministers were away from Belgrade, it might be physically impossible to assemble the responsible office holders in time to deliver a decision. Giesel replied that, in the age of railways and telegraphs, and in a country of this size, the return of the ministers could only be a matter of a few hours. In any case, he added, this was an internal matter for the Serbian government on which he, Giesel, need take no view. Giesel's telegram dispatch to Vienna closes with the words, "There was no further discussion." But in post-war conversations with the Italian historian Luigi Albertini, the former Austrian minister recalled that Pacu hesitated, saying he was unable to accept the note. Giesel responded that in that case he would place it on the table and Pacu could do what he liked with it. As soon as Giesel left, Pacu gathered the Serbian ministers still present in the capital, and they went through the text together. Pacu in particular was shocked because he had been expecting, despite all the evidence to the contrary, that the Germans would ultimately hold Vienna back from any step that might also drag her, Germany, into war. For a time the men studied the note in deathly silence, because no one ventured to be the first to express his thoughts. The first to speak was the Minister of Education, Ljuba Jovanović, who paced the room back and forth several times and then declared, "We have no other choice but to fight it out." A curious interlude followed. In view of the extreme importance of the note, it was clear to all present that Pašić must return immediately to Belgrade. Pašić had spent the morning campaigning in Niš in southern Serbia for the elections of 14th August. After giving a speech, the Prime Minister seemed suddenly to lose interest in the campaign. "It would be a good thing if we were to take a little rest," he told Sajinović, the political director of the Foreign Ministry, who was travelling with him. "What do you think of going off to Salonika, that is, Thessaloniki, annexed to Greece by the Treaty of Bucharest in 1913, where we could stay 2 or 3 days incognito?" While Pašić and the political director waited for the Prime Minister's special coach to be coupled on to the train to Thessaloniki, Pašić was informed by a station attendant that there was an urgent telephone call from Belgrade. It was Lazar Pacu, begging him to return to the capital. Pašić had no intention of hurrying back. "I told Lazar that when I get back to Belgrade we shall give the answer. Lazar told me, from what he had heard, that it was to be no ordinary note. But I stood firmly by my reply." Sure enough, he and Sajinović went to take their seats in the train to Thessaloniki. Only when the train reached Leskovac, nearly 50 kilometres south of Niš, was the Prime Minister persuaded to return by a telegram from Prince Regent Alexander. This was bizarre, but not uncharacteristic behaviour. We may recall that in the summer of 1903, when the details of the planned assassination of King Alexander and Queen Draga were passed to him in advance by the regicides, Pasich had reacted by taking his family by train to the Adriatic coast, then under Austrian rule, where he could wait out the consequences. What exactly he had in mind on the afternoon on 23rd July is impossible to establish. He may simply, as Albertini suggested, have hoped to avoid the weighty responsibility of accepting the note. Interestingly enough, Berchtold had learned through unspecified secret channels that Pasich intended to resign immediately on receiving it. He may just have panicked, or perhaps he felt the need to clear his head and think over his options. The exigencies of a national election, coupled with the greatest external crisis in the history of the modern Serbian state, had doubtless placed him under considerable strain. Whatever it was, the moment passed, and the Prime Minister and the political director arrived in Belgrade at 5 a.m. on 24th July. It took a little time for a Serbian response to the ultimatum to crystallize. On the evening of 23rd July, while Pasich was travelling back to the capital, Pacu dispatched a circular note to the Serbian legations, stating that the demands set out in the Austrian note were such as no Serbian government could accept them in their entirety. Pacu reaffirmed this view when he paid a visit to Chargé d'Affaires Strandman, who, following the death of Hartwig, was acting chief of the Russian mission. After Pacu had left, Prince Alexander appeared to discuss the crisis with Strandman. He too insisted that acceptance of the ultimatum was an absolute impossibility for a state which has the slightest regard for its dignity, and added that he placed his trust in the magnanimity of the Tsar of Russia, whose powerful word alone could save Serbia. Early on the next morning, it was Pasich's turn to see Strandman. The Prime Minister took the view that Serbia should neither accept nor reject the Austrian note, and must immediately seek a postponement of the deadline. An appeal would be made to the powers to protect the independence of Serbia. But, Pasich added, if war is unavoidable, we shall fight. All of this might seem to suggest that the Serbian political leadership came almost immediately to the unanimous view that Serbia must resist and, if necessary, go to war. But these utterances were all reported by Strandman. It is likely that the desire to elicit Russian support encouraged the ministers on hand in Belgrade to insist on the impossibility of acceptance. Other testimony suggests that, among themselves, the decision-makers were deeply alarmed at the prospect of an Austrian attack and saw no alternative to acceptance. The memory of October 1913, when Sazonov had advised Belgrade to back down in the face of an Austrian ultimatum over Albania, was still fresh enough to nourish doubts about whether the Russians would support Serbia in the current crisis. Ascertaining the attitude of France was difficult, because the key French leaders were on their way back from Russia, and the French envoy, Decaux, who for some time had been showing signs of strain, had collapsed and been recalled to Paris. His replacement had not yet arrived. No decision was reached at the first cabinet meeting convened by Pacu on the evening of 23rd July, and the situation remained unresolved after Pasich's return on the following morning. Pasich merely determined that no decision should be taken until the Russians had made their view known. In addition to the conversations with Strandman, which were of course reported immediately to St. Petersburg, there were two official requests for clarification. Pasich cabled Spalajkovic, asking him to ascertain the views of the Russian government. On the same day, Prince Regent Alexander sent a telegram to the Tsar stating that Serbia could not defend itself, and that the Belgrade government was prepared to accept any points of the ultimatum whose acceptance shall be advised by your Majesty, that is, the Russian Tsar. The Italian historian Luciano Magrini concluded from his interviews with key Serbian decision-makers and other witnesses to the events of those days that the Belgrade government had, in effect, decided to accept the ultimatum and avoid war. It was thought that in the condition she was known to be in, Serbia could not be expected to do otherwise than yield to so terrible a threat. It was evidently in a mood of resignation that Pasich composed his telegram of 25th July to the Serbian missions, declaring that Belgrade intended to send a reply that would be conciliatory on all points and offer Vienna full satisfaction. This was unmistakably a major step back from Parchew's much firmer circular of 2 days before. A telegram from Krakenthorpe to Grey, dispatched just after midday on 25th July, confirms that at this point the Serbs were even willing to accept the notorious points 5 and 6, calling for a mixed commission of inquiry, provided that the appointment of such commission can be proved to be in accordance with international usage. It may have been reassurance from the Russians that stiffened the backs of the Serbs. At around 8:30 a.m. on 23rd July, a telegram dispatched on the evening of the previous day arrived from Spalajković, reporting his conversation with Poincaré during the state visit. The French president had asked the Serbian envoy if there was news from Belgrade. When Spalajković replied that the situation was very bad, Poincaré had said, "We will help you to improve it." This was gratifying, but not especially substantial. At around midnight on 24th July, a telegram reached Belgrade announcing that a bold decision was imminent. The most important of Spalajkovic's dispatches were 2 telegrams sent on the night of 24th to 25th July, detailing a conversation with Sazonov some time before 7 p.m. on 24th July, in which the Russian foreign minister had conveyed to the Serbian envoy the results of a meeting of the Council of Ministers held at 3 o'clock that afternoon. In the first telegram, Spalajković reported that the Russian foreign minister had condemned the Austro-Hungarian ultimatum with disgust, declaring that no state could accept such demands without committing suicide. Sazonov had assured Spalajković that Serbia could count unofficially on Russian support, but he did not specify which form this help would take, because these were matters for the Tsar to decide and consult on with France. In the meanwhile, Serbia should avoid any unnecessary provocations. If the country were attacked and unable to defend itself, it should in the first instance withdraw its armed forces southeastwards into the interior. The aim was not to accept an Austrian occupation, but rather to keep Serbia's armies in readiness for a subsequent deployment. The second telegram of that night, dispatched at 1:40 a.m. on 25th July, reported that the Russian Ministerial Council had decided to take energetic measures, even mobilization, and were about to publish an official communiqué in which Russia takes Serbia under its protection. At 8 p.m. on 25th July, Spalajković fired off a further dispatch, reporting that he had spoken with the Serbian military attaché, who had just returned from the Tsar's residence at Tsarskaya Sela. The attaché had been talking with the chief of the Russian General Staff, and told Spalajković that the military council had shown the greatest readiness for war and was resolved to go to any length in protecting Serbia. The Tsar in particular had surprised everybody with his determination. Moreover, it had been ordered that at exactly 6 p.m., the deadline for the Serbian reply, all the final-year cadets in Russia were to be raised to officer rank, a clear signal of imminent full mobilization. In all circles, without exception, the greatest resolve and jubilation reigns on account of the stance adopted by the Tsar and his government. Other dispatches reported on the military measures that were already being taken, the mood of pride and readiness for any sacrifice that pervaded the ruling circles and the public sphere, and the excitement that greeted the news from London that the British fleet had been ordered to a state of readiness. It was probably the news from Russia that dispelled the mood of fatalism in Belgrade, and dissuaded the ministers from attempting to avoid war by acquiescing in the demands of the ultimatum. Spalajkovic's telegram of 24th July, conveying Sazonov's vague assurance of support, arrived in Belgrade in 2 parts, the first at 4:17 a.m. and the second at 10 a.m. on 25th July. The telegram hinting at Russian mobilization arrived at 11:30 a.m. on the same day, in good time to reach the Serbian ministers before they had drafted their reply to the Austrian note. Notwithstanding this firming of the mood, the Serbian ministers invested immense effort in polishing their reply to Vienna, in order to create the appearance of offering the maximum possible compliance without compromising Serbian sovereignty. Pasic, Ljubo Jovanović, and most of the ministers then present in Belgrade including those of the Interior, Economics and Justice, Stojan Protic, Velisa Jankovic, and Marko Đuričić, all had a hand in the numerous redactions of the text. Slavko Grujic, Secretary-General of the Serbian Foreign Ministry, later described to Luigi Albertini the hectic activity that preceded the presentation of the reply. During the afternoon of Saturday, 25th July, there were numerous drafts, as the ministers took turns in adding and scratching out various passages. Even the final version was so covered in alterations, insertions, and crossings out that it was virtually illegible. At last, after 4 p.m., the text seemed finally settled, and an attempt was made to type it out. But the typist was inexperienced and very nervous, and the typewriter refused to work, with the result that the reply had to be written out by hand in hectographic ink, copies being jellied off. The last half-hour was one of feverish work. The reply was corrected by pen here and there. One whole phrase placed in parenthesis was crossed out in ink and made illegible. At 5:45, Grujic handed the text to Pašić in an envelope. Pašić had hoped that Grujic or some other subordinate figure would convey the reply to Baron Giesel, but when no one volunteered, he said, "Very well, I will take it myself," descended the stairs, and walked to the meeting with Giesel, while the ministers and officials all rushed to make the train to Niš, to which the Serbian government was relocating in preparation for the coming conflict. The Serbian reply may have looked messy, but it was a masterpiece of diplomatic equivocation. Baron Musilin, who had composed the first draft of the Austrian ultimatum, described it as the most brilliant specimen of diplomatic skill that he had ever encountered. The reply opened with a confident flourish. The Serbian government, it was asserted, had demonstrated on many occasions during the Balkan Wars its moderate and peaceful attitude. Indeed, it was thanks to Serbia and to the sacrifice that she has made in the exclusive interest of European peace that the peace had been preserved. The drafters of the reply were therefore confident that their response would remove any misunderstanding between the two countries. Since the government could not be held responsible for the actions of private individuals, and exercised no direct controls over the press or the peaceable work of societies, it had been surprised and pained by the accusations emanating from Vienna. In their replies to the individual points, the drafters offered a subtle cocktail of acceptances, conditional acceptances, evasions, and rejections. They agreed officially to condemn all propaganda aimed at the dissolution of the Austro-Hungarian Empire or the annexation of its territories, though they used a modal form of the verb that avoided the implication that there had ever actually been any such propaganda. On the question of the suppression of irredentist organizations, the reply stated that the Serbian government possessed no proof that the Narodna Odbrana or other similar societies had as yet committed any criminal act. Nevertheless, they agreed to dissolve the Narodna Odbrana and any other society that may be directing its efforts against Austria-Hungary. Point 3 stated that the government would happily remove from Serbian public education any anti-Austrian propaganda, whenever the imperial and royal government furnished them with facts and proofs of this propaganda. Point 4 agreed to the removal from the military of suspect persons, but again, only once the Austro-Hungarian authorities had communicated to them the names and acts of these officers and functionaries. On the question of the creation of mixed Austro-Serbian commissions of inquiry, point 5, the reply stated that the Serbian government did not clearly grasp the meaning or scope of the demand, but that they undertook to accept such collaboration inasmuch as it could be shown to agree with the principle of international law, with criminal procedure, and with good neighbourly relations. Point 6, on the participation of Austrian officials in the prosecution of implicated persons, was rejected outright on the grounds that this would be contrary to the Serbian constitution. This was the issue touching on Serbia's sovereignty, on which Sazonov had urged Belgrade to stand firm. As for point 7, calling for the arrest of Tankosić and Ciganović, the Serbian government stated that it had already arrested Tankosić on the very evening of the delivery of the note. It had not yet been possible to arrest Ciganović. Again, the Austrian government were asked to provide the presumptive evidence of guilt, as well as the proofs of guilt, if there are any, for the purposes of the later inquiry. This was a somewhat devious response. As soon as the name of Ciganovic had cropped up in connection with the Sarajevo inquiry, the prefecture of police in Belgrade had hustled him out of the capital on a special commission, all the while officially denying that any person by the name of Milan Ciganovic existed in the city. The reply accepted without condition points 8 and 10 regarding the prosecution of frontier officials found guilty of illegal activity, and the duty to report to the Austro-Hungarian government on the measures undertaken. But point 9, under which the Austrians had demanded an explanation of hostile public comments by Serbian officials during the days following the assassinations, elicited a more equivocal response. The Serbian government would gladly give such explanations, once the Austrian government had communicated to them the passages in question in these remarks, and as soon as they have shown that the remarks were actually made by said officials. It is hard to dissent from Mussolin's breathless admiration for this finely wrought text. The claim often made in general narratives that this reply represented an almost complete capitulation to the Austrian demands is profoundly misleading. This was a document fashioned for Serbia's friends, not for its enemy. It offered the Austrians amazingly little. Above all, it placed the onus on Vienna to drive ahead the process of opening up the investigation into the Serbian background of the conspiracy, without, on the other hand, conceding the kind of collaboration that would have enabled an effective pursuit of the relevant leads. In this sense, it represented a continuation of the policy the Serbian authorities had followed since 28th June, flatly to deny any form of involvement and to abstain from any initiative that might be taken to indicate the acknowledgement of such involvement. Many of the replies on specific points opened up the prospect of long, querulous, and in all likelihood ultimately pointless negotiations with the Austrians over what exactly constituted facts and proofs of irredentist propaganda or conspiratorial activity by officers and officials. The appeal to international law, though effective as propaganda, was pure obfuscation, since there existed no international jurisprudence for cases of this kind, and no international organs with the authority to resolve them in a legal and binding way. Yet the text was perfectly pitched to convey the tone of voice of reasonable statesmen in a condition of sincere puzzlement, struggling to make sense of outrageous and unacceptable demands. This was the measured voice of the political, constitutional Serbia disavowing any ties with its expansionist pan-Serbian twin in a manner deeply rooted in the history of Serbian external relations. It naturally sufficed to persuade Serbia's friends that in the face of such a full capitulation, Vienna had no possible ground for taking action. In reality, then, this was a highly perfumed rejection on most points, and one can reasonably ask whether any other course was open to Pasic, now that, by refusing to take the initiative in shutting down the irredentist networks, he had allowed the crisis to reach this point. Various reasons have already been considered for the Prime Minister's peculiar passivity after 28th June, his continuing vulnerability after the recent struggles with the military party and the Black Hand network, the deeply ingrained habits of reticence and secretiveness that he had acquired over 30 years at the dangerous summit of Serbian politics, and the fundamental ideological sympathy of Pasic and his colleagues for the irredentist cause. To these one could add a further consideration. Pasic must have had good reason to fear any thoroughgoing investigation of the crime, because this might well have unearthed linkages leading into the heart of the Serbian political elite. Any light shed on the machinations of Apis would have damaged Belgrade's cause, to put it mildly. But far more worrying was the possibility that the pursuit and investigation of the double agent Ciganovic, whom the Austrians had identified as a suspect, might have revealed the foreknowledge of Pasic and his fellow ministers, foreknowledge that Pasic had vehemently denied in his interview with Az Est the evening on 7th July. In a sense, perhaps, the Austrians really were demanding the impossible, namely that the official Serbia of the political map shut down the expansionist ethnic Serbia of irredentism. The problem was that the two were interdependent and inseparable. They were two sides of the same entity. In the Ministry of War in Belgrade, an official location if there ever was one, there hung, in front of the main reception hall, the image of a Serbian landscape, before which stood an armed, allegorical female figure on whose shield were listed the provinces still to be liberated: Bosnia, Herzegovina, Vojvodina, Dalmatia, and so on. Even before he took delivery of the reply, Giesel knew that the acceptance would not be unconditional. An order for Serbian general mobilization had been in effect since 3 o'clock that afternoon. The city garrison had departed with great noise and haste to occupy the heights around the city. The National Bank and the State Archives were evacuating Belgrade, making for the interior of the country, and the diplomatic corps was already preparing to follow the government to its interim location at Kragujevac, en route to Niš. There was also a confidential warning from one of the ministers involved in drafting the reply. 5 minutes before the deadline, at 5:55 p.m. on Saturday, 25th July, Pašić appeared at the Austrian legation and handed over the note, saying in broken German — he did not speak French — "Part of your demands we have accepted. For the rest, we place our hopes on your loyalty and chivalry as an Austrian general," and left. Giesel cast a supercilious eye over the text, saw it was wanting, and signed a pre-prepared letter informing the Prime Minister that he would be leaving Belgrade that evening with his staff. The protection of Austro-Hungarian citizens and property was formally entrusted to the German legation. The codes were taken from the strong room and burned, and the luggage, already packed, was carried out to the cars waiting at the door. By 6:30 p.m., Giesel, his wife, and the legation's staff were on the train out of Belgrade. They crossed the Austrian border 10 minutes later. Did this mean war? In a curious telegram of 24th July to Mensdorf in London, Berchtold instructed the ambassador to inform Edward Grey that the Austrian note was not a formal ultimatum, but a time-limited démarche, whose expiry, without a satisfactory result, would bring about the cessation of diplomatic relations and the commencement of necessary military preparations. Yet war was still not inevitable. If Serbia subsequently decided to back down, under the pressure of our military preparations, Berchtold continued, she would be asked to pay an indemnity in respect of Austria's costs. On the following day, as Berchtold was travelling westwards to Bad Ischl to meet with Emperor Franz Joseph, a telegram from First Section Chief Count Marchio in Vienna reached him at Lambach. Marchio reported that the Russian chargé d'affaires in Vienna, Kudashchev, had made an official request for an extension of the deadline. In his reply, Berchtold stated that an extension was impossible, but he added that even after expiry of the deadline, Serbia could still avoid war by complying with Austria's demands. Perhaps these words reflected, as Albertini believed, a momentary failure of nerve. Perhaps, on the other hand, they were merely a play for time. We have seen how anxious the Austrians were not to get behindhand with their military preparations once these became necessary. In retrospect, it is clear that there was no mileage in these last-minute manoeuvres. On 26th and 27th July, exultant dispatches arrived from Spalajkovic, bringing news that the Russians were mobilizing an army of 1,700,000 men and planned immediately to commence an energetic offensive against Austria-Hungary as soon as it attacked Serbia. The Tsar was convinced, Spalajkovic reported on 26th July, that the Serbs would fight like lions and might even destroy the Austrians single-handedly from their redoubt in the interior of the country. The stance of Germany was as yet unclear, but even if the Germans did not enter the fray, the Tsar believed there was a good chance of bringing about a partition of Austria-Hungary. Failing that, the Russians would execute the French military plans so that victory against Germany is also certain. So excited was Spalajkovic, the former political chief of the Serbian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that he turned to proposing policy. In my opinion, this presents to us a splendid opportunity to use this event wisely and achieve the full unification of the Serbs. It is desirable, therefore, that Austria-Hungary should attack us. In that case, onwards, in the name of God. These effusions from St. Petersburg contributed to a further hardening of the mood. Last-minute concessions to Austrian demands were now inconceivable. Pasic had long believed that the union of the Serbs would not be achieved in peacetime, that it would be forged only in the heat of a great war and with the help of a great power. This was not and had never been a plan as such. It was an imagined future whose hour now seemed imminent. Nearly 2 weeks would pass before any serious fighting took place, but the road to war was already in sight. For Serbia, there would be no looking back. A local war begins. On the morning of 28th July 1914, Emperor Franz Joseph signed his declaration of war on Serbia with an ostrich feather quill at the desk in his study in the imperial villa at Bad Ischl. In front of him was a bust in brilliant white marble of his dead wife. At his right elbow was a state-of-the-art electric cigar lighter, an unwieldy bronze structure on a plinth of dark wood, whose plaited cord led to a wall socket behind the desk. The text followed the manifesto format the Austrians had used for declaring war on Prussia in 1866. To my peoples, it was my fervent wish to consecrate the years which, by the grace of God, still remain to me, to the works of peace, and to protect my peoples from the heavy sacrifices and burdens of war. Providence, in its wisdom, has otherwise decreed. The intrigues of a malevolent opponent compel me, in the defence of the honour of my monarchy, for the protection of its dignity and its position as a power, for the security of its possessions, to grasp the sword after long years of peace. By this time Belgrade was already a depopulated city. All men of serving age had been called up, and many families had left to take refuge with relatives in the interior of the country. Most of the foreign nationals had gone. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon of 28th July, the rumour of imminent war spread like a bushfire through the city. Extra editions of all newspapers sold as soon as the vendors could carry them onto the street. Before the day was out, 2 Serbian Danube steamers carrying ammunition and mines had been seized by Austrian pioneers and watchmen. Shortly after 1 o'clock on the following morning, Serbian troops blew up the bridge over the river Save, between Semlin and Belgrade. Austrian gunboats opened fire, and after a brief engagement the Serbian troops withdrew. The news that war had finally been declared filled Sigmund Freud, now 58 years of age, with elation. For the first time in 30 years I feel myself to be an Austrian, and feel like giving this not very hopeful empire another chance. All my libido is dedicated to Austria-Hungary. 11. Warning shots. Firmness prevails. After 4 hectic days of receptions, military reviews, speeches, dinners, and toasts, Maurice Palaiolog needed some rest. Having seen Poincaré off on the France on the evening of 23rd July, he told his servant to let him sleep in on the following morning. But it was not to be. At 7 o'clock came an urgent telephone call announcing the Austrian ultimatum. As the ambassador lay in bed, still half asleep, the news entered his mind like a waking dream. The occurrence seemed to me unreal and yet definite, imaginary but authentic. I seemed to be continuing my conversation of yesterday with the Tsar, putting my theories and conjectures. At the same time I had a sensation, a potent, positive, and compelling sensation, that I was in the presence of a fait accompli. Palaiolog cancelled his lunchtime date and agreed instead to a meeting at the French embassy with Foreign Minister Sazonov and the British ambassador Sir George Buchanan. According to his own memoirs, Palaiolog reminded his 2 guests of the toasts exchanged between the President and the Tsar on the previous night, and repeated that the 3 Entente powers must adopt a policy of firmness. Sazonov was taken aback. But suppose that policy is bound to lead to war? Firmness would lead to war, Palaiolog replied, only if the Germanic powers had already made up their minds to resort to force to secure their hegemony over the East. Here the French ambassador mirrored exactly the argument Beetman had made to Rietzler during the 2nd week of July. Whether Sazonov was really as passive as Palaiolog's account suggests may be doubted. In the dispatch George Buchanan filed on the same conversation, it was Sazonov who raised the stakes, declaring that Russia would at any rate have to mobilize. Whoever said what, The three men clearly took a drastic view of the situation created by Austria's presentation of the note to Belgrade. Sazonov and Paleolog joined forces in urging Buchanan to dissuade his government from a policy of neutrality that would be tantamount to suicide. Buchanan agreed and undertook to make strong representations to Grey in favour of a policy of resistance to German arrogance. Count de Robien, who spoke with the ambassador that afternoon, was aghast. At this noxious lunch, he recalled, they all goaded each other on. Paleolog was apparently particularly vehement, boasting of his conversations with Poincaré. In fact, Sazonov needed no persuading from Paleolog or anyone else. Even before his lunch at the French embassy, he had dressed down the Austrian ambassador in terms that left no doubt about how he read the situation and how he intended to respond to it. After Fritz Zappari, following the customary practice in such cases, had read aloud the text of the Austrian note, Sazonov barked several times over, "I know what it is. You want to make war on Serbia. The German newspapers have been egging you on. You are setting fire to Europe. It's a great responsibility you are taking on. You will see what effect this has in London and Paris, and maybe elsewhere too." Zappari proposed to send him a dossier of evidence supporting Vienna's claims, but Sazonov waved the offer aside, saying he was not interested. "You want war, and you've burned your bridges." When Zappari replied that Austria had a right to defend its vital interests and was the most peace-loving power in the world, Sazonov responded with a sarcastic retort. "One can see how peaceful you are now that you are setting fire to Europe." Zappari left the meeting in an excited state and rushed straight to the Austrian embassy to encode and dispatch his report. No sooner had the Austrian ambassador left than Sazonov summoned the chief of the Russian General Staff, General Yanushkevich, to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The government, he declared, would soon be issuing an official press announcement to the effect that Russia did not intend to remain inactive if the dignity and integrity of the Serb people, brothers in blood, were under threat. A corresponding note was released to the press on the following day. Then he discussed with Yanushkevich plans for a partial mobilization against Austria-Hungary alone. During the days that followed the presentation of the note, the Russian foreign minister stuck to his policy of firmness, striking postures and making decisions that escalated the crisis. At 3 p.m. that afternoon, there was a 2-hour meeting of the Council of Ministers. Sazonov, fresh from his lunch with Paleolog and Buchanan, was the first to speak. He began by sketching out what he saw as the broader background to the current crisis. Germany, he declared, had long been engaged in systematic preparations aimed not just at increasing its power in Central Europe, but at securing its objectives in all international questions, without taking into consideration the opinion and influence of the powers not included in the Triple Alliance. Over the last decade, Russia had met these challenges with unfailing moderation and forbearance, but these concessions had merely encouraged the Germans to use aggressive methods. The time had come to take a stand. The Austrian ultimatum had been drawn up with German connivance. Its acceptance by Belgrade would transform Serbia into a de facto protectorate of the Central Powers. Were Russia to abandon its historic mission to secure the independence of the Slav peoples, she would be considered a decadent state, would forfeit all her authority and her prestige in the Balkans, and would henceforth have to take second place among the powers. A firm stand, he warned, would bring the risk of war with Austria and Germany, a prospect all the more dangerous for the fact that it was as yet still uncertain what position Great Britain would take. The next to speak was the Minister of Agriculture, A.V. Krivoshein, one of the ministers who had opposed and intrigued against Vladimir Kakovtsev. He enjoyed the special favour of the Tsar and was closely associated with the nationalist lobby in the Duma. As Minister of Agriculture, he was also closely affiliated with the Zemstvas, noble-dominated, elected organs of local government that spanned most of the Russian Empire. He had been linked for years to the Novaya Vremya, known for its nationalist campaigns on Balkan questions and the Turkish Straits. He had supported Sukhomlinov's policy of partial mobilization against Austria in November 1912, on the grounds that it was High time Russia stopped cringing before the Germans. He also appears to have been on quite close terms with the garrulous militia of Montenegro, who viewed him as an ally in Montenegro's struggle to redeem South Slavdom. After Kokovtsev's departure, Krivoshein was the most powerful man on the Council of Ministers. His views on foreign policy were hawkish and increasingly Germanophobic. In his words to the Council of Ministers on 24th July, Krivoshein invoked a complex array of arguments for and against a military response, but ultimately opted for a firm reaction to the Austrian démarche. Russia, he noted, was without question in an incomparably better political, financial, and military position than after the catastrophe of 1904 to 1905. But the rearmament program was not yet complete, and it was doubtful whether Russia's armed forces would ever be able to compete with those of Germany and Austria-Hungary in terms of modern technical efficiency. On the other hand, general conditions had improved in recent years. Perhaps he was referring to the strengthening of the Franco-Russian alliance, and it would be difficult for the imperial government to explain to the public and the Duma why it was reluctant to act boldly. Then came the nub of the argument. In the past, Russia's exaggeratedly prudent attitudes had failed to placate the Central European powers. To be sure, the risks to Russia in the event of hostilities were great. The Russo-Japanese War had made that clear. But while Russia desired peace, further conciliation was not the way to achieve it. War could break out in spite of our efforts at conciliation. The best policy under the present circumstances was therefore a firmer and more energetic attitude towards the unreasonable claims of the Central Powers. Krivoshein's statement made a profound impression on the meeting, and none of the speakers who followed said anything to modify his conclusions. War Minister Sukhomlinov and Naval Minister Grigorovich admitted that the rearmament program was still unfinished, but both stated nevertheless that hesitation was no longer appropriate, and saw no objection to a display of greater firmness. Peter Bach, speaking for the Finance Ministry, expressed some concerns about the capacity of Russia to sustain the financial and economic strains of a continental war, but even he acknowledged that further concessions were in themselves no guarantee of peace, and, since the honour, dignity, and authority of Russia were at stake, he saw no reason to dissent from the opinion of the majority. Summing up that opinion, Premier Gorymykin concluded that it was the imperial government's duty to decide immediately in favour of Serbia. Firmness was more likely to secure peace than conciliation, and, failing that, Russia should be ready to make the sacrifices required of her. Finally, the meeting agreed the following 5 resolutions. 1. Austria would be requested to extend the time limit of the ultimatum. 2. Serbia would be advised not to offer battle on the frontier, but to withdraw its armed forces to the centre of the country. 3. The Tsar would be requested to approve, in principle, the mobilization of the military districts of Kiev, Odessa, Kazan, and Moscow. 4. The Minister of War would be instructed to accelerate the stockpiling of military equipment. And 5. Russian funds currently invested in Germany and Austria were to be withdrawn. It's war this time. On the next day, 25th July, there was a further, more solemn meeting of the Council of Ministers, presided over by the Tsar and attended both by Chief of Staff Yanushkevich and by Grand Duke Nikolai, commander of the St. Petersburg district and the husband of Anastasia of Montenegro, who had spoken so forthrightly with President Poincaré during the state visit. This meeting confirmed the Council's decisions of the previous day and agreed on further, more elaborate military measures. Most importantly of all, the Council decided to authorize a complex batch of regulations known as the Period Preparatory to War. These measures, which involved numerous dispositions intended to prepare for mobilization, were not to be confined to the districts bordering on Austria, but would apply right across European Russia. It would be difficult to overstate the historical importance of the meetings of 24th and 25th July. In one sense, they represented a kind of last-minute renaissance of the Council of Ministers, whose influence over foreign policy had been in decline since the death of Stolypin. It was rather unusual for foreign policy to be debated in this way by the Council. In focusing the minds of his colleagues on Germany as the alleged instigator of the current crisis, Sazonov revealed the extent to which he had internalized the logic of the Franco-Russian alliance, according to which Germany, not Austria, was the principal adversary. That this was an Austrian rather than a German crisis made no difference, since Austria was deemed to be the stalking horse for a malevolent German policy whose ultimate objectives, beyond the acquisition of hegemony in the Near East, remained unclear. As for the problem of Russia's relative unreadiness for war, by comparison with its prospective condition in 3 years, the ministers addressed this issue by referring in vague terms to a war which would come anyway, even if Russia chose to conciliate the Germans by not attacking their Austrian allies. This line of argument superficially resembled the train of thought that preoccupied Beetman during the first weeks of July, that one could view the Sarajevo crisis as a means of testing Russia's intentions. If the Russians opted, despite everything, for a European war, that would mean they had wanted war anyway. But there was a crucial difference. In Beetman's case, this argument was deployed to justify accepting a war, should Russia choose to start one. At no point, until after Russian general mobilization, was this argument used to justify preemptive military measures by Germany. In St. Petersburg, by contrast, the measures being considered were proactive in nature, did not arise from a direct threat to Russia, and were highly likely, if not certain, to further escalate the crisis. The practical military measures adopted at the two meetings are especially baffling. First, there was the fact that the partial mobilization agreed by Sazonov and Yanushkevich, and subsequently adopted in principle at the meeting of 24th July, was a grossly impractical and potentially dangerous procedure. Even a partial mobilization, if it posed a direct threat to Austria-Hungary, would inevitably, by the logic of the Austro-German alliance, call forth countermeasures by Berlin, just as a German partial mobilization against Russia would inevitably have triggered countermeasures by France, whether or not Germany chose to mobilize on its western front. And should these countermeasures occur, the frontier areas in which mobilization had not occurred would be doubly exposed, as would be the right flank of the Southern Army group that had mobilized against Austria. The room for maneuver created by the partial nature of the mobilization was thus largely illusory. Even more worrying was the fact that Russian plans simply did not provide for a partial mobilization. There existed no separate schedule for a mobilization against Austria alone. The current planning regime, known as Mobilization Schedule No. 19, was a seamless whole, an all-or-nothing proposition that made no distinction between the two adversaries. Variations in population density across the different districts meant that most of the Army Corps drew on reservists from other mobilization zones. Moreover, some Army Corps in the areas adjoining Austria were earmarked, in the event of full mobilization, for deployment into parts of the Polish salient adjoining Germany. As if all this were not bad enough, a mobilization restricted to some sectors would wreak havoc on the immensely complex arrangements for rail transit into and across the concentration zones. Improvising an Austria-only mobilization would therefore not only be risky in its own right, it would jeopardize Russia's ability to make the transition to a full mobilization, should this subsequently become necessary. In view of these difficulties, it is astonishing that the partial mobilization policy was ever given serious consideration. Why did Sazonov press for it? One can understand the superficial appeal of a measure that seemed to offer something short of the full mobilization that must by necessity trigger a continental war. Sazonov doubtless remembered the winter crisis of 1912-13, when the army had improvised a stopgap mobilization plan against Austria-Hungary. And as a civilian in an environment where military expertise was jealously guarded and civil-military communications were poor, Sazonov, whose ignorance of military matters was notorious, may have known no better. He clearly received extremely poor advice from the Chief of the General Staff, Yanushkevich, a man of very modest abilities, who was still somewhat out of his depth after only 5 months in office. Yanushkevich, a courtier rather than a soldier, had seen no service in the field, and his promotion, which was said to have excited general surprise, was probably due more to the Tsar's affection for him than to his professional qualifications. Yet even after Yanushkevich's subordinates and Yanushkevich himself had pointed up the absurdity of the partial mobilization plan, Sazonov refused to discard it. Perhaps he felt he needed to be able to offer the Tsar an alternative to full mobilization. Perhaps he hoped that partial mobilization would suffice to persuade the Austrians and the Germans to back down. Perhaps, on the other hand, he hoped, with the offer of partial mobilization, to coax the Tsar into a situation from which he would be forced to progress to the real thing. At the very least, these uncertainties suggest a certain disjointedness at the apex of the Russian executive, an impression reinforced by the fact that the Tsar was allowed to add the Baltic fleet to Sazonov's partial mobilization plan, although this made a nonsense of the foreign minister's intention to avoid antagonizing Germany. In any case, for the moment, the policy of partial mobilization remained a red herring, at least until 28th July, when the government chose actually to announce it. In the meanwhile, the Council of Ministers had resolved an even more important decision, namely the activation of the Regulation on the Period Preparatory to War of 2nd March 1913. This pre-mobilization law provided for heightened security and readiness at magazines and supply depots, the accelerated completion of railway repairs, readiness checks in all departments, the deployment of covering troops to positions on threatened fronts, and the recall of reservists to training camps. And there were other measures. Troops in training at locations remote from their bases were to be recalled immediately. Around 3,000 officer cadets were to be promoted to officer rank to bring the officer corps up to wartime strength. Harbours were to be mined, horses and wagons assembled, and the state of war was to be declared in all fortresses in the Warsaw, Vilnius, and St. Petersburg districts, so that the military authorities would possess the fullness of powers required to ensure speedy general mobilization when the order came. And these measures were put in force not only in the Austrian border zones, but across the entirety of European Russia. Needless to say, these measures were fraught with risk. How would the Germans and the Austrians be able to tell the difference between Russia's far-reaching pre-mobilization measures and the opening phase of a mobilization proper? The text of the regulation of 2nd March conveys an impression of the scale of the measures underway. According to its stipulations, reserves were to be recalled to frontier divisions and instructed as to the uniforms and probable dispositions of the enemy. Horses are to be reshod. No more furloughs are to be granted, and officers and men on furlough or detailed elsewhere are to return at once to their troop divisions. Espionage suspects are to be arrested. Measures to prevent the export of horses, cattle, and grain are to be worked out. Money and valuable securities are to be removed from banks near the frontier to the interior. Naval vessels are to return to their harbours and receive provisions and full war equipment. Yanushkevich raised the likelihood of misunderstandings by expressly advising the commanders in each district not to feel bound by the letter of the regulation of 2nd March and to overstep the prescribed measures if they judged it appropriate. And sure enough, many observers mistook the pre-mobilization for a partial mobilization. The Belgian military attaché in St. Petersburg reported on 26th July that the Tsar had ordered the mobilization of 10 army corps in military circumscriptions of Kiev and Odessa, adding that the news had been received with the greatest enthusiasm in military circles, and pointing out in a dispatch of the following day that the press had been informed that any public discussion of the mobilization of the army was strictly forbidden. German and Austrian consuls, diplomats, and attachés began firing off alarmed reports. From Copenhagen, the Austrian minister, Count Széchenyi, reported on 26th July that the Danish foreign minister, Erik Scavenius, had received news from St. Petersburg suggesting that Russia had already begun to mobilize, though in view of these precipitate offensive measures, Széchenyi thought it unlikely that France or England would feel obliged to intervene. On the following day, the Austrian consul, Hein, in Kiev, reported the recall of officers to garrisons and long lines of artillery units marching westwards out of the Kiev encampment their destination unknown. Later on the same day, 27th July, he reported 16 trains loaded with artillery and Cossacks leaving Kiev, and 26 military trains carrying artillery and sappers en route from Odessa, all bound for the Austrian border. The vast Kiev military camp was now empty. The troops had either moved to their winter quarters or were assembling at the station for embarkation. From Szczakowa, in the Polish salient, came a coded dispatch reporting that manoeuvres taking place in the area had been broken off, and all troops concentrated in the city. A large contingent of artillery had been loaded into wagons at the city's Vienna station. During the previous night, 7 trains full of sappers had passed out of the station. From Moscow came reports that the Imperial Russian Air Force, second only to the French in size, had pushed westwards, while a cavalry regiment had arrived in the city from far-off Yekaterinoslav, today Dnipropetrovsk, nearly 600 miles to the south. From the Austrian authorities in Galicia, there were reports of decidedly large masses of troops, including artillery and Cossacks, moving into positions just across the border. From Batum on the east coast of the Black Sea came news of regiments of infantry, Cossacks, and dragoons on their way to Warsaw. Consular dispatches sent from across Russia to the German embassy in St. Petersburg reported the mining of rivers, the seizure of rolling stock, an entire Russian artillery division seen marching westwards out of Kiev, the interdiction of German encrypted telegraphy through the Moscow Telegraph Office, troops on their way back from manoeuvres, infantry and cavalry units approaching Lublin and Kovyl, the assembly of masses of horses at their points of concentration, large convoys of military vehicles on the move, and other signs of a mass army preparing to make war. As early as the evening of 25th July, when Maurice Paleolog went to the Warsaw station in St. Petersburg to say goodbye to Izvolsky, who was travelling back to Paris in hot haste, the two men were struck by the commotion around them. There was great bustle on the platforms. The trains were packed with officers and men. This looked like mobilization. We rapidly exchanged impressions and came to the same conclusion. It's war this time. Russian reasons. In taking these steps, Sazonov and his colleagues escalated the crisis and greatly increased the likelihood of a general European war. For one thing, Russian pre-mobilization altered the political chemistry in Serbia, making it unthinkable that the Belgrade government, which had originally given serious consideration to accepting the ultimatum, would back down in the face of Austrian pressure. It also heightened the domestic pressure on the Russian administration, for the sight of uniformed men and the news that Russia would not remain indifferent to the fate of Serbia stirred euphoria in the nationalist press. It sounded alarm bells in Austria-Hungary. Most importantly of all, these measures drastically raised the pressure on Germany, which had so far abstained from military preparations and was still counting on the localization of the Austro-Serbian conflict. Why did Sazonov do it? He was not a candid man, and never produced a reliable account of his actions or motivations during these days. But the most plausible and obvious answer lies in his very first reaction to the news of the ultimatum. C'est la guerre européenne. Sazonov believed from the outset that an Austrian military action against Serbia must trigger a Russian counterattack. His response to the ultimatum was entirely consistent with his earlier commitments. Sazonov had never acknowledged that Austria-Hungary had a right to countermeasures in the face of Serbian irredentism. On the contrary, he had endorsed the politics of Balkan irredentism and had explicitly aligned himself with the view that Serbia was the rightful successor to the lands of unredeemed South Slavdom within the dual monarchy, an obsolete multi-ethnic structure whose days, in his view, were in any case numbered. It does not seem to have occurred to him that the days of the autocratic, multi-ethnic Russian Empire, whose minority relations were in worse condition than Austria-Hungary's, might also be numbered. Sazonov had denied from the start Austria's right to take action of any kind against Belgrade after the assassinations. He had repeatedly indicated in a range of contexts that he would respond militarily to any action against the client state. Already on 18th July, shortly after it became known that an Austrian note of some sort was in preparation, Sazonov had told Sir George Buchanan that anything resembling an Austrian ultimatum in Belgrade could not leave Russia indifferent, and she might be forced to take some precautionary military measures. Sazonov must have been aware of the immense risks involved, for he had joined Kakovtsev in opposing such a partial mobilization against Austria in November 1912, at the height of the Balkan crisis, on the grounds, as Kakovtsev put it, that whatever we chose to call the projected measures, a mobilization remained a mobilization, to be countered by our adversaries with actual war. The situation in 1914 was different, of course. The risks were greater, and, with Kakovtsev out of the way, the mood was less inhibited. But there was another important difference. Even in November 1912, Sazonov had added a rider to his support for a stand-down, saying that even if we were ready for war, we had no right to undertake such steps without first coming to an understanding with our allies. About this understanding, at least with France, there could no longer be any doubt in the summer of 1914. It was not just that Poincaré and Paleolog had pressed so hard for Russian firmness on the Serbian question. It was that a crisis of this kind conformed exactly to the Balkan inception scenario that the alliance, over many discussions and summit meetings, had come to define in recent years as the optimal casus belli. In a fascinating dispatch filed on 30th July, the Russian military attaché in Paris, Count Ignatieff, who had numerous contacts among the most senior French military commanders, reported that he saw in all around him unconcealed joy at the prospect of having the chance to use, as the French see it, beneficial strategic circumstances. The Belgian minister in Paris registered the same upbeat mood. "The French General Staff is favourable to war," he wrote on 30th July. "The General Staff desires war, because in its view the moment is favourable, and the time has come to make an end of it." It is simply not the case, as has sometimes been claimed, that Paleolog misrepresented French intentions and made undertakings to St. Petersburg for which he had no authorization from Paris. Nor is it true that he misinformed Paris about Russian mobilization in order to allow the crisis to mature to the point where Paris would be unable to restrain her ally. On the contrary, he alerted the French Foreign Ministry throughout to the measures adopted by the Russian government. A telegram composed at 6:30 on the evening of 24th July endorsed the principle of alliance solidarity in the interests of preserving peace by the use of force. A further telegram of 11 o'clock that night referred to the measures that Russia would without doubt be obliged to take if Serbia were to be threatened in her independence or her territorial integrity. And a further telegram composed at 4:45 p.m. on the following day, and marked urgent and secret, reported that the Council of Ministers had that day agreed, in principle, the mobilization of the 13 army corps that are destined to operate against Austria. There followed the crucial sentence: "The mobilization will be made public and effective only when the Austro-Hungarian government attempts to constrain Serbia by force of arms. However, secret preparations, préparatifs clandestins, will begin from today." Viviani would later explode with indignation at the news that things had been allowed to go so far so quickly, and would demand from Paleolog a full account of his doings during the crucial days of the crisis, accusing him of having withheld vital information on Russian measures. This is where the myth of Paleolog's unauthorized manipulations began. But although Viviani was out of the loop, as Poincaré no doubt intended him to be, Poincaré and Paris were not. In case the notes from Paleolog did not suffice, there were parallel dispatches streaming in from the French military attaché General Laguiche, who reported on 26th July, for example, that secret military dispositions were already underway in Warsaw, Vilna, and St. Petersburg, all districts abutting the German frontier. Yet there was no call for restraint from the Quai d'Orsay, nor did Poincaré, though he later falsified key details of his own involvement in the crisis, ever disavow Paleolog or the policy he had so enthusiastically represented in St. Petersburg. To be sure, there were moments when Sazonov's belief in a peaceful outcome seemed to revive. We have seen that the Austrians paused after receiving the ultimatum on 25th July, in the hope that the actuality of Austrian military preparations might prompt last-minute concessions from Belgrade. Sazonov mistakenly read this as a sign that Vienna might be looking for a climb-down, and began to talk of a negotiated settlement. Until the very last moment, he told the French ambassador on 26th July, "I will show myself ready to negotiate." What he meant by this became clear when he summoned Zapari for a frank and loyal explanation of his views. Working through the Austrian note point by point, Sazonov insisted on the unacceptable, absurd, and insulting character of every clause, and closed with an offer. "Take back your ultimatum, modify its form, and I guarantee you we will have a result." This negotiation was hardly the basis for fruitful further discussions. In any case, the brief Austrian lull after the submission of the ultimatum was grounded not in Austrian doubts about the rectitude of their own course, but in the hope that Belgrade might back down at the last minute. The news of the Russian pre-mobilization naturally rendered these hopes groundless. No one was more excited by the spectacle of Cossacks boarding trains than Miroslav Spalajkovich, who saw in them the portents of a final struggle for Serbian unity and freedom. With the Tsar urging the Serbs to fight like lions, it was unlikely that Belgrade would entertain second thoughts about the terms of the ultimatum. And, in the meantime, Sazonov had explicitly advised Belgrade not to accept a British offer of mediation. Even as they allowed the crisis to escalate, the Russians had to observe a certain caution. The French were committed to support Russia in a Balkan intervention, regardless of the precise circumstances in which that intervention was deemed to be necessary. But it was still important to placate French and British public opinion and to keep the Germans quiescent for as long as possible. Since November 1912, it had been an established assumption of Russian mobilization practice that the concentration of troops and materiel should be completed, if possible, without beginning hostilities, in order not to deprive the enemy irrevocably of the hope that war can still be avoided. During this period of latent mobilization, clever diplomatic negotiations would be used to lull to sleep as much as possible the enemy's fears. When mobilization is ordered in Russia, Paleolog reported to Paris on 25th July after a conversation with Sazonov, it will take place against Austria only, and will avoid taking the offensive, in order to leave Germany with a pretext for not invoking straight away the casus foederis. It was also essential, for the sake of Russian, French, and British public opinion, that Austria, not Russia, be seen as the aggressor. "We must let Austria place herself entirely in the wrong," Sazonov told Paleolog on 24th July. This thought, that the opponent must be allowed to appear the aggressor, would crop up in all the key decision centres on both sides during the last days of the crisis. Was all this done on Serbia's behalf alone? Was Russia really willing to risk war in order to protect the integrity of its distant client? We have seen that Serbia's importance in Russian eyes grew during the last years before the war, partly because of the deepening alienation from Sofia, and partly because Serbia was a better instrument than Bulgaria for applying pressure to the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. Sympathy with the Serbian cause was strong in Russian pan-Slavist and nationalist circles. This was an issue with which the government could build useful bridges to its middle-class public. On the other hand, St. Petersburg had been willing to leave Belgrade to its own devices in October 1913, when the Austrians had issued an ultimatum demanding their withdrawal from northern Albania. And, unlike Russia's neighbour Bulgaria, which possessed a piece of Black Sea coast, Serbia could hardly be seen as geopolitically crucial to Russian security. The robustness of the Russian response fully makes sense only if we read it against the background of the Russian leadership's deepening anxiety about the future of the Turkish Straits. The Russians, or more precisely, the Russian Naval Command, had been wishfully planning Bosphorus-seizing expeditions since the 1890s, and we have seen how the Bulgarian march on Constantinople, the disruption of grain exports during the Balkan Wars, and the Lehman von Sanders crisis pushed this issue to the head of the agenda in 1912 to 1914. By the summer of 1914, further factors were conspiring to heighten Russian apprehensions about the Turkish Straits. Most importantly, a regional arms and naval race had broken out between the Ottoman Empire and Greece, driven by a dispute over the future of the northern Aegean islands. In order to retain their edge over the Greeks, the Ottoman naval authorities had ordered 2 dreadnought-class battleships from the British firms Armstrong and Vickers, the first of which was due to arrive in late July 1914. This local power struggle was extremely alarming to the Russians. First, there was the danger, in the event of hostilities, of a further closure of the Straits to Russian commercial shipping, with all the costs and economic disruption that entailed. Then there was the possibility that some lesser state, Greece or Bulgaria, might suddenly grab a piece of Ottoman territory that the Russians themselves had their eyes on. A further worry was that a Greco-Turkish war might bring the British Navy onto the scene, just when the Russians were pressing London to scale down the British naval mission. But most important by a long margin was the prospect of a Turkish dreadnought presence in the Black Sea, where the Russians possessed no battleships of this class. The arrival of the new Turkish dreadnoughts, the Russian naval minister warned in January 1914, would create a naval power with crushing, nearly 6-fold superiority over the Russian Black Sea fleet. It is clear what calamitous results the loss of our superior position on the Black Sea would have for us, Sazonov told the Russian ambassador in London in May 1914, and therefore we cannot stand idly by and watch the continued and also very rapid expansion of the Ottoman naval forces. At the end of July 1914, Sazonov was still entreating the British to retain the dreadnoughts destined for Constantinople. Exactly how much weight these concerns carried in Russian thinking during the July crisis is difficult to ascertain, since the official documents tended to focus on the Austro-Serbian epicenter of the crisis. There was a tendency to rationalize Russian decisions exclusively in terms of solidarity with the Slavic little brothers, and the need to maintain Russian prestige on the Balkan Peninsula. Sazonov had learned his lesson, and knew that an open bid for control of the Straits was unlikely to play well with his allies. The picture is complicated somewhat, however, by the fact that the Bosphorus was a specifically naval obsession, not shared by the Army General Staff. On the other hand, the Straits issue doubtless carried considerable weight for Krivoshein, whose responsibility for agricultural exports made him especially aware of the vulnerability of Russian commercial shipping. Recent instability in the Balkans had tended to fuse the Balkan theatre with the Straits question, so that the peninsula came increasingly to be seen as the crucial strategic hinterland to the Straits. Russian control of the Balkans would place St. Petersburg in a far better position to prevent unwanted intrusions on the Bosphorus. Designs on the Straits were thus an important reinforcing factor in the decision to stand firm over the threat to Serbia. Whatever the precise order of geopolitical priorities, the Russians were already on the road to war. At this point, the horizons of possibility began to narrow. It becomes in retrospect harder, though not impossible, to imagine alternatives to the war that actually did break out in the first days of August 1914. This is doubtless what General Dobrorulski, head of the Russian Army's mobilization department, meant when he remarked in 1921 that after the St. Petersburg meetings of 24th and 25th July, the war was already a decided thing, and all the flood of telegrams between the governments of Russia and Germany were nothing but the staging for an historical drama. And yet, throughout the crucial days of the 4th week of July, the Russians and their French partners continued to speak of a policy of peace. The policy of firmness, as expounded by Poincaré, Sazonov, Paleolog, Izvolsky, Krivoshein and their colleagues, was a policy that aimed, in the words of the Tsar, to safeguard peace by the demonstration of force. It is tempting to dismiss this language as a smokescreen of euphemisms intended to disguise the aggressiveness of Russian and French policy, and perhaps also to avoid putting off the policymakers in London. But we find the same formulations in internal correspondence and private utterances. There is an interesting contrast here with the analogous German documents, which speak more directly of war as an external threat, a necessity, and an instrument of policy. Yet a closer look at what Russian and French statesmen were actually doing when they spoke of the need to safeguard peace, suggests that the difference was discursive rather than substantial. Why this difference should have existed is not immediately clear, but we should be wary of seeing in it the symptom of Germanic militarism or warlust. It may well reflect the deep impact of Clausewitz on German political language. The War of 1914–18 was the absolute negation of everything that Clausewitz had stood and argued for, but his subtle writings on conflict had depicted war as an eminently political tool, whose deployment, as a measure of last resort, should always serve political ends. By contrast, the language of the Russian and French decision-makers reflected the assumption that war and peace were stark existential alternatives. However, neither Clausewitz's sage injunctions on the primacy of politics, nor heartfelt invocations of peace as the highest human good, did anything to inhibit the decision-makers who took Europe into war in July 1914. 12. Last Days. A strange light falls upon the map of Europe. Throughout most of the July crisis of 1914, the eyes of the decision-makers in London were riveted on the 9 counties of Ulster in the north of Ireland. On 21 May 1914, a bill introducing Irish Home Rule was passed by the Commons at the third reading, but rejected by the House of Lords. Dependent on Irish nationalist votes, Asquith's Liberal government resolved to use the provisions of the Parliament Act, which allows a government in such circumstances to circumvent the Lords and pass a bill by means of the royal assent. The prospect of a partial devolution of government functions to Catholic Ireland stirred deep and bitter controversy. The thorniest question concerned which counties, if any, of confessionally mixed Ulster should be exempted from Home Rule and thus allowed to remain in the Union. Despairing of a solution that would meet their demands, both sides, Catholic Irish nationalists and Protestant Unionists, began preparing for an armed power struggle. In the spring, Ireland was on the brink of a fully fledged civil war. This was the seedbed of the troubles that would continue to bedevil Northern Irish politics into the early 21st century. The tensions generated by the Ulster question reached deep into the political life of the United Kingdom, because they touched on the past, present, and future identity of the British polity. The Conservative Party, officially known as the Conservative and Unionist Party, was passionately opposed to Home Rule. Unionist feeling also ran high in the officer corps of the British Army, many of whose recruits hailed from Protestant Anglo-Irish families with a strong stake in the Union. Indeed, it appeared doubtful whether the army would remain loyal if it were called upon to enforce Home Rule. In the Curragh incident of 20th March 1914, 57 British officers based at the Curragh camp in County Kildare proposed to resign their commissions rather than enforce the introduction of Home Rule against Unionist resistance. Among those within the army leadership who supported Unionist insubordination was Director of Military Operations Henry Wilson, who had played such an important role in expanding the scope of the British contingency plans for a continental intervention. Wilson made less and less effort to mask his contempt for Squiff, as he called Asquith, and his filthy cabinet. He did not shrink from using the Home Rule question to blackmail the Prime Minister into meeting Unionist demands. In a memorandum presented to the Army Council to be put before the Cabinet on 29 June 1914, Wilson and his colleagues argued that the Army would need to deploy the entire British Expeditionary Force to Ireland if it were to impose Home Rule and restore order there. In other words, if the British government wished to impose Home Rule, it would have to renounce any military intervention in Europe for the foreseeable future. Conversely, a continental military intervention would mean foregoing the introduction of Home Rule. This meant in turn that officers of Unionist sympathies, which were extremely widespread in an officer corps dominated by Protestant Anglo-Irish families, were inclined to see in a British continental intervention one possible means of postponing or preventing altogether the introduction of Home Rule. Nowhere else in Europe, with the possible exception of Austria-Hungary, did domestic conditions exert such direct pressure on the political outlook of the most senior military commanders. Ulster was still consuming the attention of the British government when the news from Sarajevo broke. The Prime Minister did not keep a diary, but his intimate correspondence with his young friend and soulmate Venetia Stanley, an elegant and intelligent socialite, is diary-like in its candid and detailed accounts of Asquith's daily preoccupations. The letters suggest that the violent death of the Austrian royalties on 28th June scarcely impinged on the Prime Minister's political awareness, which was wholly focused on the queer things that are going on about Ulster. Asquith made no further mention of the international situation until 24th July, when he reported ruefully that yet another round of haggling over Ulster had collapsed, stymied by the complex confessional geography of Tyrone and Fermanagh. Only at the end of a long discussion of Northern Irish matters did the Prime Minister mention, almost as an afterthought, that Austria had just sent a bullying and humiliating ultimatum to Serbia, who cannot possibly accept it. We are within measurable or imaginable distance of a real Armageddon, which would dwarf the Ulster and nationalist volunteers to their true proportion. Happily, there seems to be no reason why we should be anything more than spectators. This letter opened with the startling announcement that the light has failed, but Asquith was referring to Venetia's departure from London that morning for her family's country home on Anglesey, not to the impending extinction of European civilization. For Edward Grey, these were days heavy with personal preoccupations. His sight was deteriorating. He was finding it increasingly difficult to follow the ball during games of squash, and could no longer pick out his favourite star at night. He was planning to spend more time in the country, and there was talk of a visit to a renowned German oculist. By contrast with Asquith, however, Grey immediately perceived the seriousness of the crisis brewing in southeastern Europe. In his conversations during July with the London ambassadors of the powers, Grey plotted, as so often before, a meandering path that steered clear of straightforward commitments. On 8th July, he warned Paul Combon that if the Austrian Emperor were forced by Austrian public opinion to undertake a démarche against Serbia, France and Britain would have to do everything in their power to calm St. Petersburg. Combon warmly agreed. On the same day, Grey reminded the Russian ambassador that Berlin was nervous about the recent Anglo-Russian naval conversations, and that it was crucial Russia not give Germany any reason to suspect that a coup was being prepared against her. On 9th July, he assured the German ambassador, Count Lichnowsky, that there existed no secret and binding understandings between Britain and France or Russia. But he also added that Britain's relations with its Entente partners had lost nothing of their warmth, and that Lichnowsky should be aware that certain conversations had taken place since 1906 between the various military and naval authorities, albeit without any aggressive intent. The Foreign Secretary's talks with the Austrian ambassador were polite but reserved and non-committal. When Count Mensdorff complained to Grey on 17th July of the excesses of the Belgrade press, Grey inquired, rather oddly, whether there was not perhaps one Serbian paper that had behaved decently. Mensdorff conceded that this might be the case, but went on to say that the dual monarchy could no longer tolerate political subversion at this level of intensity. Sir Edward Grey conceded this, Mensdorff reported, but did not enter into any further discussion of the subject. After receiving the text of the Austrian note to Belgrade, Grey invited Mensdorff to come to see him again on 24th July. It was on that occasion that he described the note as the most formidable document of its type that he had ever seen. But even on that occasion, the Foreign Secretary conceded that Austria's claims concerning the complicity of certain Serbian state agencies, and even some of the demands listed in the note, were justified. On the same day, after securing approval from the Cabinet, he proposed that a concert of the four powers less directly involved in the quarrel, Britain, France, Italy, and Germany, should intervene in the event of a flare-up between Russia and Austria. None of this gave any indication that Grey intended to enter the conflict. He had often remarked that public opinion, by which he essentially meant published opinion, would be the ultimate determinant of British action, but there was little support for intervention in that sphere. Almost all the major papers viewed the prospect of British participation in a European war with distaste. The Manchester Guardian declared that Britain was in no danger of being dragged into the Austro-Serbian conflict by treaties of alliance, and famously announced that Manchester cared for Belgrade as little as Belgrade cared for Manchester. On 29th July, the Daily News expressed disgust at the notion that British lives might be sacrificed for the sake of Russian hegemony of the Slav world. On 1st August, its Liberal editor, Alfred George Gardiner, published a piece entitled "Why We Must Not Fight," of which the two central arguments were that there were no fundamental conflicts of interest between Britain and Germany, and that crushing Germany would in effect establish a Russian dictatorship over Europe and Asia. These were liberal titles, but even the Tory papers were unenthusiastic. The Yorkshire Post, for example, was doubtful that an Austro-German victory over the Franco-Russian alliance would leave England any worse off than a Franco-Russian victory, and could see no reason why Britain should be drawn in. The Cambridge Daily News agreed on 28th July that Britain's interest in the looming conflict was negligible, and the Oxford Chronicle announced on 31st July that the government's duty was to localise the quarrel and keep well out of it. Only the Times argued consistently for British intervention, although there was moderately sympathetic coverage of the Austrian position by Wickham Steed on 17th July. The paper anticipated a continental conflict from 22nd July, and spoke out on 27th, 29th and 31st July in favour of British involvement. Particularly vehement were the rantings of the journalist, self-publicist and fraudster Horatio Bottomley, whose editorial for his own John Bull in the first week of July opened with the words, "We have always looked at Serbia as a hotbed of cold-blooded conspiracy and subterfuge, and demanded, 'Serbia must be wiped out,' before going on, inconsequentially, to recommend that the British government avail itself of the crisis to annihilate the German fleet." The Serbian minister in London, Boskovic, was so appalled by the coverage in John Bull that he presented a formal protest to the British Foreign Office and sought legal advice on suing the paper for its lies about Serbia. At least until the beginning of August, then, it cannot be said that public opinion was pressuring the British government to intervene, nor did it seem likely that the Cabinet would seize the initiative. The majority of the ministers was still staunchly non-interventionist. It was the same constellation that had produced the Cabinet revolt against Grey's policy in November 1911. This was the fundamental problem Grey had always had to confront, that his foreign policy was distrusted by a large part of his own party. He had been able to count for some time on the support of the Conservatives in Parliament, but in the summer of 1914, with anti-Home Rule feeling running high, this support base too looked fragile. In the face of these pressures, he fell back on his customary practice of confining discussions of the international situation to his three liberal imperialist associates, Asquith, Haldane and Churchill. Not until the Cabinet meeting of 24th July, after long and difficult discussions on the minutiae of local government boundaries in Ulster, did he raise the issue of British policy on the current crisis, proposing that a concert of the four powers less closely connected with the Austro-Serbian quarrel be established to mediate between the two antagonists. It was the first time the Cabinet had discussed foreign policy for more than a month. In a slightly purple but oddly effective passage, Churchill later evoked the Cabinet's dawning awareness of the import of Grey's words. The parishes of Fermanagh and Tyrone faded back into the mists and squalls of Ireland, and a strange light began by perceptible gradations to fall upon the map of Europe. The Cabinet approved Grey's proposal for a four-power intervention, and then broke up for the weekend. As the fourth week of July reached its end, Grey began to press harder for a clarification of the circumstances under which the government might be prepared to intervene. On Monday 27th July, he inquired whether the Cabinet would support intervention if France were to be attacked by Germany. Grey's old opponents, Morley, Simon, Burns, Beauchamp and Harcourt, all threatened to resign immediately if such a decision were taken. At a late-night meeting on 29th to 30th July, after a long discussion failed to produce a resolution, Grey pressed for a promise of support for France. Only 4 cabinet colleagues, including Asquith, Haldane and Churchill, backed the proposal. The rest were opposed. Even the question of Belgium seemed unlikely to trigger an intervention. It was widely assumed, on the basis both of military intelligence secured by the French General Staff and of military inference, that the Germans would approach France through Belgium, breaching the 1839 international treaty guaranteeing its neutrality. But the Cabinet took the view that, while Britain was indeed a signatory to the treaty, the obligation to uphold it fell on all the signatories collectively, not on any one of them individually. Should the matter actually arise, they concluded, the British response would be one of policy rather than obligation. Indeed, it is striking with what sang-froid senior British military and political leaders contemplated a German breach of Belgian neutrality. On the basis of Anglo-French staff conversations in 1911, Henry Wilson had come to the conclusion that the Germans would choose to cross the Ardennes through southern Belgium, confining their troops to the area south of the rivers Sambre and Meuse. These findings were presented to the 114th meeting of the Committee of Imperial Defence. The same scenario was discussed by the Cabinet on 29th July, when Lloyd George showed, using a map, why it was likely that the Germans would cross only the furthest southern corner of Belgium. Far from greeting this prospect with outrage, the ministers accepted it as strategically necessary, from Germany's standpoint, and thus virtually inevitable. British strategic concerns were focused primarily on Antwerp and the mouth of the River Schelde, which had always been regarded as one of the keys to British security. "I don't see," Churchill commented, "why we should come in if they go only a little way into Belgium." Lloyd George later claimed that he would have refused to go to war if the German invasion of Belgium had been confined to the route through the Ardennes. British policymakers assumed in any case that the Belgians themselves would not make their last stand in the south, but would, after offering token resistance to demonstrate that they had not permitted the violation, fall back on their lines of fortification further to the north. There would thus be nothing automatic about the relationship between a German invasion of Belgium and British intervention in the conflict. It would be a mistake, however, to infer from these indications of reluctance that Grey himself, or his closest associates, had abandoned their long-standing commitment to the Entente. On the contrary, Grey viewed the crisis unfolding in Europe almost entirely through the lens of the Entente. The prospect that Parliament might not honour the moral obligation to France that he had worked so hard to create and protect caused him profound anxiety. He shared the personal distaste of his colleagues for the adventurist politics of Belgrade, and was aware of the massacres and harassment in the newly conquered areas. He certainly possessed enough information to understand the kind of threat that Serbia posed to the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. He expressed disgust at the notion that any great power should be dragged into a war by Serbia. Yet he showed no interest in the kind of intervention that might have provided Austria with other options than the ultimatum. The four-power mediation proposed at the Cabinet meeting of 24th July was a non-starter. Of the four powers involved, Britain, Germany, Italy and France, only one was likely to defend the interests of Austria-Hungary. Moreover, Austria-Hungary and the international system lacked the means to ensure compliance with whatever stipulations might have been agreed. Finally, the great power most directly involved in sponsoring Serbian irredentism would not have been involved in or bound by the decisions of the concert. Grey's confidence in his ability to patch together some form of mediation doubtless derived in part from the good fame he had earned by chairing the Ambassadors' Conference of 1913 in London. But arguments over Albanian border strips and a peace-war mediation among the great powers were very different things. In his reactions to the crisis, Grey subordinated his understanding of the Austro-Serbian quarrel to the larger imperatives of the Entente, which meant, in effect, tacitly supporting Russian policy. Grey did speak at intervals of the importance of calming Russia, and he did ask St. Petersburg to avoid unnecessarily provocative measures, but he showed remarkably little knowledge of or interest in what was actually happening in Russia during the crucial days following the presentation of the Austrian note. This ignorance was not entirely his fault, for the Russians deliberately concealed the extent of their clandestine preparations from Sir George Buchanan, telling him on 26th July that the protective measures in Moscow and St. Petersburg had been put into effect merely to deal with a wave of strikes currently disrupting Russian industry. Buchanan was not entirely convinced. In a brief dispatch to Grey on 26th July, he noted that since the strikes were practically over, the measures he had observed must doubtless be connected with intending mobilization. But Grey was not interested. There was no attempt on Buchanan's part to follow up on these indications, and no instruction from London to do so. And this approach was characteristic of the Foreign Ministry's handling of communications with Russia. On 26th July, the day Buchanan filed his report, Nicholson met with Count Lichnowsky, who appeared with an urgent telegram from his government, reporting that Russia seemed to be calling in classes of reserves, which in effect signalled mobilization. Nicholson replied that London had no information as to a general mobilization, or indeed of any mobilization immediately. But then he added, "It would, however, be difficult and delicate for us to ask Petersburg not to mobilize at all. When Austria was contemplating such a measure, we should not be listened to. The main thing was to prevent, if possible, active military operations." This was an odd reading of the situation, to say the least, for it implied an equivalence between Austrian and Russian mobilization, overlooking the fact that whereas Austrian measures were focused exclusively on Serbia, Russian ones were directed against Austria and Germany, inasmuch as the regulation of 2nd March 1913 applied to nearly all the western Russian military districts and had in any case been extended to cover the mobilization of the Baltic fleet. Grey's comments also revealed a blank, or perhaps partially willful, ignorance of the meaning of mobilization measures, in an era when the speed of concentration and attack was seen as a crucial determinant of military success. Finally, had Grey been interested in adopting an impartial approach to the admittedly tangled problem of mediation and localization, he might have wished to examine closely the strengths and weaknesses of the Austrian case against Serbia, and to prevent Russian countermeasures that were certain to trigger a broader conflict. But he did nothing of the kind. At his meeting with Benkendorf on 8th July, and at various points thereafter, Grey had, after all, acquiesced in the Russian view that a Servian war inevitably meant a European war. Grey knew in general terms what had transpired during the French visit to St. Petersburg. In a dispatch of 24th July, following Poincaré's departure, Ambassador Buchanan reported that the meetings in the Russian capital had revealed a perfect community of views between Russia and France on the general peace and the balance of power in Europe, and that the two states had made a solemn affirmation of the obligations imposed by their alliance. Sazonov had asked Buchanan to convey to Grey his hope that the British government would proclaim its solidarity with France and Russia. Commenting on this dispatch, Eyre Crowe used more trenchant formulations than Grey would have chosen, but captured the inner logic of the position that the Foreign Secretary would adopt. Whatever we may think of the merits of the Austrian charges against Serbia, France and Russia consider that these are the pretexts, and that the bigger cause of Triple Alliance versus Triple Entente is definitely engaged. I think it would be impolitic, not to say dangerous, for England to attempt to controvert this opinion, or to endeavour to obscure the plain issue by any representation at St. Petersburg and Paris. Our interests are tied up with those of France and Russia in this struggle, which is not for the possession of Serbia, but one between Germany aiming at a political dictatorship in Europe and the powers who desire to retain individual freedom. Grey assured Lichnowsky that Britain had no legal obligations to its Entente partners, but he also warned the German ambassador on 29th July, without specific authorization from the cabinet beforehand, that if Germany and France were drawn into the war, Britain might find it necessary to take precipitous action. When Beetman Holweg contacted London on 30th July to suggest that Germany would abstain from annexations of French territory if Britain agreed to remain neutral, Grey cabled Goshen, the British ambassador in Berlin, to inform him that the proposal cannot for a moment be entertained. Grey's actions and omissions revealed how deeply Entente thinking structured his view of the unfolding crisis. This was, in effect, a new iteration of the Balkan inception scenario that had become the animating logic of the Franco-Russian alliance, and that Grey had internalized in his warning to the German ambassador in early December 1912. Listen to Chapter 5. There would be a quarrel in the Balkans. It didn't really matter who started it. Russia would pile in, pulling in Germany. France would inevitably intervene on the side of her ally. In that situation, Britain could not stand aside and watch France be crushed by Germany. This is precisely the script, notwithstanding momentary doubts and prevarications, that Grey followed in 1914. He did not inspect or weigh up the Austrian case against Serbia. Indeed, he showed no interest in it whatsoever, not because he believed the Serbian government was innocent of the charges against it, but because he acquiesced in the Franco-Russian view that the Austrian threat to Serbia constituted a pretext, as Eyre Crowe put it, for activating the alliance. A central feature of that scenario was that Britain accepted, or at least did not challenge, the legitimacy of a Russian strike against Austria to resolve an Austro-Serbian quarrel, and the inevitability of French support for the Russian initiative. The precise circumstances of the Austro-Serbian dispute and questions of culpability were matters of subordinate interest. What mattered was the situation that unfolded once the Russians and the French were involved. And defining the problem in this way naturally placed the onus on Germany, whose intervention in Austria's defence must necessarily trigger French mobilization and a continental war. Poincaré returns to Paris. As Grey was proposing his four-power mediation idea at the end of the cabinet meeting of 24th July, Poincaré and Viviani were crossing the Gulf of Finland on board the France, escorted by Russian torpedo boats. When they arrived in Sweden on the following day, Poincaré exploited the access to secure telegraphic links to ensure that control over the formulation of policy remained with himself and, nominally, Viviani. He instructed the Premier to issue a statement to the French press announcing that Viviani was in communication with all relevant parties and had resumed direction of external affairs. It is important, Poincaré noted, that they not get the impression in France that Bienvenu Martin, the inexperienced acting foreign minister in Paris, has been left to his own devices. Over the past 24 hours, bits and pieces of information on the evolving Austro-Serbian crisis had made it through to the wireless station on board the France. As a fuller picture emerged, Poincaré stuck to the position he had outlined in St. Petersburg. The Austrian démarche was illegitimate. Vienna's demands were obviously unacceptable to Serbia. Indeed, they constituted a violation of human rights. The responsibility for saving peace no longer lay with Russia, whose military preparations were entirely in accordance with the positions affirmed and agreed during the French state visit, but with the Germans, who must restrain their Austrian ally. If the Germans failed to do this, Poincaré noted in his diary on 25th July, they would place themselves in a very wrongful position in taking upon themselves the responsibilities for the violent acts of Austria. The most revealing glimpse of how proactively Poincaré viewed his own part in events is furnished by his reaction to the news, which reached him in Stockholm, that Sazonov had urged the Serbs not to offer resistance to the Austrians at the border, but to withdraw their forces to the interior of the country, to protest to the international community that she had been invaded, and to appeal to the powers for judgment. Sazonov's aims in proffering this advice were to win international sympathy for the Serbian cause, but at the same time to draw the Austrians as deeply as possible into their Plan B deployments, and thereby weaken the dispositions available to meet a Russian attack on Galicia. Poincaré misread this news as an indication that Sazonov had lost his nerve and was counselling an abdication of Russia's responsibilities to the Balkan state. We assuredly cannot show ourselves braver, that is, more committed to Belgrade, than the Russians, he wrote. Serbia has every chance of being humiliated. It was, or rather it looked like, a return to those days of winter 1912-13, when French policymakers had pressed the Russians to adopt a firmer position against Austria in the Balkans. At that time, The Russian military attaché in Paris had reacted with puzzlement to the bellicose talk of the French military. Now the situation was different. The policy had been agreed, and Poincaré's fears that Sazonov was about to wobble again were unfounded. It may seem odd that Poincaré did not, in view of the escalating crisis in Central Europe, simply cancel his scheduled visit to Sweden on the home leg. The stopover in Stockholm has sometimes been cited as evidence of the French leader's essential passivity in relation to the crisis. Why, if Poincaré intended to play a proactive role in events, would he and Viviani have indulged in maritime tourism on the way home to Paris? The answer to the question is that the visit to Sweden was not tourism at all, but a crucial part of the alliance strategy reaffirmed in St. Petersburg. Poincaré and the Tsar had discussed the need to secure Swedish neutrality, in preparation, one must infer, for an impending European war. Swedish-Russian relations had been troubled in recent times by aggressive Russian espionage activity and fears in Stockholm of an imminent Russian attack, either across their shared border or across the Baltic. On their last day together in St. Petersburg, Nicholas II had asked Poincaré personally to convey to King Gustav V of Sweden his, the Tsar's, peaceful intentions towards Sweden. Poincaré was to inform the king that the Tsar harboured no aggressive intentions against his Baltic neighbour, and that while he had until now been unaware of any espionage activity, he would put a stop to it forthwith. Above all, it was crucial that Sweden be prevented from falling into the arms of the Germans, with the severe strategic complications this might entail. On 25th July, during an afternoon spent with Gustav V, Poincaré successfully performed this errand, and was able to report that the king heartily reciprocated the Tsar's desire that Sweden should remain neutral. It was, of course, awkward to be stuck wining and dining in Sweden while the European crisis deepened, especially as the strain was beginning to tell once more on poor Viviani. But French public opinion was still calm. Attention remained focused on the Caillaux trial, which ended only on 28th July with the surprise acquittal of Madame Caillaux. Under these circumstances, as Poincaré knew well, an early return was more likely to alarm than to reassure French and European opinion. Moreover, it would give rise to the impression that France may involve herself in the conflict. But once it became known, on 27th July, that the Kaiser had returned early to Berlin from his Baltic journey on the imperial yacht, Poincaré, who was now being bombarded with telegrams from ministers urging him to return to Paris, lost no time in cancelling the remaining state visits to Denmark and Norway, which were in any case much less pressing from the strategic point of view, and instructing the crew of the France to return directly to Dunkirk. Hardly had they changed their course, but the France and her escort, the dreadnought-class battleship Jean Bart, were met by a German battlecruiser crossing the Bay of Mecklenburg out of Kiel, followed by a German torpedo boat that turned tail and left the scene. The German battlecruiser offered the usual salute, firing blanks from all guns singly on the beam, and the Jean Bart responded in kind. The France remained silent, as was the custom for any ship carrying a head of state. Minutes later, the telegraph station on the France intercepted an encrypted radio transmission sent from the battle-cruiser immediately after the salute, presumably to alert Berlin to the fact that the French president was now on his way back to Paris. Poincaré and Viviani found themselves adopting increasingly divergent views of the international situation. Poincaré noticed that the Prime Minister seemed more and more troubled and worried, and was preoccupied by the most contradictory ideas. When a telegram arrived on 27th July reporting Edward Grey's affirmation that England would not remain inactive should a war break out in the Balkans, Poincaré made an example of this firmness to Viviani in order to buck him up. The President spent much of that day, as he had on the journey to St. Petersburg, explaining to Viviani that weakness is always the mother of complications, and that the only sensible course was to manifest an enduring firmness. But Viviani remained nervous, agitated, and kept uttering disturbing words or phrases that denote a bleak vision of foreign policy matters. Pierre de Margerie, head of the political department of the Quai d'Orsay, too, was unsettled by Viviani's singular state of mind. To Poincaré's consternation, the Prime Minister seemed unable to speak coherently of anything but party congresses and the political alliances around the socialist leader Jean Jaurès. Poincaré, too, was feeling the strain. Particularly vexing was a sequence of confused and almost unintelligible radiograms on 27th July, reporting various statements by Sir Edward Grey. Having warned the Austrian ambassador that Britain would not stand aside in a war of Balkan origin, Grey was now warning the French ambassador, Paul Cambon, that British public opinion would not support British involvement in a war over the Serbian question. But whereas Viviani feared a headlong rush towards war, what Poincaré feared above all was a failure to confront and oppose an Austria démarche against Serbia. If Austria wants to push her victory further, by victory, Poincaré meant Belgrade's supposed acceptance of the Austrian demands. If she declares war, or if she enters Belgrade, will Europe let her do it? Is it only between Austria and Russia that Europe will intervene to put a stop to a further escalation? That would mean taking Austria's part and giving it open season vis-à-vis Serbia. I set out all these objections to Viviani. On 28th July, as they entered the North Sea and approached the French coast, Poincaré had the telegraph officer radio ahead to cancel the reception at Dunkirk. The President's train should be made ready so that the party could travel directly from the harbour to Paris. The air over the North Sea was colder and greyer, the sea was choppy, and there were frequent drenching showers. The latest radiograms reported that the British supported a collective démarche by the powers to defuse the crisis, encouraging news for the President, because it meant that the Russians would be expected to stand down only if the Austrians did. And lastly, there was very cheering news from Paris. In reply to the German ambassador von Schön, who had insisted that the Austro-Serbian quarrel was a matter for the two countries to resolve between themselves, the acting Foreign Minister, Bienvenu Martin, had declared that France would do nothing to restrain Russia unless Germany restrained Austria-Hungary. Delighted with this unexpectedly firm riposte, Poincaré instructed de Margerie to have Viviani telegraph to Paris his, that is, Viviani's, approval of the acting minister's reply. It was a neat illustration of the chain of command driving French foreign policy in the last days of July 1914. By the time of his arrival in France, Poincaré had made up his mind, though there were still no signs of military countermeasures from Germany, that a European war could no longer be avoided. He found the ministers in a calm and resolute mood, and was relieved to see that their attitude was more energetic than that of the faint-hearted Viviani. Poincaré had already telegraphed to Bienvenu Martin, instructing him to liaise with his colleagues in the ministries of War, the Navy, the Interior, and Finance, to ensure that all the necessary precautions were in place in case of a heightening of tension. He was pleased to find that great progress had been made in all relevant sectors. Abel Ferry, the Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, and René Renoux, Minister of Public Works, who had travelled to Dunkirk to meet the presidential party, informed Poincaré that soldiers on leave had been recalled, troops in training camps had returned to their garrisons, the prefects had been placed on alert, civil servants had been instructed to remain at their posts, and key supplies had been purchased by Paris. In short, the steps had been taken which, in the event of need, would permit an immediate mobilization. When Renoux asked him in the train from Dunkirk to the capital whether a political settlement among the great powers was still possible, Poincaré replied, "No, there can be no settlement. There can be no arrangement." Most telling of all is the description in Poincaré's diary of the crowds that gathered to greet him on the way to Paris. It suggests the state of mind of a political leader already at war. Immediately we note that the morale of the population is excellent, especially of the labourers and dockers. A very dense multitude had poured onto the wharves and quays, and greeted us with repeated cries of "Vive la France! Vive Poincaré!" I master my emotion and exchange a few words with the mayor, senators, and deputies. They all tell me, and the prefect confirms, that we can count on the unity and on the determination of the country. The Russian government had already implemented far-reaching pre-mobilization measures. Paris was well informed of these, both by Paleologue, in the brief note of 25th July, and in more detail on the following day by the French military attaché in St. Petersburg, General Pierre de la Guiche. Then came the news, brought by Ambassador Izvolsky on the morning of 29th July, that a Russian partial mobilization against Austria-Hungary was planned for the same day. It is difficult to retrace Poincaré's response to this news, because he later, while preparing his memoirs, removed the latter half of the entry for 29th July from the manuscript of his diary, a page that appears to have been concerned with the Russian measures, and there are no extant minutes of the discussion at the Council of Ministers convened that day. But according to an account confided to Joseph Caillot that evening by a minister who had been present, Minister of the Interior Louis Malvy, the Council of Ministers expressly approved the Russian measures. Neither on 26th to 27th nor on 29th July did Paris see fit to urge restraint on the alliance partner. All of this was in accordance with the Balkan inception scenario and with French strategic thinking, which laid great weight upon the speed and effectiveness of Russian mobilization. But this priority had to be balanced with the need to secure British intervention. At the end of July, the British government remained undecided on the question of whether, when, and in what way it would take part in the impending European war. One thing was clear. If France were seen to be entering a war of aggression at the side of its ally, this would thoroughly undermine its moral claim to British support. Yet French security in the face of a German westward attack required that Paris insist on the swiftest possible military response by St. Petersburg. This was the familiar paradox. The war that needed to be fought defensively in the west had to begin aggressively in the east. These conflicting imperatives placed immense pressure on the decision-makers in Paris, and the pressure became especially acute on the night of 29th July, when the Germans warned St. Petersburg that they would consider mobilizing their own forces unless Russia halted its own mobilization. Late in the night of 29th to 30th July, a telegram from Sazonov arrived at the Russian embassy in Paris, informing Izvolsky of the German warning. Since Russia could not back down, Sazonov wrote, it was the Russian government's intention to accelerate our defense measures and to assume the likely inevitability of a war. Izvolsky was instructed to thank the French government on Sazonov's behalf for its generous assurance that we can count absolutely on the support of France as an ally. Since the Russians had already advised France of the earlier decision to launch a partial mobilization against Austria only, it can be inferred that Sazonov's acceleration referred to an imminent Russian general mobilization, a measure that would indeed make a continental war virtually inevitable. Unsurprisingly, this message triggered a flurry of activity in Paris. Izvolsky sent his legation secretary in the dead of night to the Quai d'Orsay, and went himself to Viviani to present him with Sazonov's telegram. Shortly thereafter, at 4 o'clock on the morning of 30th July, Viviani met with War Minister Adolphe Messimy and Poincaré in the Élysée Palace to discuss the news. The result was a carefully worded French reply, dispatched on the morning of that day. France is resolved to fulfill all the obligations of the alliance, but, in the interest of general peace, and given that discussions are still underway among the less interested powers, I believe that it would be desirable that, in the measures of precaution and defence to which Russia believes it must proceed, it does not make immediately any disposition that might offer Germany a pretext for a total or partial mobilization of its forces. This reply is sometimes cited as evidence that the French government, alarmed by the Russian measures, were willing, for the sake of peace, to jeopardize the security arrangements of the Franco-Russian alliance. Certainly this was how it seemed to Viviani. During a meeting that evening with the former Foreign Minister, Gabriel Hanotaux, he complained that the Russians are confronting us with faits accomplis and are hardly consulting us at all. But the purpose of the note was more complex. It was intended to persuade the British that France was endeavouring to restrain its ally. With this purpose in mind, a copy of the message was dispatched immediately to Paul Combon in London. The link with the Anglo-French Entente is made explicit in Poincaré's diary, which records that the message to St. Petersburg was formulated on account of the ambiguous attitude of England. At the same time, however, de Margerie and Messimy were instructed by Poincaré, apparently without Viviani's knowledge, to clarify to Izvolsky the true nature of the French government's intentions. Izvolsky's report of conversations with the diplomat and the minister substantially muted the impact of the earlier telegram urging restraint. Margerie, with whom I have just spoken, told me that the French government has no wish to intervene in our military preparations, but believes it to be extremely desirable, in the interest of the continuation of negotiations for the preservation of peace, that these preparations should avoid as far as possible an overt and provocative character. Developing the same thought, the Minister of War also said to Count Ignatieff, the Russian military attaché in Paris, that we could make a declaration to the effect that we are willing, for the sake of the higher interests of peace, temporarily to slow our mobilization measures, which need not prevent us, on the other hand, from continuing our military preparations, and indeed pursuing them more energetically, as long as we refrain from mass transports of troops. These two telegrams, both dispatched on 30th July, capture the complex triangulations of a French policy that had to mediate between the hard imperatives of the Franco-Russian alliance and the fuzzy logic of the Anglo-French Entente. Appealing to the higher interests of peace, in essence, meant offering the opponent an opportunity to back down, an eventuality that looked increasingly unlikely. In the meanwhile, Russia's preparations for war continued, in the form of an almost mobilization that stopped short of the concentration of masses of troops at the western frontier. As he jotted down notes in the Council of Ministers on the morning of 30th July, the Under-Secretary of State at the Quai d'Orsay, Abel Ferry, summarized French policy thus: "Do not stop Russian mobilization. Mobilize, but do not concentrate." In Poincaré's diary, the passage from that day reporting the dispatch of the telegram urging restraint on St. Petersburg is followed by the sentence, "At the same time, we take the necessary measures to establish our covering troops in the east." Russia mobilizes. On the evening of 29th July, the chief of the Russian General Staff passed the ukaz for general mobilization to General Sergei Dobrorolsky. As Director of Mobilization, it was Dobrorolsky's task to collect the ministerial signatures without which the order could not come into effect. The general later recalled his visits to the Ministries of War, the Navy, and the Interior. The mood was somber. Sukhomlinov, once so outspoken in his belligerence, had grown very quiet in recent days. Perhaps, Dobrorolsky reflected, he now regretted the incendiary article he had planted some months before in the Birjevye Vedomosti, declaring that Russia was ready for war. The Minister of the Navy, Admiral Grigorovich, was shocked to see the ukaz. What? War with Germany? Our fleet is in no state to hold its own against the German fleet. He called Sukhomlinov on the telephone for confirmation, and then signed, with a heavy heart. In the office of the reactionary ultra-monarchist Minister of the Interior, Nikolai Maklakov, Dobrorolsky found an atmosphere of prayers. Large icons standing on a narrow table glowed in the light of a church lamp. In Russia, the minister said, war will never be popular with the profound masses of the people. Revolutionary ideas are more to their taste than a victory over Germany. But one does not escape one's destiny. Crossing himself, Maklakov, too, signed the order. At around 9 p.m., with all the necessary signatures collated, Dobrorolsky made his way to St. Petersburg's Central Telegraph Office, where the Director-in-Chief of Posts and Telegrams had been warned in advance to make himself available for a transmission of the greatest importance. With scrupulous care, the text was typed up in multiple copies so that it could be sent simultaneously from the machines in the main hall that linked St. Petersburg to the principal centres of the Russian Empire. From these, it would be retransmitted to all towns in all districts. Following the protocol for the dispatch of mobilization orders, the telegraph office had shut down all other traffic. At 9:30 p.m., just before transmission, the phone rang. It was Yanushkevich, chief of the General Staff, ordering Dobrorolsky not to transmit the text, but to stand by for further instructions. A few minutes later, a messenger, in the form of Staff Captain Turgan Baranovsky, arrived in a state of agitation. The Tsar had changed his mind. Instead of the mobilization order, an order for partial mobilization was to be promulgated, along the lines resolved in principle at the meetings of 24th and 25th July. The new order was duly drawn up and transmitted at around midnight on 29th to 30th July, triggering mobilization measures in the Kiev, Odessa, Moscow, and Kazan districts. This sudden reversal produced almost comical levels of confusion at the French embassy. General Laguiche, the military attaché, was advised of the impending mobilization just after 10 p.m., but told by the Russians not to inform Ambassador Paleolog, lest the latter's indiscretion compromise the secrecy of the decision. But Paleolog learned of it an hour later from a different source, that is, an indiscreet Russian, and immediately sent his first secretary, Chambrin, to the Russian Foreign Ministry to alert Paris by urgent telegram to the fact that a secret general mobilization was underway. The ministerial telegram link was chosen because it was feared that the French ciphers might not be secure. At the same time, Paleolog dispatched a telegram to the Quai d'Orsay in French cipher bearing the text, "Please collect from the Russian embassy as a matter of extreme urgency. My telegram number 304. On reaching the ministry, Chambron bumped into Laguiche, who had just learned that the Tsar had rescinded the mobilization order. Laguiche ordered Chambron to delete the section of his telegram referring to the decision secretly to begin mobilization. The telegram dispatched to the Russian embassy in Paris now merely announced the Russian mobilization against Austria, so that Viviani and his colleagues remained unaware of how close St. Petersburg had come to a general mobilization. On the following morning, Paleolog was incandescent at the efforts of the military attaché and his own first secretary to obstruct his communications with Paris. In any case, the partial mobilization announced on 29th July was not a sustainable arrangement. Partial mobilization posed insuperable difficulties to the Russian staff planners because it threatened to disrupt the arrangements for a subsequent full mobilization. Unless the order were rescinded or replaced by an order for general mobilization within 24 hours, irreparable damage would be done to Russian preparedness for a westward attack. Early on the morning of 30th July, Sazonov and Krivoshein conferred by telephone. Both were greatly disturbed at the stoppage of the general mobilization. Sazonov proposed that Krivoshein request an audience of the Tsar in order to persuade him of the urgency of general mobilization. At 11 a.m., Sazonov and Yanushkevich met in the latter's office, and the staff chief set out once again the reasons for proceeding at once to general mobilization. Standing in the office of the chief of staff, Sazonov had a telephone call put through to the Peterhof Palace. After some pained minutes of waiting, Sazonov heard the voice, unrecognizable at first, of a man little accustomed to speaking on the telephone, who desired to know with whom he was speaking. The Tsar agreed to receive Sazonov at 3 o'clock that afternoon. He refused to receive Krivoshein at the same time, because he hated it when ministers joined forces to form a lobby. At the Peterhof, Sazonov was admitted immediately to the Emperor's study, where he found the sovereign tired and preoccupied. At the Tsar's request, the audience took place in the presence of General Tatistchev, who was about to return to his posting as Russian military attaché to the German Emperor. Sazonov spoke for 50 minutes, setting out the technical difficulties, reminding Nicholas that the Germans had rejected all our conciliatory offers, which went far beyond the spirit of concession one would expect of a great power whose forces are intact, and concluding that no hope remained of saving peace. The Tsar ended the meeting with a final decision. "You are right. There is nothing else left than to prepare ourselves for an attack. Transmit to the Chief of the General Staff my orders of mobilization." At last, with profound relief, Yanushkevich received the call he had been waiting for. "Issue your orders, General," Sazonov told him, "and then disappear for the rest of the day." But Sazonov's fear that there would be another countermanding order proved groundless. Once again, it fell to General Dobrorolsky to make his way to the Central Telegraph Office and transmit the telegram ordering a general mobilization. This time, everyone knew what was at stake. When Dobrorolsky entered the main hall of the telegraph office at around 6 p.m., solemn silence reigned among the telegraphers, men and women. Each was seated before his or her machine, waiting for the copy of the telegram. There was no messenger from the Tsar. Several minutes after 6 p.m., though the human operators remained silent, the machines began clicking and tapping, filling the hall with dense, purposeful rustling. The Russian general mobilization was one of the most momentous decisions of the July crisis. This was the first of the general mobilizations. It came at a moment when the German government had not yet even declared the state of impending war, the German counterpart to the Russian period preparatory to war, which had been in force since 26 July. Austria-Hungary, for its part, was still locked into a partial mobilization focused on defeating Serbia. There would later be some discomfort among French and Russian politicians about this sequence of events. In the Orange Book produced after the outbreak of war by the Russian government to justify its actions during the crisis, the editors backdated by 3 days the Austrian order of general mobilization so as to make the Russian measure appear a mere reaction to developments elsewhere. A telegram dated 29th July from Ambassador Shebeko in Vienna, stating that an order of general mobilization was anticipated for the following day, was backdated to 28th July and reworded to say, "The order for general mobilization has been signed." In fact, the order for Austrian general mobilization would not be issued until 31st July, to go into effect on the following day. The French Yellow Book played even more adventurously with the documentary record, by inserting a fictional communiqué from Paleolog dated 31st July, stating that the Russian order had been issued as a result of the general mobilization of Austria and of the measures for mobilization taken secretly but continuously by Germany for the past 6 days. In reality, the Germans had remained, in military terms, an island of relative calm throughout the crisis. Why did the Russians take this step? For Sazonov, the decisive factor was undoubtedly the Austrian declaration of war on Serbia on 28th July, to which he responded almost immediately with a telegram to the embassies in London, Paris, Vienna, Berlin, and Rome, to the effect that Russia would announce on the following day the partial mobilization of the military districts adjoining Austria. This is the telegram that was discussed by the French Council of Ministers on 29th July. At this point, it was still important to Sazonov that the Germans be assured of the absence on the part of Russia of any aggressive intentions regarding Germany. Opting for partial, as opposed to general mobilization, was part of that policy. Why, then, did he so rapidly shift from partial to general mobilization? 4 reasons spring to mind. We have already considered the first, namely the technical impossibility of combining partial mobilization, for which no proper plan existed, with the option of a general mobilization thereafter. A further factor was Sazonov's conviction, entertained from the beginning of the crisis, but increasingly indignant and dominant, that Austria's intransigence was in fact Germany's policy. This was an idea deeply rooted in Russian Balkan policy, which had for some time ceased to take Austria-Hungary seriously as an autonomous factor in European affairs. Witness Sazonov's injunction to Beetman at Baltic Port in the summer of 1912 not to encourage Austrian adventures, and it was reinforced by reports suggesting, correctly, that Germany was continuing to support the Austrian position rather than pressuring its ally to back down. In his memoirs, Sazonov recalled receiving on 28th July, the day of the Austrian declaration of war on Serbia, a telegram from Ambassador Benkendorf in London reporting that a conversation with Count Lichnowsky, the German ambassador there, had confirmed his conviction that Germany was supporting the obstinacy of Austria. This was an idea of great importance because it allowed the Russians to establish Berlin as the moral fulcrum of the crisis and the agent upon which all hope of peace rested. As Benkendorf pithily put it, the key to the situation is clearly to be found in Berlin. Sazonov himself articulated this view in a brief telegram dispatched to the Paris and London embassies on 28th July, in which he declared that he inferred from a conversation with the German ambassador to St. Petersburg, Count Portales, that Germany favours the unappeasable attitude of Austria. The Russian foreign minister's position hardened considerably on the following day, when Portales called in on him during the afternoon to read out a message from the German Chancellor, in which it was stated that if Russia continued with her military preparations, Germany too would find herself compelled to mobilize. To this, Sazonov, who viewed the Chancellor's warning as an ultimatum, curtly replied, "Now I am in no doubt as to the true cause of Austrian intransigence," prompting Portales to rise from his chair and exclaim, "I protest with all my force, Monsieur le Ministre, against this wounding assertion." The meeting ended on a cold note. The point, as the Russians saw it, was that if Germany, despite its outward quiescence, was in fact the driving force behind Austrian policy, then partial mobilization made no sense, given the solidity of the Austro-German bloc. Why not recognize the true nature of the threat and mobilize all out against both powers? Finally, Sazonov's support for general mobilization was reinforced by the assurance given by Maurice Paleolog on 28 July, on the instructions of his government, that the Russians could count, in case of necessity, on the complete readiness of France to fulfill her obligations as an ally. The Russians may even have felt confident at this early hour of British help. Today they are firmly persuaded in St. Petersburg, indeed they have even been assured of it, wrote the Belgian military attaché, Bernard de Lescaille, on 30th July, that England will support France. This support carries enormous weight and has made no small contribution to giving the advantage to the war party. Which assurance, if any, de Lescaille was referring to, and when exactly it became known, is unclear. But he was almost certainly right that Russian leaders remained confident of British intervention, at least in the longer term. Yet no sooner had the decision for general mobilization been reached and then accepted by the Tsar, but it was rescinded in favour of the officially agreed but unfeasible option of a partial mobilization against Austria. The reason for this lay fundamentally in the Tsar's fear and abhorrence of war, now that he faced the task of making it a reality. Virtually all of those who knew the Tsar, and left behind written observations of the sovereign's personality, agree that he combined two characteristics that were in tension with each other. One was a very understandable dread at the prospect of war and the disruption it would cause to his country. The other was a susceptibility to the elevated tone of nationalist politicians and rhetoric, a preference for men and measures that stirred patriotic emotion. What tilted the Tsar towards caution on 29th July was the arrival at 9:20 p.m., just as the order for general mobilization was about to be dispatched from the Central Telegraph Office, of a telegram from Kaiser Wilhelm II, in which the Tsar's German cousin pleaded that his government was still hoping to promote a direct understanding between Vienna and St. Petersburg, and closed with the words, "Of course, military measures on the part of Russia which could be looked upon by Austria as threatening would precipitate a calamity we both wish to avoid, and jeopardize my position as mediator, which I readily accepted on your appeal to my friendship and my help. Saying I will not be responsible for a monstrous slaughter, the Tsar insisted that the order be cancelled." Yanushkevich reached for the phone to stay Dobrorolski's hand, and the messenger was sent running to the telegraph office to explain that an order for partial mobilization was to be promulgated instead. It is worth pausing for a moment to ponder on the fact that the impact of a telegram from the Emperor's third cousin in Berlin was sufficient to stay an order of general mobilization for nearly 24 hours. After the Revolution of February 1917, the Russian revolutionary publicist and scourge of Tsarism, Vladimir Burtsev, was placed in charge of the Tsar's private papers, in which he discovered a cache of personal telegrams exchanged between the German and Russian emperors. Signing as Willy and Nicky, the two men communicated with each other in English, adopting an informal, at times even intimate tone. The discovery of these documents was a sensation. In September 1917, the journalist Hermann Bernstein, who was reporting on the revolutionary events, published them in the New York Herald, and they were reissued in book form with a foreword by Theodore Roosevelt 4 months later. The Willy-Nicky telegrams, as they came to be known, have exerted an enduring fascination, partly because, reading them, one seems to be eavesdropping on a private conversation between two emperors from a now vanished Europe, and partly because they convey the sense of a world in which the destinies of nations still rested in the hands of extremely powerful individuals. In fact, both impressions are misleading, at least as far as the famous telegrams of 1914 are concerned. Those exchanged during the July crisis were neither secret, since their existence was widely known and discussed, nor private. They were, in effect, diplomatic cables couched in the form of personal correspondence. At both ends of the conversation, the content was carefully vetted by Foreign Office personnel. They were an example of that curious monarch-to-monarch signalling that remained a feature of the European system until the outbreak of war, though in this case the monarchs were the transmitters rather than the generators of the signals exchanged. Their existence reflects the monarchical structure of the European executives, not the power of the monarchs to shape policy. The telegram of 29th July was exceptional. It arrived at a very special moment when, for once, everything hung on the decision of the Tsar, not because he was the dominant player in the policy-making process, but because his permission and signature was required for an order of general mobilization. And this was a matter not of political influence as such, but of the residual military absolutism of the autocratic system. At a moment when the Tsar found it agonizingly difficult to give his assent, understandably, given the stakes involved, the telegram from Willy was enough to tip the balance away from general mobilization. But the effect lasted for less than a day, because both monarchs were merely articulating the fundamentally opposed positions of their respective executives. On the morning of 30th July, when the Tsar received a telegram from Wilhelm II reiterating the warning issued by Ambassador Portales on the previous day, Nicholas II abandoned any hope that a deal between the cousins could save peace, and returned to the option of general mobilization. One last thought on the Russian decision to mobilize. When Sazonov saw the Tsar on the afternoon of 30th July, he found him preoccupied with the threat posed to Russia by Austrian mobilization. They, the Germans, don't want to acknowledge that Austria mobilized before we did. Now they demand that our mobilization be stopped without mentioning that of the Austrians. At present, if I accepted Germany's demands, we would be disarmed against Austria. Yet we know that the Austrian preparations were at this point still entirely focused on the task of securing victory over Serbia, regardless of the growing threat of a Russian response. The Tsar's anxiety was not the expression of an individual paranoia. Rather, it reflected a broader tendency in Russian military threat analysis. Russian military intelligence consistently overrated Austrian military capability, and, more importantly, presumed a very formidable capacity for preemption by stealth, an assumption fortified by the Balkan crisis of 1912-13, when the Austrians had managed to raise troop strengths in Galicia without at first attracting the Russians' notice. These tendencies were reinforced, paradoxically, by the very detailed knowledge the Russians possessed, thanks to the now-deceased Colonel Redl and other well-placed sources, of Austrian deployment plans. This was not a new problem. Already in 1910, Sukhomlinov, newly appointed as Minister of War, boasted that he had seen specific Austrian army and naval deployment plans for the conquest of Macedonia. Such evidence, he claimed, revealed the immense scale of the threat posed to Russian interests by Austro-Hungarian expansionism on the Balkan Peninsula, and made a nonsense of all diplomatic assurances. That these, in fact, antiquated and obsolete documents might have been contingency plans rather than expressions of Austrian policy appears not to have occurred to Sukhomlinov, who presumably intended to use them as arguments for a hike in military funding. A tendency towards paranoid overreading of captured planning documents continued to dog Russian security policy until 1914. Precisely because they were so well acquainted with Austrian mobilization schedules, the Russians tended, on the one hand, to read individual measures as part of a coherent whole, and, on the other, to view any departure from the expected sequence as potentially threatening. In 1913, for example, the Russians had learned from their intelligence sources that the Austrians had earmarked as many as 7 army corps for the eventuality of a war with Serbia. But in July 1914, reports of dubious accuracy from Ambassador Shebeko and the Russian military attaché Vinikien suggested that the number of corps currently in preparation might be as high as 8 or 9. Russian intelligence read this discrepancy as an indication that Conrad might be shifting from his Serbian-focused Plan B to the Russian-centered Plan R, in other words, embarking on a covert shift to full or near-full Austrian mobilization. In retrospect, we know that Austrian estimates of Serbian effectiveness had indeed been rising, pushing up the deployments they believed would be needed to subdue the country's armed forces. And the course of the first year of the war was to show that even these revised Austrian estimates were not large enough to secure a decisive victory against the Serbs, who really did fight like lions, as the Tsar had predicted. It was a classic example of the misreadings that can arise when a dose of high-level, textured intelligence tempts the receiver to shoehorn incoming data into a pattern that is denuded of context and may be outdated. In an environment saturated by paranoia, sober assessments of actual threat levels were virtually impossible. But what matters most about these interpretations of Austrian measures is that they were taken seriously by the Tsar, who was an avid reader of the General Staff's daily intelligence surveys. And this in turn explains the otherwise puzzling tendency of the Russians to view their own general mobilization as equivalent to and justified by Austrian measures. Like nearly everyone else in this crisis, the Russians could claim to be standing with their backs against the wall. The leap into the dark. Throughout the middle weeks of July 1914, the German decision-makers stuck like barnacles to their policy of localization. During the early days, it was still quite easy to imagine a very swift resolution of the crisis. Wilhelm II told Emperor Franz Joseph on 6th July that the situation would be cleared up within a week because of Serbia's backing down, though it was possible, as he remarked to War Minister Erich von Falkenhayn, that the period of tension might last a little longer, perhaps as long as 3 weeks. But even in the 3rd week of July, when the hope of a swift resolution no longer seemed realistic, the political leadership remained committed to localization. On 17th July, the chargé d'affaires at the Saxon legation in Berlin learned that a localization of the conflict is expected, since England is absolutely pacific, and France, as well as Russia, likewise, do not feel inclined towards war. In a circular of 21st July to the German ambassadors in Rome, London, and St. Petersburg, Beetman declared, "We urgently desire a localization of the conflict. An intervention by any other power will, in view of the divergent alliance commitments, lead to incalculable consequences. One condition for successful localization was that the Germans themselves must avoid any action likely to trigger an escalation. It was partly with this end in mind, and partly to secure the autonomy and freedom from distraction he needed to manage the crisis, that Beetman encouraged the Kaiser to leave Berlin for his scheduled cruise of the Baltic. For the same reason, the senior military commanders were encouraged to go or remain on holiday. Chief of the General Staff Helmut von Moltke, Imperial Naval Office Chief Admiral von Tirpitz, and the Chief of the Admiralty Staff Hugo von Pohl were already on holiday. Quartermaster General Count Waldersee left Berlin for a few weeks' rest on his father-in-law's estate in Mecklenburg, as did War Minister Erich von Falkenhayn, who set off for a brief inspection tour, to be followed by his annual holiday. It would be a mistake to make too much of these departures. The individuals involved were aware of the gravity of the crisis and confident in the existing state of readiness of the German military. They also understood that a further escalation was unlikely until the Austrians took some kind of action vis-à-vis Belgrade. On the other hand, it is going too far to speak of an elaborate German feint to distract the attention of the world from preparations for a continental war that had already been resolved upon and planned in advance. The internal memoranda and correspondence of these days suggest that both the political leadership and the military and naval commands were confident that the strategy of localization would work. There were no summit discussions among the senior German commanders, and Helmut von Moltke did not return from taking the waters in Carlsbad, Bohemia, until 25th July. On the 13th, he wrote to the German military attaché in Vienna that Austria would be well advised to beat the Serbs and then make peace quickly, demanding an Austro-Serbian alliance as the sole condition, as Prussia did with Austria in 1866. At this point, he apparently still believed it possible that Austria would launch and complete its strike on Serbia without triggering a Russian intervention. Particularly noteworthy is the lack of activity on the part of the military intelligence networks. Major Walter Nicolai, head of Department 3B of the General Staff, responsible for espionage and counterintelligence, was away on a family holiday in the Harz Mountains and was not recalled. The intelligence posts on the eastern frontier were issued with no special instructions after the meetings at Potsdam, and appear to have taken no special precautions. Only on 16th July did it occur to someone in the operations department that it might be desirable to watch developments in Russia more closely than is done in times of complete political calm. But even this circular made it clear that there was no call for special measures of any kind. In several of the districts adjoining Russian territory, the local intelligence officers were allowed to remain on leave, like Moltke, until 25th July. In order not to compromise the localization plan, Beetman and the German Foreign Office repeatedly urged the Austrians to get their skates on and produce their tensely awaited fait accompli. But the decision-makers in Vienna were unable or unwilling to comply. The cumbersome machinery of the Habsburg state did not lend itself to swift and decisive measures. Already by 11th July, Beetman was starting to fret at the agonizing slowness of Austrian preparations. In a diary entry composed on Beetman's estate, Kurz Rietzler summed up the problem. Apparently the Austrians need a horribly long time to mobilize. 16 days, says Konrad von Hertzendorf. This is very dangerous. A quick fait accompli and then friendly to the Entente. That way the shock can be withstood. As late as 17th July, Secretary Stolberg at the German embassy in Vienna notified Beetman that negotiations were still taking place between Berchtold and Thieser. It was in order to meet the need for speed and minimize the likelihood of international complications that Berchtold set the deadline for the reply to the Austrian note to only 48 hours. For the very same reason, Jago pressed the Austrians to bring forward the projected date of their declaration of war on Serbia from 29th to 28th July. If the sluggishness of the Austrian response removed one of the preconditions for the success of the policy of localization, why did the Germans stick so doggedly to it? One reason was that they continued to believe that deeper structural factors, such as the incompleteness of the Russian armaments program, militated against an armed intervention. The French government was harder to read, all the more so as the President, the Prime Minister, and the head of the political department of the Quai d'Orsay were all in Russia or at sea for the 3rd and 4th week of July. But German confidence in the likely inaction of the Entente was reinforced by the Humbert report on French military readiness. The Germans greeted Humbert's sensational revelations on the supposed inadequacy of French military preparations with skepticism, recognizing in the intemperate language of Humbert's report an essentially political attack on War Minister Adolphe Messimy and his staff. German military experts were quick to point out that the smaller French field guns were in fact superior in quality to their German counterparts. Since the French army had abandoned its earlier defensive approach in favor of an offensive strategy, the relative decline of the border fortifications was a red herring. In a secret memorandum following up the Humbert revelations, however, Moltke concluded that French military preparations on the eastern frontier were indeed deficient, especially in the areas of heavy artillery, mortars, and bomb-proof ammunition storage. At the very least, the Humbert report suggested that the French government, and in particular the French military command, would be in no mood to press the Franco-Russian alliance into a war over Serbia. The Russians, too, would surely be discouraged. A further reason for the commitment to localization was the paucity, as the Germans saw it, of alternative options. Abandoning the Habsburg ally was out of the question, and not just for reputational and power political reasons, but also because the German decision-makers really did accept the justice of the Austrian case against Serbia. If the balance of military striking power was shifting to Germany's disadvantage, the situation would be incalculably worse were Germany to be denuded of its only great power ally. German planners had already written off Italy as too unreliable to be counted as a substantial asset. Italian ambivalence also undermined the plausibility of the proposal, favoured by Grey, that a concert of the four less involved powers worked together to resolve the dispute. If Italy, as seemed very likely, given its anti-Austrian Balkan policy, sided with the two Entente powers, Britain and France, what chance would there be of securing a fair outcome for Austria-Hungary? The Germans were willing to pass British suggestions to Vienna, but Beetman's view was that Germany should support a multilateral intervention only between Russia and Austria, not between Austria and Serbia. Underlying the localization strategy, and preventing the emergence of alternatives, was still the belief, so important to Beetman, that if the Russians decided, despite everything, to intervene on behalf of their client, the resulting war would arise as something beyond Germany's control, as a destiny visited on the Central Powers by an aggressive Russia and its Entente partners. We find this train of thought in a letter of 12th July from Foreign Secretary Gottlieb von Jagow to Ambassador Lichnowsky in London. We need to see to localizing the conflict between Austria and Serbia. Whether this is possible will depend in the first place on Russia, and in the second place on the influence of the other members of the Entente. I have no wish for a preventive war, but if the fight offers itself, we dare not flinch. Here again is the tendency we can discern in the reasoning of so many of the actors in this crisis, to perceive oneself as operating under irresistible external constraints, while placing the responsibility for deciding between peace and war firmly on the shoulders of the opponent. Through their support for Austria-Hungary, and through their blithe confidence in the feasibility of localization, the German leaders made their own contribution to the unfolding of the crisis. And yet nothing in how they reacted to the events of summer 1914 suggests that they viewed the crisis as the welcome opportunity to set in train a long-laid plan to unleash a preventive war on Germany's neighbours. On the contrary, Zimmermann, Jagow and Beetman were remarkably slow to grasp the scale of the disaster unfolding around them. On 13th July, Zimmermann was still confident that there would be no great European conflict. As late as the 26th, it was still the view of the senior Foreign Office staff that both France and England would stay out of any Balkan conflict. Far from being masters of the situation, the German policymakers appeared to be struggling to stay abreast of developments. During the decisive days of the crisis, Jagow struck senior colleagues as nervous, irresolute, fearful, and inadequate to the responsibilities of his office, while Beetman reminded Tirpitz of a drowning man. During these hot July weeks, the Kaiser was taking his Scandinavian cruise. Extended journeys by ship, mostly in the Baltic, had long been a fixture in Wilhelm II's summer calendar. They allowed him to escape from the tension, complexity, and the sense of impotence that dogged him in Berlin. On board the royal yacht Hohenzollern, surrounded by agreeable sycophants who could always be press-ganged into imperial amusements, the Kaiser could be master of all he surveyed, and give free rein to the impetuous currents of his personality. After a few pleasant days at the Kiel regatta, accompanied by much jovial fraternizing with officers of the Royal Navy, Wilhelm sailed on to the Norwegian coastal town of Balholm, where he remained anchored until 25th July. It was from here, on 14th July, that he sent a first personal reply to Franz Josef's message requesting German help. The letter reiterated the earlier assurance of support and denounced the crazed fanatics whose pan-Slavist agitation threatened the dual monarchy, but interestingly enough, it made no reference to the waging of war. Wilhelm stated that although he must refrain from taking a view on the question of current relations between Vienna and Belgrade, he saw it as a moral duty of all civilized states to counter anti-monarchist propaganda of the deed with all the available instruments of power. But the rest of the letter referred exclusively to diplomatic initiatives in the Balkan region to prevent the emergence of an anti-Austrian Balkan League under Russian patronage. It closed with best wishes for the Emperor's swift recovery from his bereavement. The Kaiser's comments on the state papers that reached him on the yacht revealed that, like many of the leading political and military figures in Berlin, he was impatient to hear of a decision from Vienna. His chief concern appears to have been that allowing too much time to elapse would squander the benefits of international indignation at the Sarajevo murders, or that the Austrians might lose their nerve altogether. He was pleased to hear, on around 15th July, that an energetic decision was imminent. His only regret was that there would be a further delay before Austrian demands were delivered to Belgrade. On 19th July, however, Wilhelm was shocked into a state of high anxiety by a telegram to the Hohenzollern from the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, Jago. The telegram contained nothing essentially new, but its warning that an ultimatum was now planned for 23rd July, and that measures were to be taken to make sure that the Kaiser could be reached in case unforeseen circumstances should make important decisions, mobilization, necessary, brought home to Wilhelm the potential scope of the crisis that now loomed. He immediately issued an order that the High Seas Fleet should cancel a planned visit to Scandinavia and instead remain together in a state of readiness for immediate departure. His anxiety was understandable, given that the British Navy happened at this time to be in the midst of a trial mobilization and was thus at a high level of battle readiness. But Beetman and Jago rightly took the view that this would merely arouse suspicion and exacerbate the crisis by discouraging a British demobilization. On 22nd July, they overruled Wilhelm and ordered that the sojourn in Norway proceed as planned. At this point, diplomatic priorities still outweighed strategic considerations. Despite the rising tension, Wilhelm remained confident that a more general crisis could be avoided. Presented with a copy of the text of the ultimatum to Belgrade, he commented, "Well, what do you know? That is a firm note, after all." Wilhelm had evidently shared the view widely held within his entourage that the Austrians would ultimately shrink from confronting Serbia. When Admiral Müller suggested that the ultimatum meant that war was imminent, the Kaiser energetically contradicted him. The Serbs, he insisted, would never risk a war against Austria. Müller interpreted this, correctly as it turned out, as a sign that the Kaiser was psychologically completely unprepared for military complications and would cave in as soon as he realized that war was a real possibility. Wilhelm returned to Potsdam on the afternoon of 27th July. It was very early on the morning of the following day that he first read the text of the Serbian reply to the ultimatum served by Vienna 5 days before. His response was unexpected, to say the least. He inscribed on his copy of the Serbian reply the words, "An excellent result for a 48-hour deadline. This is more than we could have expected. But this does away with any need for war." He was astonished to hear that the Austrians had already issued an order for partial mobilization. I would never have ordered a mobilization on that basis. At 10 o'clock that morning, the Kaiser dashed off a letter to Jago, in which he declared that since Serbia had tendered a capitulation of the most humiliating kind, any reason for war has now been eliminated. Instead of invading the country outright, he went on, they should consider temporarily occupying the evacuated city of Belgrade as a means of ensuring Serbian compliance. More importantly, Wilhelm ordered Jago to inform the Austrians that this was his wish, that every cause for war had vanished, and that Wilhelm himself was prepared to mediate for peace with Austria. This I will do in my own way, and as sparingly of Austria's national feeling and of the honour of her arms as possible. He also let Moltke know in writing that if Serbia abided by her undertakings to Austria-Hungary, the grounds for war would no longer exist. During that day, according to the Minister of War, he made confused speeches which give the clear impression that he no longer wants war and is determined to avoid it, even if it means leaving Austria-Hungary in the lurch. Historians have seen this sudden bout of circumspection as evidence of a failure of nerve. On 6th July, when the Kaiser had met Gustav Krupp in Kiel, he had repeatedly assured the industrialist, "This time I shall not chicken out." Krupp was struck by the pathos of these feeble attempts to prove his mettle. As Luigi Albertini aptly put it, Wilhelm was full of bluster when danger was a long way off, but piped down when he saw a real threat of war approaching. There is something in this. The Emperor's readiness to commit himself to the defence of Austrian interests had always been inversely proportional to his assessment of the risk of conflict, and on 28th July the risks appeared very grave indeed. The latest telegrams from Lichnowsky in London reported Sir Edward Grey as saying that Serbia had given satisfaction to a degree he would never have believed possible, and warning that a major conflagration was in prospect if Austria did not moderate its position. Hypersensitive as he was to the British viewpoint, Wilhelm must have taken these warnings seriously. Indeed, they may even account for his interpretation of the Serbian reply, which was so at odds with the view of the Chancellor and the Foreign Office. In some respects, however, Wilhelm's note of 28th July was less out of line with his previous interventions than the idea of a failure of nerve might imply. His comment during the crisis suggests that, unlike those figures in Vienna and Berlin who saw the ultimatum as a mere pretext for military action, he regarded it as an authentic diplomatic instrument with a role to play in resolving the crisis, and that he remained wedded to the notion of a political resolution of the Balkan problem. A fissure had opened within the German decision-making structure. The view of the sovereign was at odds with that of the most senior political decision-makers. But the fissure was soon closed. The most remarkable thing about the letter to Jago of 28th July is that it was not acted upon. Had Kaiser Wilhelm II enjoyed the plenitude of power that is sometimes attributed to him, this intervention might have changed the course of the crisis and possibly of world history. But he was out of touch with developments in Vienna, where the leadership was now impatient to press ahead with the strike on Serbia. And, more importantly, having been away at sea for the better part of 3 weeks, he was out of touch with developments in Berlin. His instructions to Jago had no influence on Berlin's representations to Vienna. Bethmann did not inform the Austrians of Wilhelm's views in time to prevent them from issuing their declaration of war on 28th July. And the Chancellor's urgent telegram to Tschirschky, dispatched only a quarter of an hour after the Kaiser's letter to Jago, incorporated some of Wilhelm's proposals, but omitted the crucial insistence that there could now be no reason for war. Instead, Bethmann stuck to the earlier line, since abandoned by Wilhelm, that the Germans must avoid very carefully giving rise to the impression that we wish to hold the Austrians back. Why Bethmann did this is difficult to establish. The view that he had already harnessed his diplomacy to a policy of preventive war cannot be supported from the documents. It is more probable that he was simply already committed to an alternative strategy that focused on working alongside Vienna to persuade Russia not to overreact to Austrian measures. On the evening of 28th July, Bethmann persuaded the Kaiser to send a telegram to Nicholas II, assuring him that the German government was doing its level best to bring about a satisfactory understanding between Vienna and St. Petersburg. Only 24 hours before, Wilhelm had rejected such a move as premature. The result was the note mentioned earlier to Nicky, begging him not to compromise Willy's role as intermediary. Bethmann was thinking in terms of localizing the conflict, not of preventing it, and he was determined to protect that policy against interventions from above. From 25th July onwards, there was growing evidence of military movement in Russia. The intelligence officer in Königsberg reported that an unusually long batch of encrypted transmissions had been intercepted between the Eiffel Tower and the Russian wireless station at Bobruisk. On the morning of Sunday, 26th July, Lieutenant General Chelius, the German military plenipotentiary to the court of Nicholas II, reported that the authorities appeared to have inaugurated all preparations for mobilization against Austria. In order to acquire a fuller picture of what was happening across the border, Major Nicolai of Department 3B returned to Berlin, cut short his holiday leave, and issued orders that the tension travellers, Spannungsreisende, were to be mobilized. These were volunteers from a range of backgrounds whose task was, at the first sign of international tension, to enter Russia and France under the guise of vacationers or commercial travellers, and record covert observations in order to establish, as Major Nikolai put it in their brief, whether war preparations are taking place in France and Russia. Some of them made repeated short trips across the border and reported their observations in person, like the indefatigable Herr Henumont, who managed to visit Warsaw twice in the space of 3 days, and was trapped for a time in Russian Poland when the borders closed. Others travelled further afield and sent lightly coded cables through the public telegraph service. There was as yet no sense of hurry. The intelligence officers handling the travellers were informed on 25th July that the period of tension might be quite protracted. If, on the other hand, the tension waned, those travellers whose leave had been cancelled would be able to go back on vacation. The tension travellers and other agents operating out of the intelligence stations on the eastern frontier soon began to generate a picture of Russian military preparations. From the station at Königsberg came reports of empty freight trains moving eastwards, troop movements around Kovno, and alerts to frontier guard units. At 10 p.m. on 26th July, tension traveller Vensky reported from Vilna, using the commercial telegram service, that war preparations were already well underway in the city. Throughout the 27th and 28th, a steady flow of details from tension travellers and other agents reached the newly created Intelligence Assessment Board at the General Staff. On the afternoon of 28th July, the board produced an appraisal summarizing the latest information to hand. Russia apparently partial mobilization, extent not yet discernible with certainty. Military districts Odessa and Kiev fairly certain. Moscow still uncertain. Isolated reports regarding mobilization of the Warsaw military district not yet verified. In other districts, notably Vilna, mobilization not yet ordered. Nevertheless, it is certain that Russia taking some military measures also on the German border, which must be regarded as preparation for a war. Probably proclamation of her period preparatory to war, proclaimed for the whole empire. Frontier guard everywhere equipped for combat and ready to march. This dramatic worsening of the situation, further reinforced by the news of partial mobilization on 29th July, injected an element of panic into German diplomacy. Worried by messages from London and by the steady stream of data on Russian military preparations, Bethmann suddenly changed his tack. Having undermined Wilhelm's efforts to restrain Vienna on 28th July, he now attempted to do so himself in a series of urgently worded telegrams to Ambassador Tchirski the next day. But his efforts were rendered futile in their turn by the speed of Russian preparations, which threatened to force the Germans into countermeasures before mediation could begin to take effect. After the news of Russia's mobilization on 30th July, it was merely a matter of time before Berlin responded with military measures of its own. 2 days earlier, the Minister of War, Erich von Falkenhayn, had succeeded, after a struggle with Bethmann, in getting troops in training areas ordered back to their bases. The early preparatory measures ordered at this time, buying wheat in the Western Attack Zone, setting special guards on railways and ordering troops to garrisons, could still be kept secret and could thus, in theory, proceed in parallel with diplomatic efforts to contain the conflict. But the same did not apply to the state of imminent danger of war, SIDW, the last stage of preparedness before mobilization. The question whether and when Germany should adopt this measure, which had been in force in Russia since 26th July, was one of the central bones of contention within the Berlin leadership during the last days of peace. At a meeting on 29th July, the day of Russia's partial mobilization, there was still disagreement among the military chiefs. Falkenhayn, the Minister of War, was in favor of declaring the SIDW, while the Chief of the General Staff Helmut von Moltke and Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg were for merely extending guard duties on important transport structures. The Kaiser appears to have oscillated between the two options. In Berlin, as in St. Petersburg, the deepening concentration of the political leadership on momentous and controversial sovereign decisions enabled the head of state to re-emerge as a central participant in the policy-making process. The telegram Wilhelm had received that morning from the Tsar, threatening extreme Russian measures that would lead to war, disposed him at first to support the Minister of War. But under pressure from Beetman, he changed his mind, and it was decided that the SIDW would not be declared. Falkenhayn regretted this outcome, but noted in his diary that he could understand the motivations for it, because anyone who believes in, or at least wishes for, the maintenance of peace can hardly support the declaration of the threat of war. On 31st July, after further wavering over military measures, news arrived from Ambassador Portales in Moscow that the Russians had ordered total mobilization from midnight on the previous evening. The Kaiser now ordered by telephone that the SIDW be declared, and the order was issued to the armed forces by Falkenhayn at 1 p.m. on 31st July. The responsibility for mobilizing first now lay squarely with the Russians, a matter of some importance to the Berlin leadership, who were concerned, in the light of pacifist demonstrations in some of the German cities, that there should be no doubt about the defensive character of Germany's entry into war. Of particular concern was the leadership of the Social Democrats, SPD, who had secured more than a third of all German votes in the last Reichstag elections. Beetman had met on 28th July with the right-wing SPD leader Albert Zudekum, who had promised that the SPD would not oppose a government obliged to defend itself against Russian attack. Anti-Russian feeling was as strong within the SPD as it was in the British Liberal movement. On 30th July, the Chancellor was able to reassure his colleagues that they need not fear, in the event of war, subversion from within by the organized working class. In view of developments in Russia, Wilhelm could hardly continue to block declaration of the SIDW. But it is interesting to note that, according to the testimony of the Bavarian military plenipotentiary von Weininger, this decision had to be wrung out of him by Falkenhayn. By afternoon, the sovereign had regained his sang-froid, mainly because he had persuaded himself that he was now acting under external constraint, a matter of great import to nearly all the actors in the July crisis. During a meeting at which War Minister Falkenhayn was present, Wilhelm gave a spirited exposé of the current situation, in which the entire responsibility for the impending conflict was laid at Russia's door. His demeanour and language, Falkenhayn noted in his diary, were worthy of a German emperor, worthy of a Prussian king. These were striking words from a soldier at the forefront of those hawks who had excoriated the monarch for his love of peace and his fear of war. When the Russian government refused to rescind its mobilization order, Germany declared war on Russia on 1st August 1914. There must be some misunderstanding. During the last days of July, the German Kaiser's attention remained focused on Britain. This was partly because, like many Germans, he saw Britain as the power at the fulcrum of the continental system, upon which depended the avoidance of a general war. Wilhelm shared in a broader tendency both to overestimate Britain's weight in continental diplomacy and to underestimate the degree to which its key policymakers, Grey in particular, had already committed themselves to a specific course. But there was surely also a psychological dimension. England was the place where Wilhelm had desperately sought, but only sometimes achieved, applause, recognition, and affection. It represented much that he admired: a navy equipped with the best guns and equipment that modern science could build, wealth, sophistication, worldliness, and, at least in the circles he encountered on his visits, a kind of aristocratic, poised comportment that he admired but found impossible to emulate. It was the home of his dead grandmother, of whom Wilhelm later remarked that, had she lived on, she would never have allowed Nicky and George to gang up on him like this. It was the kingdom of his envied and detested uncle Edward VII, who had succeeded where Wilhelm had failed, in improving the international standing of his country. And, of course, it was the birthplace of his mother, now dead for 13 years, with whom he had had such a troubled and unresolved relationship. A tangle of emotions and associations was always in play when Wilhelm attempted to interpret British policy. The Kaiser was hugely encouraged by a message from his brother, Prince Henry of Prussia, on 28th July, suggesting that George V intended to keep Britain out of the war. Early on the morning of the 26th, Henry, who had been yachting at Cowes, rushed to Buckingham Palace to take his leave from the British King before returning to Germany. A conversation had taken place between the two men, in which Henry claimed that George V had said, "We shall try all we can to keep out of this, and shall remain neutral." These words were cabled to the Kaiser as soon as the Prince reached Kiel Harbour on 28th July. Wilhelm viewed this statement as tantamount to an official assurance of British neutrality. When Tirpitz challenged him on his reading, Wilhelm replied, with a characteristic blend of pomposity and naivety, "I have the word of a king, and that is enough for me." Whether the British King had in fact uttered these words is unclear. His diary is predictably uninformative on the subject. It states simply, "Henry of Prussia came to see me early. He returns at once to Germany." But another account of the meeting, probably composed by the monarch at the request of Edward Grey, provides more detail. According to this source, when Henry of Prussia asked George V what England would do in the event of a European war, the British monarch replied, "I don't know what we shall do. We have no quarrel with anyone, and I hope we shall remain neutral. But if Germany declared war on Russia, and France joins Russia, then I am afraid we shall be dragged into it. But you can be sure that I and my government will do all we can to prevent a European war." There was, then, a stiff measure of wishful thinking in Henry's report of the exchange, though we cannot absolutely rule out the possibility that George V adjusted his own account of the meeting to the expectations of the Foreign Secretary, in which case the truth may lie somewhere between the two. In any case, Henry's telegram was enough to replenish the Kaiser's confidence that Britain would stay out, and his optimism seemed to be borne out by the reluctance of the British government, and specifically of Grey, to make known their intentions. Wilhelm was thus shocked to learn, on the morning of 30th July, of a conversation between Grey and the German ambassador, Prince Lichnowsky, in which the former had warned that whereas Britain would stand aside if the conflict remained confined to Austria, Serbia, and Russia, a bizarre notion, it would intervene on the side of the Entente if Germany and France were to become involved. The ambassador's dispatch provoked a rush of enraged jottings from the German monarch. The English were scoundrels and mean shopkeepers, who wanted to force Germany to leave Austria in the lurch, and who dared to threaten Germany with dire consequences while refusing to pull their continental allies back from the fray. When news arrived of the Russian general mobilization on the following day, Wilhelm's thinking turned once again to Britain. Seen in combination with Grey's warnings, the Russian mobilization proved to Wilhelm that England now planned to exploit the pretext provided by the widening conflict in order to play the card of all the European nations in England's favour against us. Then, shortly after 5 p.m. on the afternoon of Saturday 1st August, came sensational news. Just a few minutes after Berlin had issued the order for a general mobilization, a telegram arrived from Lichnowsky in London describing a meeting that morning with the British Foreign Secretary. It seemed that Grey was offering not just to stay out of the war if Germany refrained from attacking France, but to vouch for French neutrality as well. The text of the cable was as follows. "Sir Edward Grey has just sent word to me by Sir W. Tyrrell that he hopes that he will be able this afternoon, as a result of a council of ministers that is just taking place," Lichnowsky dispatched the telegram at 11:14 a.m., "to make a statement to me which may prove helpful in preventing the great catastrophe. To judge by a remark of Sir W. Tyrrell's, this seems to mean that in the event of our not attacking France, England too would remain neutral and would guarantee France's passivity. I shall learn the details this afternoon. Sir Edward Grey had just called me upon the telephone, and asked whether I thought I could give an assurance that in the event of France remaining neutral in a war between Russia and Germany, we should not attack the French. I assured him that I could take the responsibility for such a guarantee, and he will use this assurance at today's cabinet meeting. Supplementary. Sir W. Tyrrell urgently begged me to use my influence to prevent our troops from violating the French frontier. Everything depended upon that. He said that in one case where German troops had already crossed the frontier, the French troops had withdrawn. Stunned by this unexpected offer, the decision-makers in Berlin got busy drafting a warmly positive reply to the note. But the draft was incomplete when a further telegram arrived from London at around 8 p.m. As follow-up to my previous telegram, Sir W. Tyrrell has just been to see me and told me that Sir Edward Grey wants this afternoon to make proposals for England's neutrality, even in the event of our being at war with France as well as with Russia. I shall be seeing Sir Edward Grey at 3:30 and shall report at once. The messages from London set the scene for a violent dispute between the Emperor and the Chief of the General Staff. The German mobilization was already underway, which meant that the vast machinery of the Schlieffen Plan was in motion. After seeing Lichnowsky's first telegram, Wilhelm took the view that although the mobilization order could not for the moment be revoked, he would be willing to halt any move against France in return for a promise of Anglo-French neutrality. Supported by Beetman, Tirpitz, and Jago, he ordered that there were to be no further troop movements until the arrival of a further message from London clarifying the nature of the British offer. But whereas Wilhelm and Beetman wished to seize the opportunity to avoid war in the West, Moltke took the view that, once set in motion, the general mobilization could not be halted. This gave rise to an extremely lively and dramatic dispute, one observer recalled. Moltke, very excited, with trembling lips, insisted on his position. The Kaiser and the Chancellor and all the others pleaded with him in vain. It would be suicidal, Moltke argued, to leave Germany's back exposed to a mobilizing France. In any case, the first patrols had already entered Luxembourg, and the 16th Division from Trier was following close behind. Wilhelm was unimpressed. He had the order put through to Trier that the 16th Division be halted before the borders of Luxembourg. When Moltke implored the Kaiser not to hinder the occupation of Luxembourg on the grounds that this would jeopardize German control of its railway route, Wilhelm retorted, "Use other routes." The argument reached a deadlock. In the process, Moltke had become almost hysterical. In a private aside to Minister of War Erich von Falkenhayn, the Chief of the General Staff confided, close to tears, that he was a totally broken man, because this decision by the Kaiser demonstrated to him that the Kaiser still hoped for peace. Even after the arrival of the later telegram, Moltke continued to argue that the mobilization plan could not at this late stage be altered to exclude France, but Wilhelm refused to listen. "Your illustrious uncle would not have given me such an answer. If I order it, it must be possible." Wilhelm ordered that champagne be brought in, while Moltke stomped off in a huff, telling his wife that he was perfectly prepared to fight with the enemy, but not with a Kaiser like this one. The stress of this encounter was such, Moltke's wife believed, that it caused the Chief of the General Staff to suffer a mild stroke. As the champagne corks flew from their bottles, Beetman and Jago were still drafting their reply to the first cable from London. Germany would accept the proposal, they wrote, if England could guarantee with its entire armed strength the unconditional neutrality of France in a German-Russian conflict. The mobilization would continue, but no German troops would cross the French border until 7 a.m. on 3rd August, pending a finalization of the agreement. The Kaiser reinforced the message in a telegram of his own to King George V, in which he warmly accepted the offer of French neutrality under guarantee of Great Britain, and expressed the hope that France would not become nervous. "The troops on my frontier are in the act of being stopped by telegraph and telephone from crossing into France." Jago, too, sent a telegram asking Lichnowsky to thank Grey for his initiative. Shortly afterwards, a new dispatch arrived from Lichnowsky. The eagerly awaited 3:30 p.m. appointment with Grey had, in the meanwhile, taken place, but, to the German ambassador's surprise, Grey had not offered a proposal for British or French neutrality, nor did it seem that he had raised the matter with his colleagues in cabinet. Instead, he merely hinted at the possibility that the German and French armies might, in the event of a Russian war, remain facing each other without either side attacking, and then focused on those German actions that might trigger a British intervention. In particular, Grey warned, it would be very difficult to restrain English feeling on any violation of Belgian neutrality by either France or Germany. Lichnowsky responded with a question that turned the tables on the Foreign Secretary. Would Grey be prepared to give him an assurance of Britain's neutrality if Germany agreed not to violate Belgian territory? Oddly enough, this overture caught Grey off guard. He was obliged to state that he could not give any such assurance, since England must keep its hands free. In other words, Grey appeared to be backing away from his earlier proposal. At the same time, he revealed, perhaps inadvertently, that he had made his proposal without consulting the French beforehand. In his account of this somewhat inconclusive conversation, Lichnowsky reported simply that the British did not appear prepared to make any engagement that would limit their freedom of action, but that Grey had agreed to inquire into the possibility of a Franco-German armed standoff. In Berlin, this dispatch, which arrived early in the evening, gave rise to general confusion, and no reply was sent. In the meanwhile, however, the Kaiser's telegram to King George V, warmly accepting his government's proposal of French neutrality, had reached its destination, causing consternation in London. No one, it seems, had been initiated into the twists and turns of Grey's operations that day, and the Foreign Secretary was summoned urgently to Buckingham Palace to provide an explanation and draft a reply. At around 9 p.m., he penciled the text that became George V's answer to Kaiser Wilhelm's telegram. There must be some misunderstanding as to a suggestion that passed in friendly conversation between Prince Lichnowsky and Sir Edward Grey this afternoon, when they were discussing how actual fighting between German and French armies might be avoided, while there is still a chance of some agreement between Austria and Russia. Sir Edward Grey will arrange to see Prince Lichnowsky early tomorrow to ascertain whether there is a misunderstanding on his part. Any remaining ambiguity was dispelled by a further telegram from Prince Lichnowsky, who had received Iago's acceptance of the British proposal, at around the same time as King George had received the exuberant telegram from his cousin. With deadpan clarity, Lichnowsky wrote, "Since there is no British proposal at all, your telegram inoperative. Therefore have taken no further steps." By this time it was past 11 p.m. in Berlin. Relief was in sight for Moltke, who was at General Staff headquarters, weeping tears of despair over the Kaiser's order halting the 16th Division. Shortly before midnight, Moltke was ordered back to the palace to hear news of the latest dispatch. On his arrival, Wilhelm showed the staff chief a further telegram he had received, outlining the corrected British position, and said, "Now you can do what you want." What was Grey up to? His communications with Lichnowsky, Campbell, and various British colleagues during 1st August are so difficult to unravel that the effort to make sense of them has produced a sub-debate within the war origins literature. On 29th July, Grey had warned Lichnowsky that Britain might be obliged to take swift action if Germany and France were drawn into the war. This was the warning that elicited the Kaiser's angry jottings about scoundrels and mean shopkeepers. Yet on 31st July, he had also warned his ambassador in Paris, Bertie, that the British public could not be expected to support British intervention in a quarrel that was so remote from the country's own interests. Perhaps Grey really did hold up the prospect of British neutrality to Lichnowsky. That would mean that there was, in fact, no misunderstanding by Lichnowsky of his fundamental intentions. By this reading, the misunderstanding becomes Grey's way of wriggling out of the mess he had got himself into. Or perhaps he was trying to accommodate his uncertainty about whether the British cabinet would back his policy of support for France. If they did not, then the proposal of neutrality would at least offer Britain a lever by which to secure various German assurances, a promise to abstain from a preemptive attack on France, for example. Or maybe Grey was not interested in neutrality at all, but briefly came under pressure from his liberal imperialist ally, Lord Chancellor Haldane, to find a way of preventing or delaying the commencement of hostilities between France and Germany, so that there would be time better to prepare and train the British expeditionary force. Anxiety about the increasing fragility of the international financial markets in the last week of July may also have given him pause. Whichever view we take, and the disagreement among historians is itself telling, it is clear that Grey's ambiguities were on the verge of becoming open contradictions. To propose British neutrality, even in the face of a continental war involving France, would have amounted to a crass reversal of the positions the Foreign Secretary had earlier adopted, so much so, indeed, that it is hard to believe that this was truly his intention. On the other hand, the proposal that France and Germany should maintain an armed standoff is unambiguously instantiated in the documents. In a telegram dispatched to Bertie at 5:25 p.m. on 1st August, Grey himself reported that he had put it to the German ambassador that, after mobilization on the western frontier, French and German armies should remain, neither crossing the border so long as the other did not do so. I cannot say whether this would be consistent with French obligations under her alliance. But even this suggestion was bizarre, since it was based on the supposition that France might be willing to abandon the Russian alliance Poincaré and his colleagues had worked so hard in recent years to reinforce. It suggests at best a very weak grip on the realities of the wider political and military situation. In any case, Grey was soon called to order by Bertie, who vented his frustration with the Foreign Secretary's speculations in a remarkably impertinent reply. I cannot imagine that in the event of Russia being at war with Austria and being attacked by Germany, it would be consistent with French obligations towards Russia to remain quiescent. If France undertook to remain so, the Germans would first attack Russians, and, if they defeated them, would then turn round on the French. Am I to inquire precisely what are the obligations of the French under Franco-Russian alliance? As we know, nothing came of this curious policy option. Grey himself discarded it even before Bertie's acidic note reached the Foreign Secretary's desk. One thing we do know for sure. During these days, Grey was operating under extreme pressure. He was getting very little sleep. He had no way of knowing whether or when the Cabinet would support his pro-intervention policy, and he was being pressed in different directions by various colleagues, including the anti-interventionists of his own government, who still controlled a majority in Cabinet, and the pro-interventionists of the Conservative opposition. One additional source of pressure that may help to explain the prevarications of 1st August was the Russian mobilization order of 30th July. Late in the night of the 31st, the German embassy informed London that in response to the Russian order, Berlin had declared the state of imminent danger of war, and announced that if Russia did not immediately rescind its order of general mobilization, Germany would be obliged to mobilize its own forces, which in turn would mean war. This news sounded alarm bells in London. At 1:30 in the morning, Prime Minister Herbert Asquith and Grey's private secretary, Sir William Tyrrell, rushed to Buckingham Palace in a taxi to have the King woken, so that he could send a telegram appealing to the Tsar to halt the Russian mobilization. Asquith later described the scene. The poor king was hauled from his bed, and one of my strangest experiences, and as you know I have had a good lot, was sitting with him, he in a brown dressing-gown over his nightshirt, and with copious signs of having been wakened from his beauty sleep, while I read the message and the proposed answer. All he did was suggest that it should be made more personal and direct, by the insertion of the words, "My dear Nicky," and the addition at the end of the signature, "Georgie." The diplomatic activity intensified from dawn that morning. We might consider the impact of the news from St. Petersburg in the light of what we know of the ambivalence of Foreign Office thinking on Russia during the last months before the July crisis broke. As we have seen, Grey and Tyrrell had been rethinking the relationship with Russia for some time. In the light of continuing Russian pressure on Persia and other peripheral imperial territories, there had been talk of abandoning the Anglo-Russian Convention in favour of a more open-ended policy that would not necessarily exclude a rapprochement of some kind with Germany. This never became Foreign Office policy, but the news that Russian mobilization had just triggered German countermeasures at least temporarily foregrounded the Russian aspect of the growing crisis. British policymakers had no particular interest in or sympathy for Serbia. This was a war from the east, sparked by concerns remote from the official mind of Whitehall. Did this prompt in Grey misgivings about the Balkan inception scenario? On the morning of 29th July, Grey reminded Cambon, much to the latter's horror, that France was allowing herself to be drawn into a quarrel which is not hers, but in which, owing to her alliance, her honour and interest obliged her to engage. Britain, by contrast, was free of engagements, and would have to decide what British interests required the government to do. Our idea, Grey added, had always been to avoid being drawn into war over a Balkan question. 2 days later, following the news of the declaration of SIDW in Berlin, he retraced the same argument, insisting, contrary to Cambon's claims, that there was no comparison between the current crisis and Agadir in 1911, when Britain had come to the support of France, because, in this case, France is being drawn into a quarrel which is not hers. When Cambon expressed great disappointment at this reply, and asked whether Britain would be ready to help France if Germany made an attack on her, Grey made his case even more pointedly. The latest news was that Russia had ordered a complete mobilization of her fleet and army. This, it seemed to me, would precipitate a crisis, and would make it appear that German mobilization was being forced by Russia. Only in the light of this perspective on events could it seem to make sense to propose a standoff between Germany and France, while Russia, abandoned by her ally, faced Germany and Austria alone in the east. If France could not take advantage of this offer, Grey told Cambon on the afternoon of 1st August, it was because she was bound by an alliance to which we were not parties, and of which we did not know the terms. When he wrote these words, Grey was doing more than merely cooling the temperature by withholding his support or buying time for military preparations. He was struggling with the automatism of a specific understanding of the Triple Entente, an understanding he had himself at various moments shared and articulated. It clearly unnerved him, at least at this juncture, that a remote quarrel in southeastern Europe could be accepted as the trigger for a continental war, even though none of the three Entente powers was under direct attack or threat of attack. Grey ultimately remained true to the Ententist line he had pursued since 1912, but these moments of circumspection remind us of a complicating feature of the July crisis, namely that the bitter choices between opposed options divided not only parties and cabinets, but also the minds of key decision-makers. The Tribulations of Paul Cambon. These were the worst days of Paul Cambon's life. From the moment when he learned of the Austrian note to Belgrade, he was convinced that a European war was imminent. Although he had sometimes been critical of Poincaré's encouragement of Russia's Balkan commitments, he now took the view that the Franco-Russian alliance must hold firm in the face of the Austrian threat to Serbia. Indeed, he left London on the afternoon of 25th July in order to brief the inexperienced acting Foreign Minister Bienvenu Martin. It was probably as a consequence of Cambon's prompting that the acting minister issued the firm response to the German ambassador that so delighted Poincaré when he learned of it at sea on 28th July. For Cambon, just as for Wilhelm, everything depended upon Britain. If the British government puts its foot on the whole thing today, peace might be saved, he told the journalist André Géraud on 24th July. At a meeting with Grey early on 28th July, he pressed the same argument. If once it were assumed that Britain would certainly stand aside from a European war, the chance of preserving peace would be very much imperilled. Here again was that reflex deflection of responsibility that placed the onus of deciding between peace and war on another's shoulders. It was, by this reading, Britain that now carried the responsibility for preserving peace by adding its immense naval and commercial might to the balance against Berlin, and thereby deterring it from supporting its ally. For years Cambon had been telling his political masters that they could rely absolutely on British support. He was in an unenviable situation. This was not, after all, strictly speaking, a defensive war, but one in which France had been called upon to support Russia's intervention in a Balkan conflict, an obligation about which he himself had earlier expressed concern. The French government did its utmost to offset this disadvantage by scrupulously avoiding any aggressive measures against Germany. On the morning of 30th July, the Council of Ministers in Paris agreed that French covering troops would take positions along a line from the Vosges Mountains to Luxembourg, but without getting closer than 10 kilometres from the frontier. The idea was to avoid any possibility of border skirmishes with German patrols, and to persuade London of the pacific nature of French policy. It was felt that the moral effect and propaganda value of the exclusion zone outweighed the military risks. London was immediately notified through Cambon of the new policy, but the fact remained that Britain was not, as Grey repeatedly pointed out, a party to the alliance which supposedly obliged France to intervene, nor had it been officially apprised of the terms of that alliance. Neither Russia nor France had been attacked or placed under direct threat of attack. It was all very well for Cambon to plead with Grey that France was obliged to aid Russia in the event of her being attacked, but for the moment there was no indication that either Austria or Germany intended to attack Russia, nor did it seem very likely that a British declaration of intention to intervene would deter the Central Powers from a policy they had embarked upon without consulting Britain. Underlying this predicament was a divergence of perspectives rooted deep in the history of the Anglo-French Entente. Cambon had always wishfully presumed that Britain, like France, viewed the Entente as an instrument for balancing and containing Germany. He failed to see that for British policymakers, the Entente served more complex objectives. It was, among other things, a means of deflecting the threat posed to the dispersed territories of the British Empire by the power best placed to do them harm, namely Russia. One likely reason for Cambon's misprision was that he came to depend too much on the assurances and advice of the permanent Under-Secretary Sir Arthur Nicholson, who was passionately attached to the Russian and the French connection, and intent on seeing both hardened into a fully-fledged alliance. But Nicholson, though influential, was not the arbiter of policy in London, and his views were increasingly out of sync with the group around Grey, who were becoming increasingly distrustful of Russia and increasingly open to a more pro-German, or at least less anti-German, course. This is a classic example of how difficult even the best-informed contemporaries found it to read the intentions of allies and enemies. Divergences in geopolitical perspective were reinforced by the profound antipathy of the British political establishment to any form of binding commitment, an antipathy compounded by deep hostility towards Russia, especially among leading liberal radicals. The Entente Cordiale thus came to represent two rather different things to the two partners. Throughout the lifetime of the alliance, the Foreign Office sought to minimize the extent of the Entente, while the Quai d'Orsay took pains to make the very most of it. And all these dissonances were amplified by the two individuals who personified the Entente in London, Edward Grey and Paul Cambon, the former wary, evasive, and totally ignorant of France and of Europe, the latter hypertrophically French and utterly invested in the Entente, which was and remained the crowning achievement not just of his political career, but of his life as a patriot. Grey, too, was operating under narrow constraints. He failed to secure cabinet support for intervention on 27th July. He failed again 2 days later, when his request for a formal promise of assistance to France was supported by only 4 of his colleagues, Asquith, Haldane, Churchill, and Crewe. This was the meeting at which the cabinet rejected the view that Britain's status as a signatory to the 1839 Belgian Neutrality Treaty obliged it to oppose a German breach with military force. The obligation to uphold the treaty did not fall on Britain specifically, the radicals argued, but on all of the signatory powers. Should the matter arise, the cabinet resolved, the decision would be one of policy rather than legal obligation. Both the French and Russians were insisting that only a clear declaration of British solidarity with the Anglo-French alliance would persuade Germany and Austria to draw in their horns. And Grey was under pressure from his own closest colleagues. Nicholson and Eyre Crowe were both pushing him hard towards a declaration of solidarity with the Entente states. In a memorandum of 31st July, Crowe provided Grey with ammunition to use against his opponents in cabinet. There might be no obligation to France, he wrote, but Britain's moral obligation to its friend across the Channel was surely undeniable. The argument that there is no written bond binding us to France is strictly correct. There is no contractual obligation, but the Entente has been made, strengthened, put to the test, and celebrated in a manner justifying the belief that a moral bond was being forged. The whole policy of the Entente can have no meaning if it does not signify that in a just quarrel England would stand by her friends. This honourable expectation has been raised, We cannot repudiate it without exposing our good name to grave criticism. Nicholson, by contrast, focused on Belgium and the British obligation to defend its neutrality. But the conditions under which the Grey Group had made policy in the past no longer prevailed. The epicentre of the decision-making process had shifted from the Foreign Office to the Cabinet, leaving Grey's penumbra of ententist advisers out in the cold. After a morning Cabinet meeting on 1st August, Grey explained to a distraught Cambon that the Cabinet was quite simply opposed to any intervention. Cambon protested that he would not transmit this message to Paris. He would simply state that no decision had been reached. But there was a decision, Grey retorted. Cabinet had decided that British interests were not deeply enough implicated to justify the sending of an expeditionary force to the continent. Desperate, the French ambassador shifted the ground of the argument. He reminded Grey that under the terms of the Naval Convention of 1912, France had denuded its northern ports of naval defences, in effect entrusting the security of its coastline to the Royal Navy. Even in the absence of a formal alliance, he pleaded, does not Britain have a moral obligation to help us, to at least give us the help of your fleet, since it is on your advice that we have sent ours away? It is rather extraordinary that Grey needed to be told this by Cambon, but the argument struck home. The Foreign Secretary acknowledged that a German attack on the French coastline or a German violation of Belgian neutrality might alter the complexion of British public opinion. Most importantly of all, he undertook to raise the question of the French coasts in Cabinet on the following day. Cambon left this meeting as white as a sheet and close to tears. Staggering into the ambassador's room next to Grey's office, he was guided to a chair by Nicholson, muttering, "They are going to drop us. They are going to drop us." Britain intervenes. In fact, the position was less dire than Cambon supposed. In the crisis situation of the first days of August 1914, emotions were running high. The fear of abandonment for Cambon and the fear for Grey of being drawn out of his depth before there had been time to secure support for his policy produced a heightening and polarization of utterance that may lead us to misread the underlying realities of the situation. The balance of initiative was already shifting by imperceptible degrees in favour of a British continental intervention. On 29th July, the Cabinet had agreed to Churchill's request as First Lord for a precautionary mobilisation of the fleet, and on that evening Asquith managed to convey to Churchill by means of a hard stare and a sort of grunt his tacit consent to a deployment of the fleet to war stations. On 1st August, without securing the agreement of Cabinet, but with the Prime Minister's implicit approval, Churchill mobilised his fleet. At the same time, the Conservative opposition started to lobby in earnest for intervention. The Tory press had already begun to come out in favour of a British intervention, while the Manchester Guardian, the Daily News and the Standard, all Liberal organs, stuck to a policy of neutrality. The Times led the Tory papers in demanding a strong stand against Austria and Germany and participation in the imminent continental war. And behind the scenes, the Director of Military Operations, Henry Wilson, a staunch supporter of intervention, who was often seen during these days darting between the French embassy and the Foreign Office, alerted the Conservative leadership that Britain was in danger of abandoning France. On 1st August, shortly after Cambon's interview with Grey, the Conservative MP George Lloyd paid a call on the French ambassador. Cambon was still incensed. What, he asked, had become of the Anglo-French naval arrangements or the General Staff consultations, both of which presupposed an interlocked security policy? And what of the many assurances of British support over recent years? All our plans have been arranged in common, the ambassador exclaimed. Our general staffs have consulted. You have seen all our schemes and preparations. Overcoming his consternation, Cambon handled his interlocutor skilfully. The Foreign Office, he said, had in effect placed the blame for its own inaction on the Conservative opposition, by suggesting that the Tories could not be relied upon to support any initiative that might lead to war. Lloyd vigorously denied this, and left the meeting determined to mobilise a Conservative pro-intervention lobby. A meeting took place late that night at the home of Austin Chamberlain, and by 10 o'clock the next morning, 2nd August, A troop of prominent conservatives, including Lansdowne and Bonar Law, the conservative leaders in the two houses of Parliament, had been won over to the cause of positive action. A letter was sent to Asquith stating that the opposition would support intervention and warning that a decision for British neutrality would not only damage the country's reputation but undermine its security. It was in the Cabinet, however, that the crucial battle would be fought. Here, opinion was still firmly on the side of non-intervention. The majority were suspicious of the entente with France and deeply hostile to the convention with Russia. "Everybody longs to stand aside," Asquith told Venetia Stanley on 31st July. At least 3/4 of its members, Churchill later recalled, were determined not to be drawn into a European quarrel unless Britain itself were attacked, which seemed unlikely. And the anti-interventionists could claim, with some justice, to have the support of the banking and commercial interests in London. On 31st July, a delegation of city financiers visited Asquith to warn him against allowing Britain to be drawn into a European conflict. The Cabinet meeting on the morning of 1st August brought a polarisation and clarification of views. Morley and Simon led the anti-interventionist group, calling for a declaration, now and at once, that in no circumstances would the British government take a hand. Churchill, by contrast, was very bellicose and demanded immediate mobilisation. Grey appeared likely to resign if the Cabinet committed itself to neutrality. Haldane was diffuse and nebulous. The Cabinet decided against the immediate deployment of the British Expeditionary Force to the continent, a decision that was not opposed by Grey or the other Liberal imperialists. This was the decision that plunged Paul Combon into despair. So sure was John Morley of non-intervention that he flaunted the victory of the Peace Party before Churchill, saying, "We have beaten you after all." And yet, by the close of the following day, Sunday 2nd August, the British government had taken the crucial steps towards intervention. At the first Cabinet meeting of that day, from 11 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, Grey was authorised to inform the French ambassador that if the German fleet crossed the North Sea or entered the Channel in order either to disrupt French shipping or to attack the French coast, the British fleet would extend full protection. Walter Runciman, president of the Board of Agriculture and Fisheries, later described this as the Cabinet which decided that war with Germany was inevitable. At a later meeting, held between 6:30 and 8 p.m., it was agreed that a substantial violation of Belgian neutrality would compel us to take action. It was understood that this latter undertaking would inevitably entail intervention, since the Germans had made it clear to the British government that they intended to advance on France through Belgium. Recognising that the writing was on the wall for the proponents of non-intervention, Burns announced his retirement after the first meeting. At the end of the second, Viscount John Morley, too, gave notice of his imminent retirement. The Peace Party was in disarray. How was such a dramatic reversal possible? In answering this question, it is worth noting, first, the skill with which the interventionist group set the terms of the debate. The Cabinet Minister, Herbert Samuel, helped to frame the discussion by drawing up in advance of the two meetings two formulae identifying, firstly, a German bombardment of the French coast, and, secondly, a substantial violation of Belgian neutrality as potential triggers for a British armed response. Part of the appeal of these two proposals lay in the fact that they were designed to ensure that it was an action of Germany's and not of ours which would cause the failure. Grey stated at the morning meeting of 2nd August, with great emotion, that Britain had a moral obligation to support France in the coming conflict, adding that, "We have led France to rely upon us, and unless we support her in her agony, I cannot continue at the Foreign Office." And while the pro-interventionists gathered around Grey and the Prime Minister, the Peace Party failed to rally cross-party or extra-parliamentary support, and proved unable to generate a leader capable of challenging the imperialists and their conservative allies. How important were the arguments put forward by the liberal imperialists? Since Britain's declaration of war on Germany on 4th August did indeed follow upon the German invasion of Belgium, and since the Entente swiftly hardened into a fully fledged alliance, whose history would later be rewritten as a story of abiding Anglo-French friendship, it has generally been assumed that Belgium and France were the issues that drew Cabinet, Parliament, and the British people into war. This view is not wrong. It is impossible to deny their importance both in legitimating the policy adopted and in cementing the union sacrée between the Cabinet, Parliament, and popular opinion that was such a striking feature of early wartime Britain. In a brilliantly judged speech to the House of Commons on 3rd August, Grey integrated the Anglo-French Entente into the emerging pro-war consensus. British undertakings to France, he said, had always stopped short of an engagement to cooperate in war, but the very fact of naval cooperation between the two countries implied a moral obligation. The French fleet is now in the Mediterranean, and the northern and western coasts of France are absolutely undefended. The French fleet being concentrated in the Mediterranean, the situation is very different from what it used to be, because the friendship which had grown up between the two countries has given them a sense of security that there was nothing to be feared from us. The French coasts are absolutely undefended. The French fleet is in the Mediterranean, and has for some years been concentrated there because of the feeling of confidence and friendship which has existed between the two countries. And to this moral calculation, Grey appended an argument from interest by suggesting that were France to withdraw its fleet from the eastern Mediterranean, Italy might seize the opportunity to depart from her own neutrality, and Britain might at some later date be forced to enter the fray in order to defend Mediterranean trade routes that were vital to this country. This was, by all accounts, the most successful speech of Grey's political career. No one who reads it today can fail to be impressed by the way in which he, in the beguilingly hesitant, gentlemanly style that was his trademark, established the moral credentials of the imperialist position. One of the most telling tributes came from the formerly anti-interventionist Liberal Christopher Addison. Grey's speech satisfied, I think, all the House, with perhaps 3 or 4 exceptions, that we were compelled to participate. And once the decision was made, the nation fell in line behind it with astonishing speed, creating a British union sacrée that extended all the way from the Unionists of all stripes to the Labour Party and even the Irish nationalists. Cambon's trust in the British Foreign Secretary was thus vindicated. There had been a few painful moments, to be sure, but the French ambassador was right in the longer run, and the run was only a few days long after all. Nevertheless, the fact that neither Belgium nor France had carried much weight with the Cabinet in the last days of July suggests that we need to nuance the argument and distinguish between the reasons for decisions and the arguments chosen to advertise and justify them. Other factors must have catalyzed the transition from neutrality to intervention, especially for those waverers among the ministers whose support was necessary for the passage of a cabinet resolution. Within this more circumscribed setting, party political anxieties about how the Liberal government would survive the resignation of Grey and Asquith were surely crucial. Given the support of the Conservative opposition for intervention, which was in turn powered in part by attitudes to the Irish question, the assumption being that intervention would necessitate the indefinite postponement of Home Rule, the collapse of the Liberal cabinet would simply have resulted in the slightly belated adoption of Grey's policy. For those who remained unmoved by Belgian neutrality and the Anglo-French naval arrangement, this was a powerful argument against allowing the intervention debate to break the government. Underlying these calculations were deeper concerns about the threat posed to British security by the looming conflict. Since around 1900, the need to ward off Russian menaces had been a central theme in British policy-making. In 1902, Britain had used the Anglo-Japanese alliance to balance against Russia in the Far East. The Anglo-French Entente of 1904 had further weakened Russia, at least as an opponent of Britain, and the Convention of 1907 with Russia provided, in theory at least, a means of managing tensions along an imperial periphery that Britain could no longer afford effectively to garrison. The Russian threat had not disappeared by 1914. In fact, it was resurfacing during the last year before the outbreak of war. At that time, the extremely high-handed and provocative behaviour of the Russians in Persia and Central Asia encouraged some policymakers in London to believe that the Anglo-Russian Convention might be on its last legs, and others to press yet harder for an alliance with St. Petersburg. As Buchanan put it in a letter to Nicholson in April 1914, Russia is rapidly becoming so powerful that we must retain her friendship at almost any cost. If she acquires the conviction that we are unreliable and useless as a friend, she may one day strike a bargain with Germany and resume her liberty of action on Turkey and Persia. Or, in Nicholson's more explicit formulation of 1912, it would be far more disadvantageous to have an unfriendly France and Russia than an unfriendly Germany. Germany can give us plenty of annoyance, but it cannot really threaten any of our more important interests, while Russia especially could cause us extreme embarrassment and, indeed, danger in the Mideast and on our Indian frontier, and it would be most unfortunate were we to revert to the state of things which existed before 1904 and 1907. Yet it was to contain Germany, not Russia, that Britain went to war in 1914. There has been controversy among historians about the respective impact of what appear to be two quite distinct security paradigms, while the older studies, and some newer ones, stress the centrality of the continental balance of power to British thinking and policy. Recent revisionist accounts have globalized the field of vision, arguing that Britain's vulnerability as a world power obliged it to focus on Russia as the more fundamental threat. It is true that continentalist arguments acquired more weight in British thinking after the crises of 1905 and 1911, but it is misleading to overstate the tension between the two viewpoints, which were often blended in the arguments offered by decision-makers. An example is the minute appended by Eyre Crowe on 25th July to a telegram from Ambassador Buchanan in St. Petersburg. Crowe's view was, and always had been, that of a balance of power continentalist focused on the containment of Germany. Yet he also made an explicit appeal to Britain's imperial security. Should the war come, and England stand aside, one of two things must happen. A. Either Germany and Austria win, crush France and humiliate Russia. What will be the position of a friendless England? B. Or France and Russia win. What would then be their attitude towards England? What about India and the Mediterranean? In short, the key British decision-makers were not forced to choose between continentalist and imperial options in 1914. Whether one identified Russia or Germany as the chief threat, the outcome was the same, since British intervention on the side of the Entente offered a means both of appeasing and tethering Russia and of opposing and containing Germany. In the conditions of 1914, the logics of global and continental security converged in the British decision to support the Entente powers against Germany and Austria. Belgium. French policy combined an offensive posture in the Russian theatre with a defensive one in their own. In Germany's case, the poles were reversed. The need to fight on two fronts obliged German planners to seek a decisive victory first on one front and then on the other. The westward strike was given priority because it was here that the Germans expected to encounter the most determined and effective resistance. On the eastern front, in the meanwhile, a mere holding force was left to meet the Russian advance. The balance between the eastern and the western contingents changed in the last years before the war, as Moltke struggled to address the threat posed by Russian military expansion and infrastructural improvements, but the underlying logic of the plan remained the same. Germany would strike first and hardest in the west and destroy its western opponent before turning to face its enemy in the east. Since 1905, it had been assumed by German planners that military success in the west would be possible only if Germany struck at France through neutral Luxembourg and Belgium. The assault would pass along two corridors on either side of the Ardennes forest, one leading through Luxembourg, the other squeezing around the tongue of Dutch territory known as the Maastricht salient to cross southern Belgium. A broad, five-armed, concentric attack into northern France would bypass the Place Forte around Verdun, Nancy, Epinal and Belfort, enabling the German armies to threaten Paris from the northeast and thereby to achieve a swift resolution of the conflict in the west. Moltke and his subordinates in the General Staff viewed this deployment plan as the pure expression of an incontrovertible military necessity. No alternative plans were devised that might have provided the civilian leadership with options to play with. The only alternative deployment scenario the Eastern Campaign plan, which envisaged a mobilization against Russia alone, was shelved in 1913. The military leaders were remarkably unconcerned about the political impact that the violation of Belgian neutrality might have on Germany's diplomatic freedom of manoeuvre during the crucial crisis phase between peace and war. Historians have rightly criticized the rigidity of German military planning, seeing in it the fruits of a political system in which the army pursued its own dreams of absolute destruction, free of civilian control or oversight. But there was also careful reasoning behind the narrowing of options. The increasingly interdependent defence arrangements within the Franco-Russian alliance made a war on one front virtually inconceivable, hence the abandonment of the Eastern Campaign plan. And the German military, by contrast with their French counterparts and with German civilian leaders, did not attach great importance to the question of British intervention, which was seen by most German planners as militarily irrelevant, another failure of strategic and political imagination. As the moment approached for German mobilization on 1st August, the policymakers in Berlin made two further epic blunders. The execution of the Western deployment plan required the swift and immediate invasion of Belgium. Delaying the violation was out of the question, Moltke argued, because the completion of Belgian defence measures in and around fortified Liège would block the German advance and cost huge casualties. This insistence on immediate action was politically problematic. Had Germany waited until its forces were actually concentrated and ready for attack before crossing the Belgian border, the Belgian and French armies would have acquired more time to consolidate their defensive arrangement. On the other hand, it would have been much harder, though probably not impossible, for Grey and his colleagues to make a case for intervention. Grey's opponents could have pointed out that Russia, and by extension France, not Germany, were forcing the pace. The British interventionists would have been deprived of one of their most effective arguments. Recognizing this, Admiral Tirpitz, a navalist who understood the importance of the British role, later posed the angry question, "Why did we not wait?" The presentation of an ultimatum to the Belgian government on 2nd August was another disastrous mistake. Given the decision to breach Belgian neutrality and the pressing need for speed, it might well have been better, from Germany's point of view, simply to break into and across Belgian territory, making one's excuses as one went and dealing with the matter afterwards as a fait accompli by means of an indemnity. This is exactly what the British government had been expecting the Germans to do, and the ministers in Asquith's cabinet, including Churchill, had repeatedly expressed the view that Britain would not necessarily regard a German transit through Belgium as a casus belli, so long as the Germans stayed south of the Sambre-Meuse line, and thus kept clear of the strategically sensitive region around Antwerp and the Schelde estuary. The German civilian leaders, on the other hand, could see no alternative to an ultimatum, for this seemed the only possible way to strike a deal of some kind with Brussels, and thereby keep Britain out of the war. The ultimatum, drawn up by Moltke on 26 July, and subsequently revised by the Foreign Office in Berlin, was formulated to appeal to a reasoned Belgian appraisal of the national interest in the light of the huge imbalance in the forces engaged. The text opened by stating that the Germans believed a French attack through Belgian territory to be imminent, and that the German government would view it as a matter of the deepest regret if Belgium regarded as an act of hostility against herself the fact that the measures of Germany's opponents force Germany, for her own protection, to enter Belgian territory. Then followed a series of points. Germany would, point 1, guarantee all Belgian territory and possessions, point 2, evacuate Belgian territory as soon as hostilities were completed, and point 3, cover all Belgian costs and damages with a cash indemnity. Should Belgium oppose the German troops, however, point 4, Germany would, to her regret, be compelled to consider Belgium as an enemy. But if this outcome were avoided, the friendly ties that bind the two neighbouring states would grow stronger and more enduring. Two telling last-minute changes were made to the note. The deadline offered for the Belgian reply was reduced from 24 to 12 hours at the request of Moltke, who was keen to get moving as quickly as possible. Second, a clause suggesting that the Belgians could, if they maintained a friendly attitude, expect territorial compensation at the cost of France, was deleted from the text, because it had suddenly occurred to the Foreign Office that it might well enrage Britain even more than the intended violation of Belgian territory. That Beetman had at first failed to see this does not cast a flattering light on his political judgment at the height of the crisis. From the moment when the German minister Bülow-Saleske delivered the note to d'Avignon, the Belgian Minister of Foreign Affairs, everything started to go horribly wrong for the Germans. Had Moltke simply barged through the south of Belgium, it might have been possible to frame the breach in terms of military expediency. But the note forced the Belgian government to articulate a principled view in advance of the anticipated action. The task of doing that fell to the Belgian king and to the head of the Belgian government, Count Charles de Broqueville. De Broqueville brought a French translation of the text with him when he went to see the king at the palace at 8 p.m. There could be no doubt about how these two would respond. The Belgian king was famed for his uprightness and resolve, and de Broqueville was a genteel, old-fashioned Belgian patriot. They viewed the note as an affront to Belgian honour. How could they have done otherwise? 1 hour later, at 9 p.m., the German ultimatum was discussed by the Council of Ministers, and then by a Crown Council, at which the portfolio ministers were joined by a number of distinguished statesmen with titular ministerial titles. There was no debate. It was clear from the outset that Belgium would resist. During the hours of darkness, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs composed a reply of profoundly impressive dignity and clarity, culminating in a high-minded rejection of the German offer. The Belgian government, were they to accept the proposal submitted to them, would sacrifice the honour of the nation and betray at the same time their duties towards Europe. On the morning of 3rd August, the texts of the ultimatum and of the Belgian reply were shown to the French minister in Brussels, M. Klobuchowski, who immediately passed the news to the Havas agency. A media storm swept through Belgium and the Entente countries, stirring outrage everywhere. In Belgium, there was an explosion of patriotic emotion. Across Brussels and other major towns, the streets filled with national flags. All the parties, from the anti-clerical liberals and socialists across to the clerical Catholics, pledged their determination to defend their homeland and their national honour against the invader. At the Chamber of Deputies, where the King spoke on 5th August of the need for national unity in defence of the fatherland, and asked the assembled deputies, "Are you determined at any cost to maintain the sacred heritage of our ancestors?" there was delirious cheering from all sides. The German ultimatum thus turned out to be a terrible psychological blunder. It resonated in wartime propaganda, overshadowing the complexities of the war's causation, and endowing the Entente war effort with an unshakable sense of moral superiority. Many Germans were shocked by the Belgian decision to resist à l'outrance. "Oh, the poor fools," one diplomat at the German legation in Brussels exclaimed. "Oh, the poor fools! Why don't they get out of the way of the steamroller? We don't want to hurt them, but if they stand in our way they will be ground into the dirt. Oh, the poor fools!" It was perhaps because they recognized this that the Germans renewed their appeal to Belgian reason only 6 days later, on 8th August. The fortress of Liège, so important to Moltke, had in the meanwhile been taken after a determined defence, at considerable cost in life. In a note passed to Brandt Whitlock, the American minister in Brussels, the Berlin government expressed its regret at the bloody encounters before Liège, and added, "Now that the Belgian army has upheld the honour of its arms by its heroic resistance to a very superior force, the German government beg the King of the Belgians and the Belgian government to spare Belgium the further horrors of war. Germany once more gives her solemn assurance that it is not her intention to appropriate Belgium to herself, and that such an intention is far from her thoughts. Germany is still ready to evacuate Belgium as soon as the state of war will allow her to do so." This offer, too, was rejected. Boots. With the sequence of general mobilizations, ultimatums, and declarations of war, the story this book set out to tell comes to an end. During his last meeting with Sazonov in St. Petersburg on Saturday, 1st August, Ambassador Portales muttered incomprehensible words burst into tears, stammered, "So this is the result of my mission," and ran from the room. When Count Lichnowsky called on Asquith on the 2nd, he found the Prime Minister quite broken, with tears coursing down his cheeks. In Brussels, the departing councillors of the German legation sat on the edge of their chairs in a shuttered room among their packed boxes and files, mopping their brows and chain-smoking to master their agitation. The time of diplomacy was drawing to a close. The time of the soldiers and sailors had begun. When the Bavarian military plenipotentiary to Berlin visited the German Ministry of War after the order for mobilization had gone out, he found everywhere beaming faces, shaking of hands in the corridors. One congratulates oneself for having taken the hurdle. In Paris on 30th July, Colonel Ignatieff reported the unconcealed joy of his French colleagues at having the chance to use, as the French think, beneficial strategic circumstances. The First Sea Lord, Winston Churchill, was cheered by the thought of the impending struggle. "Everything tends towards catastrophe and collapse," he wrote to his wife on 28th July. "I am interested, geared up, and happy." In St. Petersburg, a jovial Alexander Krivoshein assured a delegation of Duma deputies that Germany would soon be crushed and that the war was a boon for Russia. "Depend upon us, gentlemen. Everything will be superb." Mansell Merry, vicar of St. Michael's, Oxford, had travelled to St. Petersburg in mid-July in order to officiate over the summer months as chaplain at the city's English church. When the order to mobilize was announced, he tried to make his escape by steamer to Stockholm, but his ship, the Durban, was confined to harbour. The lighthouses had been extinguished along the whole length of the Finnish bight, and the forts at Kronstadt had been ordered to fire at once on any boat that attempted to pass the minefield. On 31st July, an ugly, grey, blustery day in St. Petersburg, Mary found himself confined on board with all the other would-be travellers, watching throngs of soldiers and naval reservists tramp along the Nikolaevskaya quay. A few marched to the lilting strains of a brass band, but most trudged along, bundle on back or in hand, in sullen silence, the womenfolk, many of them weeping as if their hearts would break, breathlessly struggling to keep pace with their husbands, sons, or lovers on either side, as company after company swung past. In the small hours of the night of 1st to 2nd August, the Boulevard du Palais in central Paris was filled with the same sound of marching men making their way in long columns northwards to the Gare de l'Est and du Nord. There was no music, singing, or cheering, just the scraping of boots, the clip-clopping of hundreds of horses, the growl of motor lorries and the crunching of iron wheels on cobbles, as artillery pieces rolled under the unlit windows of apartments, many of whose occupants must have lain awake or sleepily watched the sombre spectacle from their windows. Public reactions to the news of war gave the lie to the claim, so often voiced by statesmen, that the hands of the decision-makers were forced by popular opinion. There was, to be sure, no resistance against the call to arms. Almost everywhere men went more or less willingly to their assembly points. Underlying this readiness to serve was not enthusiasm for war as such, but a defensive patriotism, for the etiology of this conflict was so complex and strange that it allowed soldiers and civilians in all the belligerent states to be confident that theirs was a war of defence, that their countries had been attacked or provoked by a determined enemy, that their respective governments had made every effort to preserve the peace. As the great alliance blocks prepared for war, the intricate chain of events that had sparked the conflagration was swiftly lost from view. Nobody seems to remember, an American diplomat in Brussels noted in his diary on 2nd August, that a few days ago Serbia was playing a star role in this affair. She seems to have faded away behind the scenes. There were isolated expressions of chauvinist enthusiasm for the coming fight, but these were the exception. The myth that European men leapt at the opportunity to defeat a hated enemy has been comprehensively dispelled. In most places, and for most people, the news of mobilization came as a profound shock, a peal of thunder out of a cloudless sky. And the further one moved away from the urban centres, the less sense the news of mobilization seemed to make to the people who were going to fight, die, or be maimed or bereaved in the coming war. In the villages of the Russian countryside a stunned silence reigned, broken only by the sound of men, women, and children weeping. In Vatilleux, a small commune in the Rhône-Alpes region of southeastern France, the ringing of the tocsin brought workers and peasants into the village square. Some, who had run straight from the fields, were still carrying their pitchforks. "What can it mean? What is going to happen to us?" asked the women. Wives, children, husbands, all were overcome by emotion. The wives clung to the arms of their husbands. The children, seeing their mothers weeping, started to cry too. All around us was alarm and consternation. What a disturbing scene. An English traveller recalled the reaction in an Altai Semipalatinsk Cossack settlement, when the blue flag borne aloft by a rider and the noise of bugles playing the alarm brought news of mobilization. The Tsar had spoken, and the Cossacks, with their unique military calling and tradition, burned to fight the enemy. But who was that enemy? Nobody knew. The mobilization telegram provided no details. Rumors abounded. At first everyone imagined that the war must be with China. Russia had pushed too far into Mongolia, and China had declared war. Then another rumor did the rounds. "It is with England, with England." This view prevailed for some time. Only after 4 days did something like the truth come to us, and then nobody believed it. Conclusion. I shall never be able to understand how it happened, the novelist Rebecca West remarked to her husband as they stood on the balcony of Sarajevo Town Hall in 1936. It was not, she reflected, that there were too few facts available, but that there were too many. That the crisis of 1914 was complex has been one of the central contentions of this book. Some of that intricacy derived from behaviours that are still part of our political scene. The last section of the book was written at the height of the Eurozone financial crisis of 2011-12, a present-day event of baffling complexity. It was notable that the actors in the Eurozone crisis, like those of 1914, were aware that there was a possible outcome that would be generally catastrophic, the failure of the euro. All the key protagonists hoped that this would not happen, but in addition to this shared interest, they also had special and conflicting interests of their own. Given the interrelationships across the system, the consequences of any one action depended on the responsive actions of others, which were hard to calculate in advance because of the opacity of decision-making processes. And all the while, political actors in the Eurozone crisis exploited the possibility of the general catastrophe as leverage in securing their own specific advantages. In this sense, the men of 1914 are our contemporaries. But the differences are as significant as the commonalities. At least the government ministers charged with solving the Eurozone crisis agreed in general terms on what the problem was. In 1914, by contrast, a profound sundering of ethical and political perspectives eroded consensus and sapped trust. The powerful supranational institutions that today provide a framework for defining tasks, mediating conflicts, and identifying remedies were conspicuously absent in 1914. Moreover, the complexity of the 1914 crisis arose not from the diffusion of powers and responsibilities across a single politico-financial framework, but from rapid-fire interactions among heavily armed, autonomous power centres, confronting different and swiftly changing threats, and operating under conditions of high risk and low trust and transparency. Crucial to the complexity of the events of 1914 were rapid changes in the international system, the sudden emergence of an Albanian territorial state, the Turco-Russian naval arms race in the Black Sea, or the reorientation of Russian policy away from Sofia to Belgrade, to name just a few. These were not long-term historical transitions, but short-range realignments. Their consequences were amplified by the fluidity of the power relations within the European executives, Gray's struggle to contain the threat posed by the liberal radicals, the fragile ascendancy of Poincaré and his alliance policy, or the campaign waged by Sukhomlinov against Kakovtsev. After Vladimir Kakovtsev's fall from office in January 1914, according to the unpublished memoir of a political insider, Tsar Nicholas II offered his post in the first instance to the deeply conservative Pyotr N. Durnavo, a forceful and determined man who was adamantly opposed to Balkan entanglement of any kind. But Durnavo turned the post down, and it passed instead to Goryamykin, whose weakness allowed Krivoshein and the military command to wield disproportionate influence in the councils of July 1914. It would be a mistake to hang too much on this detail, but it draws our attention to the place of short-range, contingent realignments in shaping the conditions under which the crisis of 1914 unfolded. This, in turn, made the system as a whole more opaque and unpredictable, feeding a pervasive mood of mutual distrust, even within the respective alliances, a development that was dangerous for peace. Levels of trust between the Russian and British leaderships were relatively low by 1914, and they were getting lower. But this did not diminish the readiness of the British Foreign Office to accept a European war on terms set by Russia. On the contrary, it reinforced the case for intervention. The same can be said for the Franco-Russian alliance. Doubts about its future had the effect on both sides of heightening rather than muting the readiness to risk conflict. Fluctuations in power relations within each government, coupled with swiftly changing objective conditions, in turn produced the policy oscillations and ambiguous messaging that were such a crucial feature of the pre-war crises. Indeed, it is not clear that the term policy is always appropriate in the pre-1914 context, given the looseness and ambiguity of many of the commitments involved. Whether Russia or Germany had a Balkan policy in the years 1912 to 14 is questionable. What we see instead is a multiplicity of initiatives, scenarios, and attitudes whose overall trend is sometimes hard to discern. Within the respective state executives, the changeability of power relations also meant that those entrusted with formulating policy did so under considerable domestic pressure, not so much from the press or public opinion, or industrial or financial lobbies, as from adversaries within their own elites and governments. And this, too, heightened the sense of urgency besetting decision-makers in the summer of 1914. We need to distinguish between the objective factors acting on the decision-makers and the stories they told themselves and each other about what they thought they were doing and why they were doing it. All the key actors in our story filtered the world through narratives that were built from pieces of experience, glued together with fears, projections, and interests masquerading as maxims. In Austria, the story of a nation of youthful bandits and regicides endlessly provoking and goading a patient, elderly neighbour got in the way of a cool-headed assessment of how to manage relations with Belgrade. In Serbia, fantasies of victimhood and oppression by a rapacious, all-powerful Habsburg Empire did the same in reverse. In Germany, a dark vision of future invasions and partitions bedeviled decision-making in the summer of 1914, and the Russian saga of repeated humiliations at the hands of the Central Powers had a similar impact, at once distorting the past and clarifying the present. Most important of all was the widely trafficked narrative of Austria-Hungary's historically necessary decline, which, having gradually replaced an older set of assumptions about Austria's role as a fulcrum of stability in Central and Eastern Europe, disinhibited Vienna's enemies, undermining the notion that Austria-Hungary, like every other great power, possessed interests that it had the right robustly to defend. That the Balkan setting was central to the outbreak of war may seem self-evident, given the location of the assassinations that started the crisis. But 2 points in particular deserve emphasis. The first is that the Balkan Wars recalibrated the relationships among the greater and lesser powers in dangerous ways. In the eyes of both the Austrian and the Russian leaderships, the struggle to control events on the Balkan Peninsula took on a new and more threatening aspect, especially during the winter crisis of 1912-13. One consequence was the Balkanization of the Franco-Russian alliance. France and Russia, at different paces and for different reasons, constructed a geopolitical trigger along the Austro-Serbian frontier. The Balkan inception scenario was not a policy or a plan or plot that steadily matured over time, nor was there any necessary or linear relationship between the positions adopted in 1912 and 1913 and the outbreak of war in the following year. It was not that the Balkan inception scenario, which was in effect a Serbian inception scenario, drove Europe forwards towards the war that actually happened in 1914, but rather the other way round, that it supplied the conceptual framework within which the crisis was interpreted once it had broken out. Russia and France thereby tied the fortunes of two of the world's greatest powers in highly asymmetrical fashion to the uncertain destiny of a turbulent and intermittently violent state. For Austria-Hungary, whose regional security arrangements were ruined by the Balkan Wars, the Sarajevo murders were not a pretext for a pre-existing policy of invasion and warfare. They were a transformative event, charged with real and symbolic menace. It is easy, from the perspective of the 21st century, to say that Vienna should have resolved the issues arising from the assassinations through calm bilateral negotiations with Belgrade. But in the setting of 1914, this was not a credible option. Nor, for that matter, was Sir Edward Grey's half-hearted proposal of four-power mediation, which was founded upon a partisan indifference to the power-political realities of Austria-Hungary's situation. It was not just that the Serbian authorities were partly unwilling and partly unable to suppress the irredentist activity that had given rise to the assassinations in the first place. It was also that Serbia's friends did not concede to Vienna the right to incorporate in its demands on Belgrade a means of monitoring and enforcing compliance. They rejected such demands on the grounds that they were irreconcilable with Serbian sovereignty. There are parallels here with the debate that took place within the UN Security Council in October 2011 over a proposal, favoured by the NATO states, that sanctions should be imposed on the Assad regime in Syria to prevent further massacres of that country's dissident citizens. Against this proposal, the Russian representative argued that the idea reflected an inappropriately confrontational approach that was typical of the Western powers, while the Chinese representative argued that sanctions were inappropriate because they were irreconcilable with Syrian sovereignty. Where does this leave the question of culpability? By asserting that Germany and her allies were morally responsible for the outbreak of war, Article 231 of the Versailles Peace Treaty ensured that questions of culpability would remain at or near the centre of the debate over the war's origins. The blame game has never lost its appeal. The most influential articulation of this tradition is the Fischer thesis, shorthand for a bundle of arguments elaborated in the 1960s by Fritz Fischer, Emanuel Geiss, and a score of younger German colleagues, who identified Germany as the power chiefly culpable in the outbreak of war. According to this view, leaving aside the many variations within the Fischer school, the Germans did not stumble or slither into war. They chose it. Worse, they planned it in advance, in the hope of breaking out of their European isolation and launching a bid for world power. Recent studies of the resulting Fischer controversy have highlighted the links between this debate and the fraught process by which German intellectuals came to terms with the contaminating moral legacy of the Nazi era, and Fischer's arguments have been subjected to criticism on many points. Nonetheless, a diluted version of the Fischer thesis still dominates in studies of Germany's road to war. Do we really need to make the case against a single guilty state, or to rank the states according to their respective share in responsibility for the outbreak of war? In one classical study from the Origins literature, Paul Kennedy remarked that it is flaccid to dodge the search for a culprit by blaming all or none of the belligerent states. A stiffer approach, Kennedy implies, ought not to shrink from pointing the finger. The problem with a blame-centered account is not that one may end up blaming the wrong party. It is rather that accounts structured around blame come with built-in assumptions. They tend, firstly, to presume that in conflictual interactions, one protagonist must ultimately be right and the other wrong. Were the Serbs wrong to seek to unify Serbdom? Were the Austrians wrong to insist on the independence of Albania? Was one of these enterprises more wrong than the other? The question is meaningless. A further drawback of prosecutorial narratives is that they narrow the field of vision by focusing on the political temperament and initiatives of one particular state, rather than on multilateral processes of interaction. Then there is the problem that the quest for blame predisposes the investigator to construe the actions of decision-makers as planned and driven by a coherent intention. You have to show that someone willed war as well as caused it. In its extreme form, this mode of procedure produces conspiratorial narratives in which a coterie of powerful individuals, like velvet-jacketed Bond villains, controls events from behind the scene in accordance with a malevolent plan. There is no denying the moral satisfaction delivered by such narratives, and it is not, of course, logically impossible that war came about in this manner in the summer of 1914, but the view expounded in this book is that such arguments are not supported by the evidence. The outbreak of war in 1914 is not an Agatha Christie drama, at the end of which we will discover the culprit standing over a corpse in the conservatory with a smoking pistol. There is no smoking gun in this story, or rather, there is one in the hands of every major character. Viewed in this light, the outbreak of war was a tragedy, not a crime. Acknowledging this does not mean that we should minimize the belligerence and imperialist paranoia of the Austrian and German policymakers that rightly absorbed the attention of Fritz Fischer and his historiographical allies. But the Germans were not the only imperialists, and not the only ones to succumb to paranoia. The crisis that brought war in 1914 was the fruit of a shared political culture, but it was also multipolar and genuinely interactive. That is what makes it the most complex event of modern times, and that is why the debate over the origins of the First World War continues, 1 century after Gavrilo Princip fired those 2 fatal shots on Franz Josef Street. One thing is clear. None of the prizes for which the politicians of 1914 contended was worth the cataclysm that followed. Did the protagonists understand how high the stakes were? It used to be thought that Europeans subscribed to the deluded belief that the next continental conflict would be a short, sharp cabinet war of the 18th century type. The men would be home before Christmas, as the saying went. More recently, the prevalence of this short war illusion has been called into question. The German Schlieffen Plan was predicated on a massive, lightning-fast strike into France. But even within Schlieffen's own staff, there were voices warning that the next war would bring not quick victories, but rather a tedious and bloody crawling forward step by step. Helmut von Moltke hoped that a European war, if it broke out, would be resolved swiftly, but he also conceded that it might drag on for years, wreaking immeasurable ruin. British Prime Minister Herbert Asquith wrote of the approach of Armageddon in the 4th week of July 1914. French and Russian generals spoke of a war of extermination and the extinction of civilization. They knew it, but did they really feel it? This is perhaps one of the differences between the years before 1914 and the years after 1945. In the 1950s and 60s, decision-makers and the general public alike grasped in a visceral way the meaning of nuclear war. Images of the mushroom clouds over Hiroshima and Nagasaki entered the nightmares of ordinary citizens. As a consequence, the greatest arms race in human history never culminated in nuclear war between the superpowers. It was different before 1914. In the minds of many statesmen, the hope for a short war and the fear of a long one seem, as it were, to have cancelled each other out, holding at bay a fuller appreciation of the risks. In March 1913, a journalist writing for the Figaro reported on a series of lectures recently given in Paris by the leading lights of French military medicine. Among the speakers was Professor Jacques-Ambroise Montprofit, who had just returned from a special mission to the military hospitals of Greece and Serbia, where he had helped to establish better standards of military surgery. Montprofit observed that the wounds caused by the French cannon, sold to Balkan states before the outbreak of the First Balkan War, were not merely the most numerous, but also horrifically grave, with crushed bones, lacerated tissues, and shattered chests and skulls. So terrible was the resulting suffering that one prominent expert in military surgery, Professor Antoine Depage, proposed an international embargo on the future use of such arms in battle. "We understand the generosity of his motivation," the journalist commented, "but if we must expect to be outnumbered one day on the field of battle, then it is as well that our enemies know that we have such weapons to defend ourselves with, weapons that are to be feared." The article closed with the declaration that France should congratulate herself both on the horrific force of her arms and on possessing a medical organization that we may confidently describe as marvelous. We can find such glib reflections wherever we look in pre-war Europe. In this sense, the protagonists of 1914 were sleepwalkers, watchful but unseeing, haunted by dreams, yet blind to the reality of the horror they were about to bring into the world.